Good morning and welcome to Breedy Cricket Club. We're up in the northwest in Mahara Mason, just a few miles from Derry City, and we're here for the 6th of these 50 over Rario Interprovincial Championship matches, and today it's the Northwest Warriors at home to the Northern Knights, and the Northern Knights come into this with 2 wins out of 2. The Northwest Warriors with just 1 win in their 2 matches, losing to Leinster Lightning on Tuesday, which was a bit of a setback for them. With a strong team, all their Ireland players were playing, but they couldn't get the 2 points. Well, we're about to find out who's going to win the toss and who's going to bat first. So let's join Ali McCalmont in the square, where he's going to talk to the skippers.
Good morning everyone, and welcome along to the Northwest of Ireland Breedy Cricket Club. Today is the Northern Derby between the Northwest Warriors and the Northern Knights. We are here with the 2 captains, Shane Getgate of the Warriors, Neil Rock from the Knights, and match referee Graham McRae. So if Shane, you have the coin for the toss. Heads the call. Just bring you in, Shane. You've won the toss and you've decided to bowl.
Yeah, we decided to have a bowl, I think, just with the early start, quarter to 11. Hopefully our seamers get something out of the pitch, even though it is a used wicket. I think early on for the Leinster boys the other day did do a bit, and then when the sun came out later, there was a little bit of turn, but probably that lateral movement wasn't quite there after the 10 overs, so we'll hopefully make the most of that this morning. Yeah,
you mentioned it's a used wicket. You played on this wicket on Tuesday. Do you think I'll give you a little bit of advantage, though, that you know what sort of way it's going to play?
Yeah, 100%. I think we just spoke about just being a little bit smarter, kind of knowing what a total is on this wicket now after playing on Tuesday. I thought some of our shot selection was maybe a little bit aggressive. Just looking to bat a little bit deeper, take it a little bit deeper today, hopefully, and put that right today.
Okay, obviously a few changes with the Ireland boys heading off to Essex. Just who's your 12th man today?
Yeah, so we've got Mike Erling coming in, and we've got Jared Wilson coming in, and we've got Harry Zimmerman coming back in. So Harry did well down in Cork, so it's great to have those guys back in today. Hopefully do a good job for us.
Okay, good luck today, Shane. All the best. Neil, if you can come in here, obviously lost the toss there. Any thoughts on losing it?
No, we're happy enough. We're going to have a bat. We've gone with an extra spinner today to make it 3. So as Shane said, it's a used wicket and hopefully it spins later on.
Yeah, and obviously batting first in the first game, you put on 300 and a good chase in your last game. You're 2 from 2. This could be a big game for you today.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. We've challenged guys to just remain consistent over the whole season. We talked about challenging for trophies, and if we want to do that, we have to be good enough over the whole season. And we backed up Leinster's win with another good win the other day, and we're looking to do the same today.
Absolutely, in good form. So, team news, you got 12 squad. Have you any ideas who your 12th man is?
Max Burton carries drinks, so Jacob Mulder comes back in, John Matches and Josh Manley.
Okay, thanks very much, Neil, and good luck today. All the best. So, just a reminder that the Northwest Warriors have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first.
Well, Shane Getgate there, the captain of the Northwest Warriors, and Neil Rock, who's in charge of Northern Knights today. Getgate taking over, of course, from Andy McBride, who's gone to play for Ireland. He'll be in the squad this weekend when Ireland take on Essex in Chelmsford. If you're over in England and you're an Irish fan, why not go along and see that game? And the test match, of course, coming up next week. Something to look forward to. Lord's, the venue, that should be a great occasion for Irish cricket. But here on a beautiful morning in the northwest, and we don't say that too often, Ali, who's joined me in the commentary box, should be a good day's cricket today between these 2 northern sides, and of course both need the win for different reasons.
Absolutely. Morning everyone, morning Stephen. Delighted to have you along here today for this coverage of Game 6 in the Rario IP50 tournament. Yeah, it's been a beautiful morning. I've travelled up this morning. The sun was out this morning at 7 a.m. A really bright day. Slight cloud cover on the way up, but the sun seems to be coming through now. And listening to Shane at the toss there, he's thinking that the wicket will do a little bit early and possibly firm up as the day goes on with the sunshine and bat a little bit better this afternoon. Low scoring game on Tuesday, so as I say, the Warriors have decided to bowl first, and it'll be Ross Adair who's facing up to the first ball from the Mason Road end from Ryan Macbeth.
And straight away it's over the top of Gully and away for 4 past the man who was deep on the offside. That's Chore, and a boundary to start with. A signal of intent from the Knights.
Yeah, very possibly, but We all talked about Ryan Macbeth on Tuesday. That's his stock delivery. You can see him just swinging the ball away from the right-hander. Ross Adair, well known for going at the bowler early. He took his chance just over the fielder towards goal. He hasn't really got man positioned in that place. 2 slips early on for the swing.
Much better delivery.
Yeah, just not quite as full that time. He's swinging away. It's interesting to see early on, as we said. The Warriors skipper Shane Getkiet thinks there will be a little bit of swing early. There has been in the previous 5 games early on. The ball has swung probably more than we thought with the white ball. The swing has held for a few overs.
And again it's over the top, this time in front of square, and Jory having to run around to save the boundary. 2 runs. Bright start from the Knights.
Yeah, an interesting field. We talked about it on Tuesday that skipper Andy McBride was happy with Ryan Macbeth. He just left 1 man on the leg side when Ryan Macbeth was bowling. He's got 2 on the leg side, but it's a predominantly offside field, and he's got deep cover who fielded there, and a 3rd man. So you can see that the idea is going to bowl wet outside that 4th stump line.
This one to 3rd man.
Yeah, that's well bowled. That's the proper length, just bringing Ross Adair forward there, but not drivable. And that's the ball he's looking for to take the outside edge through to the keeper or those 2 waiting slips.
Same pitch as we had on Tuesday, but a completely different day. It was chilly on Tuesday, northwest wind, cloud cover was much denser. Today, a brighter day, warmer, very little breeze to speak of. Could be a high-scoring game, this.
Rehan Pretorius on strike.
Oh, wonderful ball. Beats him all ends up.
Not quite sure how that missed. Actually beat Rehan Pretorius on the inside edge. You'll see it again here. He's beating him on the inside edge. If he's got any bat on that at all, that's going to cannon into the stumps. Just actually nipping back that time from swinging, and just a terrific delivery from Ryan Macbeth. You can see him down on his haunches. He can't believe he hasn't got a wicket there. A good ball first up to the new batter, Pretorius. Now you see that straight away now, Ryan Pretorius, after that first ball where he saw a little bit of swing, he's taken 2 steps down the track to try and negate it. But a good over from Macbeth first up. A little bit unlucky that he didn't pick up a wicket there, those first 2 balls. The first ball going for 4, but a decent over from Macbeth.
And the Knights will be happy to have 7 on the board at the end of 1. Both sides much changed, of course, because the Ireland players have gone away. No McBride, Hume or Young for the Northwest Warriors. Into their side come Jared Wilson, Michael Erlang and Harry Zimmerman. And for the Northern Knights, well, McCollum Adair are both gone. Matt Foster has also joined the Ireland squad. So into their side have come John Matchett, Josh Manley and Jacob Mulder, the leg spinner, former Ireland international.
Yeah, going to be Jared Wilson, who's come back into the team. He played in the first game against the Reds, missed out on Tuesday, but he's back into the team for the Warriors. Just a quick mention for our match officials today. Standing at the clubhouse end is Mark Hawthorne, very experienced international umpire, and at square leg we have Jareth McCready.
Jareth McCready, his second game in a few days here in the Northwest. And that ball turned past him for 1. Chori out in the boundary. Adair gets another single, moves to 8. Score goes to 8 for no wicket.
Yeah, big change for the Warriors, obviously, with their bowling attack. We were quite surprised on Tuesday when we saw Graham Hume and Craig Young taking the field. And they got their quota of overs in, which was good for their sort of fitness going into the matches in Essex, and then obviously hopefully Lords. So all change for the Warriors, but it's Jared Wilson now who will bowl to Ruan Pretorius.
Excellent length, a little bit of movement off the seam. Pretorius a little bit more circumspect, or maybe he's just unlucky that he's getting all of the best deliveries of the morning so far. A wonderful facility here, Breedy Cricket Club in Maharamacin. It's a beautiful ground, and that's a beautiful shot, cracked away off the back foot just behind square for Pretorius's first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, just a little bit short from Jared Wilson there, allowing Pretorius plenty of time to get on to that back foot and hit one square of the wicket. So nice and balanced at the crease there, Pretorius. Just as he made contact, the head was still, and he hit that front of square, and there's no protection in this, the second over.
10 overs in the power play in these 50 over matches. Just 2 men allowed out of the circle. One at third man, one deep on the square leg boundary. Still 2 slips in for the Warriors.
Sorry, Stephen, you just see Pretorius after that ball motioning to Rossett there. The ball just in swing from Jared Wilson.
Swing and a miss by Pretorius. That's the end of the over. 12 for no wicket after 2. Adair on 8, Pretorius on 4. Good start for the Northern Knights.
Yeah, again, you can see on screen there, Ryan Pretorius just motioning to Rossett there that there is a little bit of movement. Jared Wilson moving it back in predominantly. And that shot on the last ball was very similar to the one he hit for 4. And that just makes the difference. Could take a little nick through to the keeper. Keeper's busy on Tuesday. Mark Donegan taking 6 dismissals, 5 catches and a stumping for the Lightning. Was a record for interprovincial cricket in Ireland.
Played late and really well hit, beating the fielder who only had to move about 8 metres. Another boundary for the Knights and another boundary for Ross Adair.
Yeah, it might be something that the skipper needs to look at. It's always quite difficult to chase the ball, but Ross Adair, he's always strong through gully. I always say your weakness possibly is your strength. There's no man at gully at the minute. There's just a third man and a man on the deep covered boundary.
Both of the boundary riders are on the offside at the moment. Nobody on the leg side deep, just 2 saving a single. 7-2 field to start with.
We talked about that on Tuesday with McBride, very comfortable with Ryan Macbeth bowling outside off stump. He's fairly comfortable. He's going to keep that line because anything on the legs will almost certainly go for runs.
It's another easy single down to Chore at the deep cover boundary. Runs coming fluently off the Ross Adair bat this morning. 13 off 9 deliveries.
Yeah, he'll always score quickly. That's his MO. If he stays in for a long time, that's his job in this Knights lineup. Score quickly.
Good length from Macbeth there.
Yeah, Ross Adair hasn't got going in the first 2 games. And got a quick ball from Liam McCarthy of the Reds on Monday and just took the edge of the bat through. Was caught for naught, so he hasn't really got going in this series. And you can see a very interesting ploy now from Shane Kate, as we said, swing early. So Ryan Pretorius immediately decided to negate that swing by taking 2 or 3 steps down the wicket. Stephen Doherty has decided to put on the helmet, and he's going to come up to the stumps to make sure that Pretorius stays in his crease.
He'll certainly test his keeping ability against a medium quick bowler like Ryan Macbeth.
On the swing. So yeah, definitely just something different to try and keep Pretorius in there, because if it is swinging, he's trying to negate it early. So keep him in his crease and let the ball swing.
Play and a miss. And well taken by Doherty at the end of the third over. 17 for no wicket after 3.
Yeah, an interesting start. Runs coming. I'd say possibly that gully area for Ross Adair might be something that the Warriors want to look at from both ends. But yeah, beautiful morning here. Stephen, the sun just breaking through the blue sky now up above, and I think that had a lot to do with Gate's decision to bowl first, because I think it will sort of get a bit of sun on that wicket, and it is a huge pitch, as we say. So maybe, you know, with the 50, well, it wasn't quite 50 overs each on Tuesday, but he's hoping that it'll play better later on in the afternoon.
Just turned off his hip by Adair. Ball getting up just short of a length. Single for him.
Yeah, possibly not the explosive nature of an opening attack for the Warriors today that they had possibly on Tuesday with Graham Hume, and then a first change of Craig Young, so they'll have to work out other ways to create opportunities.
Turned away past the man at short backward square leg, and Chori had to come around from mid-wicket. Good fielding from him. Couple of runs for Adair.
Well, Danny Chori, he's out there. He usually has the gloves for his club side and has kept wicket for the Warriors and indeed the Knights in previous seasons, but he's out on that, well, now it was cover boundary at the other end, now square leg boundary. He's been busy.
Good delivery, rising to just short of a length. Wilson getting some life from this pitch.
Yeah, we'd like to see him pulling a little bit fuller though. Stephen, he is a little bit short there, I think, in this early stages. It's only the fourth over. And as we said earlier, the ball, with the white ball, even though it's a new ball both ends, doesn't really hold its swing for long, so you've got to use it early. That's a better length. That's the length I think he should be targeting to try and get those boys behind the stumps in action.
Is there anything more enjoyable than coming along to a cricket match on a lovely summer day like this and watching some of the best players in the country doing battle? One of the slips has come out to mid-wicket. And that one finds the gap through the covers. Nice little shot from Pretorius, gets 2 runs.
Yeah, and all little things early, just little signs of momentum, not just the scoreboard. A good sign from the Knights there that they've managed to take a slip out. As I say, winning the toss early, bowling first, it's been a common factor in the IP50 Rario tournament. Bowling first, had 2 slips in early, one's been taken out, so a little early tick for the Knights.
Yeah, always signs you're looking for in the fielding side of how much pressure they can apply in terms of men near the bat, but in these kind of matches with 22 on the board after 4 overs and no wickets down, it's certainly advantage to the Knights early on.
Yeah, as you say, Stephen, any little clues early about what's happening out there. There is a little bit of movement, but the Knights have countered it early. And they Ross Adair facing Brian Macbeth again. Still no goal out. 2 slips in, and as you see, Stephen Doherty has moved back to a traditional keeping position from the seamer for Ross Adair. Let's see if he's quite happy to play from his crease so far.
Lifted over mid-wicket to wide mid-on, and that's away for 4. Another boundary for Ross Adair, who looks impressive this morning.
Well, again, we talk about stock bowling, and I'd say off that's a stock Ross Adair shot. Anything in his arc, well pitched up. And a little bit agricultural, I suppose, but he's got plenty of bat on it. And if Ross Adair gets plenty of bat on the ball, it usually ends up crossing the ropes on the full, or for in that case for 4.
Oh, swing there, and it's off the inside edge down to fine leg. There'll be another couple for Adair. Not the best of shots that time. Got away with it.
Yeah, very similar, losing his shape a little bit there. Ross Adair, wide. He's looking to hit that into the vacant area over sort of cover. Thick inside edge. Nobody down on the fine leg boundary. And an escape for Adair.
And this time he keeps the throttle open with an expansive shot over wide mid-off. And this is impressive. The Knights are really going for it today.
Yeah, as I say, sort of Ross Adair's position in this team, if he stays in even for 10-20 overs, it's going to set a huge platform. Something similar the other day. Brian Macbeth obviously has to pitch the ball up to let it swing, but it does. Stephen Doherty had a few half volleys, and Ross Adair's taking full toll here.
Used his feet well there, got to the pitch of the ball and just played it gently out to deep cover point.
Yeah, good from Adair. He's hit a couple of boundaries in the over, and that time just took those 2 steps down. A little bit shorter, as you'd expect from Macbeth there, with being driven. The first couple of balls in the over, he pulled his length back, but Ross Adair coming at him, and a very comfortable shot out to the cover boundary.
22 runs off Macbeth in the middle of his 3rd over. This is not what he would have expected. Look how deep Erlang is at first slip. But of course, with the keeper up at the wickets, the slips do tend to drop back a bit further.
That looked like a perfect delivery, but just took the edge and went straight to first slip. Unfortunately, it was shoulder arms from Pretorius, but the swing, you can see it still swung straight past Stephen Doherty into the wakeful hands of Erlang at slip, but no neck.
Better delivery from Macbeth. The end of his 3rd over. 23 runs conceded in 3, 33 for no wicket after 5. A very impressive start from the Knights.
Yeah, as we've mentioned a few times now, Stephen, a beautiful day here at Brady Cricket Club. So if you are in the area, I don't think there'd be much better today than heading down to watch these 2 teams. Even the colours of the kits out there, the brand new kits this year. Obviously the green of the Warriors up against the red and blue of the Knights. Just a beautiful setting out there.
Jared Wilson to continue from the pavilion end. And gently turned into mid-wicket for a single to Annie Chore.
So yeah, we're on all day here, starting at 10:45. We should go on well into the afternoon, so if you do get a little Thursday afternoon off possibly, come down to Brady Facilities. Fantastic here, and no better place to watch cricket on a sunny day in the northwest.
Well pitched up and down to 3rd man for a single to Pretorius, who's happy to play second fiddle here to the maestro at the far end.
A fairly regular tactic from the Knights. I think they've got 3, 4 and 5 here. You're looking at Matchett, Carmichael and Topping, who was excellent on Monday. So fairly traditional one-day batters. So they'll let Rossiter go early.
And there's
There
a
he
short
goes.
ball smashed away towards the car park, but well over those cars that are well in the line of fire. A great 6 from Rossiter.
Rossiter on the charge. He's picked that shortish ball up early. Jared Wilson just hasn't got that express pace of, say, a Craig Young. You can see holding the pose there. Rossiter. That's a big hit.
It's 63 metres to the boundary. That cleared it by at least 20. That was a big hit. Very impressive. And an appeal. Might have been a little bit of bat on that. We'll see on the replay.
Yeah, much better length from Jared Wilson testing him. I think he may have just got an inside edge on that. Very difficult to see from here, obviously, with the sound. I would need those two noises. I think just on live sounded like two noises. Yeah, much better ball that time from Jared Wilson. The length, just keeping Rossiter in his crease, but not giving him width to use, because he's clearly, the intention is there. The score runs quickly. He's looking to hit the ball hard early.
32 runs off 18 deliveries for Adair. And another good delivery from Wilson brings to an end his third over, and after 6, 41 for no wicket. The run rate just a shade under 7.
A little bit of a tempter there from Jared Wilson. I think that might have been the first or second ball of the over. I think Rossiter might have climbed into that. Just with the last ball of the over, he lets it go through to the keeper. But this is what he does for his club side, CIYMS. Similar to this night side, he's got 3 or 4 boys coming in at 3, 4, 5, who again will play the traditional 50 over innings. So he's got the license to go out there early, and he's putting the pressure clean on the Warriors bowlers. You can see Captain Shane Getgate,
yeah,
he's already down having a chat with his bowler as to what to do. He's just left the one slip in now, and he's immediately putting a man out on the leg side boundary. So definitely possibly 2 ticks to the Knights now. They've changed the initial plans from the Warriors. There's only one slip in now. There's a man now on the deep square leg boundary, so Ryan Macbeth possibly going to bowl a little bit straighter.
Good delivery. Yeah, the third man has come up into the circle. The 2 men out are at square cover and mid wicket. And just the one slip, Michael Erlang, with Stephen Doheny continuing to keep up to Ryan Macbeth. That's much better from Ryan Macbeth.
Yeah, I think just looking at the field with that change, they've given him a bit of protection on the leg side with the deep square leg, so he definitely is going to bowl straighter, but that will have changed the Warriors' plans. They'd have been going out early looking to bowl on that 4th stump to try and get nicks. Different plans now.
Into the gap in the covers. Just the one to Pretorius, whose score moves into double figures. Adair on 32, Pretorius on 10, 42 for none. Winning the toss and deciding to bowl, Northwest Warriors will be desperate to get a breakthrough here. Doheny has moved back now for Adair. Same field for the bowler. Played straight, just a hand on it from Macbeth, took the sting off the ball. Could have saved a couple. Single to Adair.
In the first 6.4 overs, that may have been the closest we've come to a wicket so far for Macbeth. Just getting a touch on that, and Pretorius may have been out of his crease. So that's about as close as we've come to a wicket, unfortunately, for the Warriors' point of view.
Of course, in this competition, which has 12 games spread over 2 series of 6 matches at the start and finish of the season, it's the Northern Knights who are dictating things at the moment with 2 wins out of 2. If they get the win today, they'll be well on the way to winning the championship this year. Played nicely late by Pretorius, but straight to Chore in the deep. He's a very good fielder for a wicketkeeper, isn't he?
He's been busy. He's been very busy, and he's quick over the ground. See that in his batting later on. He's quick between the wickets, and Chore. But yeah, you've just mentioned the Knights and how good a start they've made. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk pre-tournament about their squad. Simon Johnson very keen to make it clear that he wasn't counting his Irish players as being available, and the squad that he had would be used. And if the Irish players were available, like Mark Adair on Monday, then they would come back in. But he was going in specifically with his 12-15 players that he knew would be available for most of the campaign. And I think he picked up on a nice little piece of. We sometimes analyse managers and coaches a little bit too much, but that seemed to be a good ploy from the Knights coach to say he was going with his guys, and if the Irish guys were available, that was a bonus.
Harry Zimmerman coming on for the Warriors. First change, taking over from Jared Wilson at the pavilion end. Short ball pulled away strongly for 4. Jory unable to get to that one. And, well, you're coming on to bowl. Your team is getting smashed around the park. The one thing you need to do is to pitch it up.
Yeah, too short. Too short from Zimmerman there. Again, just doesn't have the express pace to hurry a batter of Pretorius' quality, certainly, and plenty of time to pull that. And Chore had no chance on the boundary this time.
Better delivery, but a single turned to square leg. Adair moves his score along. We're almost at the half-century partnership moment, and look, we're only in the 8th over. It's a great start for the Knights.
It's been a feature of the game so far of good opening partnerships. The Reds in particular have had some good opening partnerships, but this today is certainly the quickest. Usually it's been quite sedate to get to the 50 partnership, but this has been quick from the Knights.
Better length from Zimmerman that time. The conditions are the best we've probably come across in this tournament so far. The weather's been quite cold up to this. Chilly breezes. Today is a real batter's paradise.
Yeah, I think so, and even looking at Tuesday's game, let's come back to that in a second. Well fielded in the covers there.
That's certainly saved a single.
Yeah, just getting back to that, what you were saying there, Stephen. We watched the game on Tuesday, and it was a low scoring affair. 180 played, obviously 180. But the guy that looked quite fluent was Greg Ford when he came out with intent. He wanted to hit the ball hard.
And that's hit hard straight towards us here in the commentary box, and it's a 6 for Ross Adair to take the score beyond 50. Half-century partnership for these two. 7.5 overs gone, and Adair moves his score to 39.
And we're watching Ross Adair do exactly what we talked about Greg Ford. Greg Ford was pushed up the order into position 4 for the Lightning, and he came out with a definite plan to take it to the bowlers, and Ross Adair doing exactly that.
And that one just played back to the bowler, but the damage has been done. 11 off the first over from Zimmerman, unable to stem the flow of the Northern Knights, who have rushed to 55 for no wicket after 8 overs.
Yeah, it's easy to say, possibly looking at the scorecard and 55 off 8, that it's good for the Knights, etc. But they do look to have a plan. They do look to say, right, Rossett there, everybody knows what he can do. Hasn't come off so far, but that shot in the last over there, again, clean as a whistle, straight over towards us in the commentary box here. Just landed 3 or 4 yards to our left, and again, clean hitting from Adair, and plenty to think about for the men in green.
Doheny keeping up to Pretorius. Couldn't quite sort himself out there. Ruben Pretorius, who's on 16. Nice hazy sunshine here, very little breeze coming from the south. Straight to the fielder at mid-off, no run.
Yeah, good conditions here to bat, it looks like. Stephen, you've been up in the northwest for the past few days. You were here on Tuesday, again here today. Some of the scenes and sights around here, really beautiful.
It certainly is. Third match in the north, and not even the sign of any rain. I must be one of the luckiest commentators alive.
Certainly over the last few years, I think, looking back to last year, the Warriors had 3 games here, and they only played, I think, in the realms of 20 to 40 overs in those 3 games. 2 rained off, and that certainly curtailed their chances last year as the Reds took the title. So they've had 2 games here, and we're set fair to have 2 full games, which is excellent.
And plenty more good weather coming up over next weekend, when there's some matches to be replayed in the Club Cup. Ardmore, I know, taking the trip down south to Cork.
Yeah, second round draw was made for the All-Ireland Senior Cup yesterday, and some unbelievable ties there.
Turn quietly to backward square leg, just a single for Pretorius.
Yeah, if you haven't seen the draw, as I say, some brilliant ties. Obviously in the second round then we can have some interprovincial ties, and we've got one in the NCU, and Studians playing Lisburn. A cracker down in Dublin as Dublin YMCA take on Marion, and then probably Railway Union against Balbriggan. That'll bring out the crowds there at Union. And then one of the heavyweight clashes is Warringstown welcome Clontarf. 8 ties in that cup draw, and really,
well, Adair came marching down the track there, but he couldn't find his bat on ball. Quieter over, better over from Macbeth, just the 1 run off it, and 56 for no wicket after 9.
yeah, so two ties you'd mentioned still to take place there, taking place this coming Sunday. Ardmore, as you mentioned, travelling all the way down to Cork to play Cork County, and Carrickfergus will take on Donamana, and whoever wins those ties will be at home to Leinster sides in the shape of Pembroke in the first instance, and then Carrickfergus or Donamana with a cracking tie against the Hills. We'll have a quick look at the National Cup as well, and absolute standout. A standout match there would grace any competition at any stage, with North County, the holders of the National Cup, taking on Rush, and that really will be a fantastic tie next Sunday, the 4th of June.
Yeah, they could be spitting bales at that match, I would imagine.
That'll be fantastic, and like I mean, I've been looking at the 2 draws in the first and second round of the Arrakis Senior Cup and National Cup, and it's just a great competition. It really is now. Delighted to have Arrakis on board this year, and just as you say, just we're watching the inter-provincial matches here, but the club sides going against each other. It really is fantastic, and next Sunday should be a fantastic day's worth of cricket.
This is better from Zimmerman. He's getting his length sorted out. This Rario Interprovincial Cup Series reaching its halfway point today. 6 matches played last week in this, and then the final 6 in the series starting in mid-August and finishing in early September. Beautiful shot, punched through the covers by Pretorius. A boundary for him, the score moving to 60.
Yeah, again, nice shot from Pretorius, nice and balanced. You see there, really balanced as he played his hands through that. Not moving his feet that much, but balanced when he hit the ball. His head still. He's got it in front of the man. At cover. Trying to strengthen that area now. No slips now again. Just another tick for the Knights in this power play. No slips at all now.
This the final over of the power play. Harry Zimmerman gets down sharply to stop that one. Deep square and third man, the two boundary fielders. The rest are all in the ring. And that's punched away between the gap at point and cover for another boundary by Pretorius, who's settling in nicely. That's his 4th boundary of the innings.
Yeah, you can just hear off to our right a little bit of hubbub in the Knights camp. The players out on the balcony. Just cries of shot as that ball beat the infield. Another 4 for the Knights. 1 ball to go in this power play. And already 64 without loss.
Pretorius getting a bit more of the strike in the last few overs, but at the end of 10 it's 64 for no wicket. They were 33 after 5, 64 after 10. Adair there on 39 from just 25 deliveries. Pretorius moving to 25. Very impressive from the Knights.
Yeah, really good start from these two. 64 already unbeaten in the first 10. Just too many boundary balls from the Warriors. And again, they've opted to bowl first, and you can see a couple of big overs there, double digits. You can't really afford that when you've opted to bowl first. You're looking for wickets early. And if we're in the old boxing parlance for the power play, I think that's a 10-8 round to the Knights.
Shane Getgate having another lengthy conversation with Ryan Macbeth about what their tactics might be here, but it will be Macbeth to continue his 6th over in a row. And Dare has been off strike now for quite a while, so
he won't change, Stephen. He
that
won't
early
change.
Flare, you know, he didn't look quite so fluent on that shot.
It won't change him, no. He will still play the same way, aggressive, and keep coming after the bowler. Did just notice a change there. I was looking around the field to see if there was much of a change. They still have a boundary right at square leg, and Chore out on that boundary. He's been patrolling, but William McClintock for there was dropped down to long off, just to prevent him playing that shot that he's played a couple of times so far. McClintock now comes up for Pretorius, so mid off and mid on, back in traditional positions.
Played hard into the ground. No run to cover.
Yeah, but we watched earlier in the week, if you were with us, certainly the Reds on Monday in their first 10 overs. and indeed mark Adair's spell for the Knights that day at Stormont. Really create a lot of opportunities and problems for the opening batters. So far, no such problem for the Knights. They've looked comfortable, playing with time, control, not really under much pressure at the moment.
This will probably be the last over that Ryan Macbeth will bowl in this spell. He'll surely be kept back for later on in the innings. That's a better delivery. It's been a good over, this.
Yeah, better lines from Ryan Macbeth. As I say, the ball 5 overs old from this end. Doesn't hold the swing too much.
All seam so far. Maybe spin needs to come into the attack just to try something a little bit different. Keep the batsman guessing. That one's into the big gap between cover and backward point. Chore quickly onto it, saving a second run. 1-2 Pretorius. And at the end of 11, it's 66 without loss.
Yeah, better over that time for Ryan Macbeth. And that 4 ball we've talked about, not present in that over. So yeah, interesting looking at the team selection, as probably possibly hopefully heard earlier on at the toss. The Knights have decided to go in with an extra spinner today. I've brought in Jacob Mulder. Obviously they've lost their main frontline attack from Monday of Adair. And Foster's gone as well, so he would probably have come in. So they're all gone with Ireland. So they brought in an extra spinner, whereas the Warriors have gone in with really 5 frontline bowlers, or a couple of part-timers possibly that could come on, but they're really going in with 5 bowlers only. So if one doesn't come off, difficult thoughts, especially with a start for Shane Getgate.
Zimmerman to continue. And that's a better line and length. Still plenty of encouragement coming from the Northwest Warriors players as they try to keep encouragement going for the bowlers and keep their concentration on a day when it's very easy to lose it when you're giving away lots of runs. Just a single. Man on the cover boundary. So a single to Pretorius brings Adair back on strike.
Yeah, interesting character. Hardy Zimmerman, coming from Australia, and Western Australia, originally born there. He's a 22-year-old from Perth. He's over playing in Ardmore today. Irish qualified. Made his debut for the Warriors in the opening game of the Rario IP50 tournament.
Great shots. Shot of the morning, perhaps, from Ross Adair. Punched through the covers with great effortless ease.
Oh, sheer power there from Ross Adair. Not a terribly bad ball from Zimmerman, but quick hands from Ross Adair, and that screamed through the covers.
5th 4, and he's got 2 sixes as well. And a very good ball from Zimmerman, just keeps him quiet for a moment. 44 off 29. It's one of the most impressive innings we've seen so far. I don't want to give him the kiss of death, of course, but certainly strike rate wise and in terms of the quality of the shots he's played. And there's one lifted towards Chorey, but it won't reach the fielder, who was right back on the fence. Just a single for Adair this time.
Yeah, quality ball striking from Ross Adair, as we know, called in to the Ireland T20 setup for exactly that. He Kind of does play in T20 mode, even in this IP50 format.
And that's snicked away. Should be cut off by the man at third man, who does well. Just a couple of runs for Pretorius.
That's what we've talked about with those 2 chicks we gave the Northern Knights in the first 10 overs. They slowly moved those fielders out of slip with their good play and quick scoring. Captain Gatgate was forced to move 1 out and now moves 2 slips out, so there's nobody in that catching area. So enticing the nick, there's nobody there to take the catch.
Pretorius 29 off 42, Adair 45 off 30. That's a strike rate of 150. And we're going to have a change now at the Mason Road end. After 6 overs from Ryan Macbeth, which have cost 29 runs. We're going to have Cian Robertson coming on from that far end. Spin bowler. That little bit of difference that we need to see from the Warriors, just to try and break up this partnership. 74 on the board. It's looking very impressive.
Yeah, going to bring Cian Robertson on from the Mason Road end. And he needs 2 things from him. He needs wickets, of course, but he also needs control. He needs to hit his lengths and his lines early. All quite well in his debut. On Tuesday there was a little bit for him. But he's under pressure here. He's coming on to try and do both of those things for his skipper. But they're also there facing. Won't be easy.
Straight away Adair was trying to hit him out of the ground.
Yeah,
of course he was a Northern Knight, so he will have been bowling to these guys in the nets up to just a few days ago.
Absolutely, during the winter he was bowling to Ross Adair, so we know exactly what he's facing here. Mid off, mid on, back on the boundary.
Good respect from Adair for a nicely pitched up delivery.
I can tell you, Stephen, just even looking at that first ball, if Robertson does give it a bit of flight, Ross Adair, even though there's long on and long off, it won't worry him.
Shorter ball that time, turned away, backward of square, just a single.
Yeah, good cricket from Adair. Shorter ball. It's not all power. Just needs to take runs when they're available, and that's been good too from the Knights. It's not just been boundary balls. They've been able to pick up singles and 2s. Just keeping their run rate well above 6.
And Pretorius faces Robertson for the first time.
Very similar, as you're saying. Robertson would have bowled to these guys quite a lot during the winter, so they'll know each other's game.
Nice action from the young man. Just a single for Pretorius. Good tidy over. He needs to just finish it off here. Doesn't matter what the score is. If you can bowl a few overs consecutively, keep the run rate down, the batsmen get fidgety. That's a fine over. Cian Robertson coming on and bowling a very good over of spin for just 2 runs. 76 for no wicket after 13.
Yeah, that'll please the skipper. Just the 2 runs. Not overly threatening, but at this stage the Knights are on top so much that the Warriors will take anything. Just 2 runs off that, just to try and build a little bit of pressure. And you know, the skipper Shane Gatgate is going to turn to spin at this end as well.
Michael Erlang coming on, the Eglinton man. Left arm spin from one end, right arm spin from this. Pretorius on strike, just taking a different guard. Straight boundary here, just 61 metres. Could tempt these batsmen to go over the top.
Yeah, he's throwing one back by the looks of it. He's giving him a long on. He's going to stay in the ring himself, Shane Gate. Just to the left of screen here, you'll see him probably
Deep
coming
square, cow corner, long on and cover boundary. Those are the 4 boundary riders. And Robertson has started putting pressure on at one end. Erlang has to be consistent from this end too.
Yeah, nice from Pretorius there. Just used his hands close to face. Pushed it into the vacant square leg area for a comfortable single. Now, Ross Adair. Will he take on the mid-off region?
Played straight to the fielder at mid-on. Slightly uppishly, almost carried. Oh, he went for it there, and away it goes. Sailing into the middle distance. You can hear the applause from his teammates. Another mighty 6. And Adair up to his 50 in just 36 deliveries.
Yeah, you're going to see this again. That's in his arc. As we mentioned, the T20 mode that he's in. Just floated up. Down on one knee, the slog sweep. Clears the boundary. And just back live here. And on the stumps that time. Played back, but just in his arc. And the slog sweep. If he connects, again, a good 15-20 metres over the boundary.
5 4s and 3 6s in that fine half century from Ross Adair. Just the one loose delivery in that Erlang over, but that was enough to keep the scoreboard ticking. 84 for no wicket after 14. 6 and over is the strike rate, and there's still 36 to go.
Yeah, even in that over, mentioning about the loose ball, I'm not even sure it was particularly a loose ball, but the mood that Ross Adair's in at the minute, anything that's just in his arc, he's going to throw his hands at it, and it was just perfect for him there to take the slog sweep option. Safe enough if he gets even half a bat on it, but he got plenty on it, and it sailed over towards the pavilion. So it's again down this end. Kane Robertson bowled the first over for just the 2 singles, and he'll be bowling to Adair.
Good delivery. Straight to the fielder McClintock in the covers. One slip in for Robertson.
Yeah, just looking at him, he's quite a character, young Kane Robertson. He's a young boy, but no lack of confidence. He's always making a few noises when there's a bit of a chance for a bit of a half shot from the batter.
Pushed into the covers for an easy single out to Chore at the cover boundary.
You might be able to pick up on that on the effects mic there. They're using the as, and he gets close to a wicket.
The run rate's dropped below 6, and there has been a definite drop since Robertson has come on. Long off is out there, so just a single for Pretorius.
Yeah, I think the difference with Robertson so far in his 10 balls, nothing free to hit. You know, he hasn't given them that free swing of the arms or a full ball to hit down the ground. He could be tempting fate here though.
That was a little shorter, but Adair squirts it out square on the offside.
Yeah, good from Robertson. It's a good length he's bowling. So yeah, nothing free to hit, but again, because the Knights are going so well so far, 2 and 3 and over is quite fine. If you get good bowling, keep it out. Just don't give your wicket away.
And that's straight to the fielder, no run. So an excellent over again from Robertson, just 5 coming off his 2. 87 for no wicket off 15. And that's just 23 for the Knights in the last 5 overs.
Yeah, a little better from the Warriors in terms of runs conceded. But as we've just said, no worries in terms of the Knights. The run rate is so good from those opening 10 overs, especially in the power play. And you know, you can, the way Ross Adair's playing here, you could be looking at 5 dot balls and then he just decides to clear the ropes and you've had a poor over then. Just looking at the field, bringing Chori a little bit squarer. 2 men on the leg side, now boundary.
Turned around the corner cleverly by Adair, and that beats the backward square leg. 2 runs.
Yeah, it's looking at the field now. It's a last 10 overs field here, really. They've got deep square leg, cow corner, and long on in place with 3 men patrolling the leg side boundary.
Straight to Zimmerman in the covers, no run.
This is what Adair does, but he puts the pressure onto the bowler. He knows if he makes a mistake, he'll clear the ropes.
And there's a big hit, but has it carried? Yes, it has. All the way to those benches at mid-wicket boundary. Another 6. Another brilliant hit from Ross Adair. It's turning into one of the innings of the summer.
There's men out there, as we talked about, 3 boundary riders. Doesn't worry Ross Adair.
And then just softly into the mid-wicket space to keep that scoreboard ticking along to 96 for no wicket.
That's the pressure we talked about. Just a little bit short from air length there. Ross Adair latched onto it. Another single. Just tucked into the leg side. So again, 1 shot in the over and a couple of singles. Good over again for the Knights. They moved up to near the 100 from this, the last ball of the 16th.
Massive hit over the roof of the pavilion and into the car park behind. Who's got their car out there, I wonder? Another 6 for Ross Adair. Fantastic hitting. Erlang can't find a way to stem the runs.
Stephen, that is a huge hit in the slot, and Adair's got all of that. That's right in the golf swing, and that has cleared the pavilion. We talked yesterday about a ball hitting the window in the pavilion. That's hitting the window 20 yards behind the pavilion. Brings up the 100 partnership between these two. Fantastic start from the Northern Knights. Just 96 balls, and within the hour they have moved to 103 already. Pressure all on the men in green, the Northwest Warriors. Stephen Elkin is going to leave me for a minute, and a new ball is being produced from match referee Graham McRae. So we have a little break here at the moment, but I am absolutely delighted to have a man join me now. Just I'd call him the old Ghostbuster, because anytime I get a call from anybody wanting to know anything about Northwest cricket, who are you going to call? You're going to call this guy? Very welcome along to join me, Lawrence Moore.
Thank you very much. Hope I can live up to that billing.
Oh, you absolutely can, Lawrence, but not a great start for your boys in green here.
As I was walking down, I was thinking it's a worrying start for the boys in green. By the time I got here, it's kind of more alarming now than worrying.
Well, it is a 100 partnership, as I say, within the hour. And Ross Adair now in full flow. Cian Robertson's been the only one that's really looked like having control here. Say that he drops a little bit short and is punched into the offside. Yeah,
Yeah,
Ian Robertson.
he actually did. He bowled quite well on Tuesday against Leinster Lightning as well. I think he is one that they've brought in to replace Graham Kennedy. He's the ideal replacement for Graham.
Yeah, just to have a quick word about it, you just brought him up there, Graham Kennedy. Obviously, he's playing in the NCU now at CIYMS, but I mean, what a cricketer! He's a big loss to Irish cricket at the moment.
He is, yeah, 100%.
A great athlete, bowls his left arm spin, and his batting had come on over the few years, but just maybe wasn't getting those opportunities at the time.
Well, I think it's the whole, the left arm spinners, hands teeth, pretty much in Ireland. Certainly quality left arm spinners.
Yeah, really good from Robertson here. As I say, he looks the only one who's under control here, but they've obviously looked at Cian Robertson as a person to bring in here to the Warriors and use that left arm spin.
Yeah, I think more over Cricket Ireland are probably looking at him with a bigger picture, I would imagine, because Graham was potentially, on the periphery as well, certainly come up through the underage sides, and with the Wolves as well. I just think, as I say, it gives you that added dimension, doesn't it, that left arm spin, and I think it's, you look around the world now and Ireland looking to build up their portfolio, and I think that's where we're lacking at the minute.
Yeah, they're bringing a few through, obviously. We've got a couple in the night side now. We've got Matty Humphries, obviously, who's got his Irish games over the past few, and Theo van Bronckhorst has come in there as well, Mike Frost, so there are a few about, but it's just picking up the quality of the standard up to Irish level.
100%. And you look at this series now, and we've been talking about this, sort of generalising about this over the last few months. The interprovincial series itself now overall has kind of moved on from what we knew it in 2014. I remember the celebrations when the Warriors won the T20 in 2014 with 9 Northwest players, or 10 Northwest players, I think. I think now the purpose has had to shift as well, because Cricket Ireland needs something different now, don't they, really? You need something, the platform for the national side, and not just the national side, I suppose the Wolves, although they haven't got a massive programme this year, there's still a demand for that as well.
Absolutely, make it into that a little bit here in a few minutes here, but just a change of bowling. Obviously, Ross there in the past couple of overs against Erlang has taken him downtown, and that's produced a change going back to Jared Wilson. And you can hear a few chats out there. They're looking one for drinks. I could do with one for drinks indeed. Jared Wilson. Good start, line of length, good bit of fielding from Cian Robertson. Stops the single. Little things like that can help. Just a little bit of backup in the field, preventing a quick single there for a dare.
That's a strange old game. Look, you know yourself, if you happen to nip out a wicket or two now at this stage, it changes the face of it. But I have to say the Knights openers have looked really in control.
Oh, that's a drop. That's a drop. Really should be taken at this level. It was hit hard, really hard. It was quite close to Robertson there, and really, I think he should take that. Clean hit from Ross Adair, but as I say, at this level, it's burst through Robertson, and you can see him taking his hat off. He's quite disappointed there. That could have been the breakthrough.
It could have been. It was a difficult chance, and as you say, he did. He gave it everything, but it was a chance for sure.
That could be the first wide of the day. And it is. Just dropping down leg side. Umpire Mark Hawthorne nods his head and gives the wide.
It's just it's all about keeping the discipline now, Ali, at this stage, isn't it? Where the batters, very much on top. The bowling side really need to keep their discipline
now. But you made a really good point there, Lawrence, about a couple of wickets, because we watched the game on Monday between the Knights and the Reds, and the Reds put on 100 for the first wicket. Okay, wasn't quite at this pace.
Yeah.
But the Knights slowed up everything. They actually slowed the game, started to slow the run rate, and then eventually created a bit of pressure. So that's what the Warriors really got to keep hold of.
That's the big factor about it, Ali, 100%, you know, in what you're saying. You know, look, you could make all the excuses of the day. I think what the Warriors are crying out for at the minute is, you know, the Ireland boys that are away on bowling duty, they've lost 3 out of their attack, 3 of their main bowlers, you know, so the guys who come in need to be ready to step up, you know, that's the difference.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier on with Stephen that possibly Simon Johnson from the Knights has got a little trick there in the pre-season or pre-tournament. He was talking about this was his squad without the Ireland bowlers. They were not going to play.
Yep.
He was going with that,
Yep.
and sort of gave his bowlers a bit of a you're playing.
Yeah.
If they didn't, they understood. But
Yeah.
whereas the other teams kind of said, well, we'll see what's available, and maybe these sort of
Yeah.
second string behind the Ireland bowlers weren't sure whether they were going to play or not. Yeah, too short from Gerard Wilson again, and Pretorius controls it and hits it for a single.
It's a very valid point now, again, in Boyd Rankin's defence as well. I think we organised 4 warm-up games and lost 3 of them to the rain at the start of the season. And he had talked to the likes of Trent McKeegan, the likes of Harry Zimmerman, and said, you know, you guys are going to have to step up. Look, it's not going to be an overnight fix. We've got to be honest about it. You know, this is a different level from club cricket. It really is. Look, they're learning as they play now, I think, pretty much, because there wasn't much prep time before the season started. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Simon Johnson had the right idea and just writing off the season for his Ireland-based players, 100%. Boyd done the same, to be fair.
Kane Robertson to continue, bowling to Pretorius. A single there. You just mentioned about the Northwest, and as you say, possibly you had your stock Northwest players, your Porterfield, skipper of Ireland, skipper of the Warriors. Just break off for a second. Be a single down to long off. That was a Northwest team, but obviously Cricket Ireland's priorities, they want players to play at the level, and there are only probably half the side here playing in the Northwest. Your Macbeths and Zimmerman, your McClintock obviously for up at Donamana. You think that has an effect on the Northwest public?
Well, something I've written about and talked about an awful long time before now, Ali, for the last maybe, 10 years. The one thing that the Northwest was very good at was because physically and in every substance we were the smallest of the unions who were playing originally, and we used that to our advantage.
That'll be a single out, possibly 2. Chory's on business again, out in that boundary. Good running. Yeah, good running from Adair, in and out quickly. Saw that it was 10 yards to the left of Chory. He must have covered 2 or 3 kilometres out there, Annie Chory.
He's been very impressive for a guy who's normally a wicketkeeper. He's a great sweeper as well. He's very agile in the field, I have to say.
Very quick.
I haven't seen much of him, obviously, until he came here.
Yeah.
But, to continue your point, we will continue your point in a second. I remember doing the team photograph at the time that under Bobby Rio they won the 2014 T20 competition. 10 of the players not only came from the same union but had gone to the same primary school.
Nice shot from Adair. Didn't overhit with the mid-on, mid-off back. Hits it down to long on. Takes a single. But again, very controlled from Robertson. No 4 balls, but also no threat. So we moved on from 19 overs, and definitely the first period of play has gone the way of the men from the Northern Cricket Union. The Northern Knights are 112 without loss. Ross Adair on 75 and Rian Pretorius on 36. There'll be a little drinks break in a minute, so we'll take a little break and we'll be right back. So welcome back to a Breedy Cricket Club in Maher-Mason. Today's Orario IP50 game between the Northwest Warriors and the Northern Knights. And during that drinks break, very comfortable drinks break for the Knights. Quite controlled. Ross Adair and Rune Pretorius having a little chat between themselves. But the Northwest Warriors, they were in a huddle. Quite a long talk in the huddle from Captain Getgate and Coach Boyd Rankin.
Yeah, I think that's probably a sign of what's happening at the minute. The Northwest really do need something now at this stage, because this could get away from them very quickly.
Cut down to the third man area for a single. Ross Adair, he moves on to 76. Lawrence Moore here with me at the moment, and as he says, difficult times for the Warriors. Jared Wilson it is, who is bowling his 5th over from this clubhouse end. 2 spells for Jared Wilson. He opened up, just kept waiting by Ryan Pretorius, who is now on strike. Lovely shot from Pretorius. He has been very controlled. He's quite happy to go around. Strike rate of about 60, because the guy at the other end, he's hitting it at 150, which means that the Knights are going at pretty much a run of ball at the moment.
Yeah, the difficulty now is you have to strike the balance now between trying to contain this start and obviously taking wickets is key.
It could be the first wicket. It's in the air and it's gone. That's out. Ross Adair has perished. Third ball back from that drinks break. How often does it happen that the drinks break brings the wicket? I think it's Harry Zimmerman out there. I think it's taken that catch on the square boundary in the covers. Well hit by Adair. Uppish though. And Zimmerman has moved round to his left and taken the catch. But a tremendous innings from Adair. We'll just see it again now as Jared Wilson comes in.
Yeah.
Freeing the arms there from Adair. He hit it well, but uppish. And as I say, Zimmerman moved round to his left. He takes the catch, and the first wicket falls. Ross Adair caught Zimmerman, bowled Jared Wilson for a well-made 76.
It's a fantastic start, I have to say. Ali has given a real base to this innings now. Good momentum. We're not even 20 overs in yet. 114 for 1. Depends now, as we said earlier on, just before the water break, 2 or 3 quick wickets might change the pace of the game, and that's what the Warriors will be thinking about now. That one was vital.
Oh, absolutely, and I think that's exactly what they would have been talking about in that huddle. We've got to make a breakthrough here, and they've got it. And immediately, with the new man in, the field changes, as we mentioned earlier on, with the pressure they were being put under. All those close catchers were taken out. Now they've decided, let's put a slip back in, brings everyone up into the ring. Let's try and squeeze a new batsman, who is John Matchett, who's come back in to the side today for the Knights. So it'll be Wilson to the new batsman, John Matchett. Good start. Good start. And this is where we're going to look to the character of the Warriors here. Can they get another breakthrough quickly, possibly get Pretorius out, get 2 new batters in?
Well, the momentum's up for grabs now at this stage. As you say, the new batter in now, John Matchett. The Warriors will fancy their chances now if they can get another wicket. You know, that the momentum does shift. Look, we've seen it happening many times.
Stuff from Wilson. Nothing free first up to match it. As we say, played in that first game for the Knights down in Pembroke. He looked in cracking nick, and then I have to say, one of the worst run-outs I've ever seen.
Didn't see it, honestly.
He literally pushed it and put him with Pretorius. It was the old P3 yes, no, and Matchett was 5 yards short. It's cleanly hit, but he did look in good nick. He got 18, and then obviously with a few changes, he was left out of the side on Monday. But now again, with the Ireland boys heading off, he has come in, James McCullum in particular, out of the Knights side today. He's gone across with the test squad, so John Matchett comes back in.
Big boots to fill, I have to say. Young McCollum's been playing well. But unfortunately, anytime I've seen John Matchett against the Warriors, he's always done reasonably well. So, well, I'll say nothing. I'll just say nothing in the meantime.
Yes, he just gets on with his business, John Matchett. He just does that. He just gets on with it. Not flashy, but
he's a very solid player, isn't he? He sets up very well.
Robertson to continue from the Mason Road end. Beats the fielder and takes one. Not be too displeased with that, Robertson. Gets him 5 balls at the new batsman. He's been good so far, Kane Robertson.
He has, yeah, and it's what we've needed. He's applied, as you said earlier on, he's applied probably pretty much all the pressure that we have applied at the minute. Northwest hasn't seen much of this lad, but from what we've seen of him on Tuesday and today, he definitely does a job. He's a great containing bowler from what I've seen.
Gets Matchett off the mark. As well as that, actually, Lawrence, we're talking about the Warriors from 2014 fighting against probably the bigger unions. Yeah. He looks like a Warrior. He's actually got a wee bit about him.
He does, yeah. And I think that's one of the things that you look for.
That's an absolute beauty from Kane Robertson. That's pitched on middle and beaten the off stump. Really a left arm spin bowler's perfect delivery. Look at that drift and then spin, and very unlucky not to take the off stump.
Yeah. Whatever's on the pitch, he seems to be getting out of it, Ali, at the minute.
He does. He seems to be the only one that's actually creating chances. I mean, all right, we've had a wicket, but really that was Ross Adair continuing to try and hit the ball over the boundary. You know, it wasn't really a created wicket. Good fielding there from Scott Macbeth.
And this is great for the Warriors now because it is building that pressure. The momentum now was key after that wicket, and you want to, refrain the Knights from getting any further ahead than what they actually were, and this has been an ideal couple of overs since the wicket.
Yeah, plenty of chat even out there now, and as I say, Kane Robertson's got a wee bit about him. He likes to chat in the field.
Yeah.
And I listened to Andy McBride on the game on Tuesday, and even though they were behind the 8 ball a lot of times, I could listen to him all day. A lot of people in the field tend to talk a lot of rubbish, but Andy McBride is concise, on his point, and just getting in the batsman.
He talks when he has to talk. I think that's the key with him. But just circling back to that 2014 team that we were talking about, the fact that there was a lot of options for the other sides. The Northwest at that time were only picking players who played in the Northwest, so we lost the likes of Phil Eagleson to the NCU, we lost Graham McCarter to the NCU, then Johnny went to the NCU, although he didn't play for the Knights, he wasn't picked by the Warriors.
Jared Wilson to continue from the clubhouse end. That's a freebie. That's a freebie, just drifting on to the leg stump. Half volley, Matchett will take that. He takes the single.
And as I say, it was almost the identity, Ali, that was the big thing with the Warriors at that stage. It was the identity of, they had all played together. They were all lads who knew each other's game, played regularly against and with each other at club level.
Shot from Pretorius, it'll just be one. Just be one to Pretorius there.
It's just important now, Ali, that the bowler at the other end, whoever it happens to be, Jared or whoever, backs up Kane now at the top end. You don't want to be giving away any of these freebies at all, letting the momentum go.
Absolutely. We always talk about the batting partnerships. Very important that they form a bowling partnership and try and keep the pressure on the Knights. Just like that, that's exactly what we want from a Warriors perspective. Yeah, but just, I mean, I've talked about it on Tuesday when I was here in the game. The fervour for cricket. I actually was in a taxi this morning,
Yeah.
and the taxi driver brought me up here, and he was able to tell me about the Irish Cup draw because it was on Radio Foyle.
Oh, very good.
And I said to him,
Yeah.
if that was in Belfast,
Yeah.
cricket wouldn't be mentioned
No,
unless
that's
it was
right.
Ireland.
That's right.
And that just shows you the fervour of cricket still in the Northwest.
Yeah.
Squeezed out by match it down to third man for a single. So that fervour of cricket in the Northwest, it's still here.
Of course it is. There was a lot of things, and there still are a lot of things that we have to mend kind of from the bottom up. There's a lot of work has gone on over the last 5 or 10 years to the youth setup, the youth cricket. We now play that under 15 World Cup, which is a massive success. Davy Scanlon organising that. So it was a bottom up build for us, and this is part of it.
That's a lovely shot from Pretorius, and it's beaten. Just got a hand on it there. Skipper Getkit, he's got enough on it to prevent the boundary. But 2 for Pretorius, and that's actually, looking at it, he hasn't scored a boundary since the 10th over Rian Pretorius. He's been becalmed. And prior to that double, his last 11 shots, scoring shots, were singles. And while Adair was there, that was absolutely fine.
Yeah.
But this is where the Warriors will be looking
Correct.
to squeeze even further. Good running. Called straight through from Pretorius and gets him the single. So yeah, I mean, the fervour is still there in the Northwest. I remember coming up to watch this particular ground William McClintock make his debut for Ireland.
That's right.
I think it was against Zimbabwe, I think.
Yeah.
And the crowd on the far right of me here, and every time he picked the ball up, he was just doing a bit of fielding.
That's all.
And up the crowd went, and he's a Donovan man. He wasn't even a Brady man.
Yeah, that's right.
So they like their own.
Yeah.
And they like to see their own doing well.
I have a good story about that for you. At the time when that was happening, to promote the series, we had a number of advertisements backed by Cricket Ireland, obviously, and one of them was on the side of a bus, and it was promoting the series. And William McClintock's photograph was on the advertisement on the side of the bus, and we went to do a civic reception with the mayor of Derry, and he was down outside the Guildhall, the mayor was, with 4 or 5 players, including William, and a bus passed, and the mayor ran out onto the main road and stopped the bus, which coincidentally was driven by a cricket player from the Ned. And they all got their photos taken at the side of the bus, the mayor with William. And surreal, absolutely surreal.
Yeah, so maybe talk me through this. Lawrence, you'll have seen him bowl a little bit more. I'm quite surprised that, I thought they were going in with just 5 frontline bowlers, but they're going to use Scott Macbeth. And maybe the bigger surprise is they're taking Cian Robertson off.
Yes. Scott Macbeth is a very underrated bowler, and you're right, you're 100%. I think maybe the 5 front lines, but Scotty will be held back for exactly this, getting Overton.
Immediately the reverse sweep out from Pretorius, and that's been possibly a sign of how he's getting a little bit frustrated, as I say. Maybe Shane Getkit wouldn't have turned to Macbeth if Ross Adair was still in.
Oh, absolutely.
But now, you can maybe get a few overs out of Macbeth here.
I think that's the plan. And as you can see, even from his first 3 deliveries, he's no mug either.
He's on the money early. As I say, Pretorius just trying to reverse sweep early. Getting the field to help him out there. Does. Creates a little bit of chat. There's dot balls in the first 4 here. Just creating that little bit of pressure. Is the reverse sweep. Well set field. Cian Robertson there on the 45. Gets across. Prevents a single, so 1 ball left in the over. He can't get the maiden. Jory in business again. But good running. Yeah, you can hear the skipper just a little bit frustrated there. He just didn't want that to be 2.
To be fair, he's come out of the over okay. Only just the 2 runs off it. Scott played his club cricket here for a season last year as well before he moved to Brigade in the winter, or actually just before the season started. Bats in the top order as well, bats 4 or 5 usually. Very good all-round cricketer, still there in his trade obviously. Part of the dynasty, the Macbeth dynasty. His brother Ryan obviously is here. all originally from St Johnson, playing with St Johnson, but have all moved on now. Young fella with a great future.
Yeah, he looked excellent on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Let me just give his wicket away a little bit, but for his 20 odd runs, he looked really in control, and a good find for the Warriors. Yeah, that's too short. That's too short from Jared Wilson. Not enough pace in this wicket.
No.
And Matt sits quite comfortably on his back foot there and tickling that down to Sir Matt. Slightly the difference, because when Craig Young was coming into this end and Graham Hume on Tuesday, they've got that extra little couple of yards, and you can't play that shot.
You've got the pace as well. Once you lose your length and your line as well, he's leg stumping, maybe even off leg stump at times.
Just cut down to a little bit edgy from Pretorius, but another single. The Knights can't sit in, obviously, going at six and over for the first 20. They can sit in a little bit now, but
they can.
Again, they'll be looking to keep in that. They'll be looking at least 4 runs and over for the next 10 to keep the momentum going, and then they can go again in the last 15 or so overs. Follow through there, Jared Wilson.
Well, they're using the same pitch obviously as they did on Tuesday, and selfishly, if you're looking at it when you won the toss, you're thinking, if you bat first on that, you're looking for 250, 260 would be par, and I still think it probably would have been par. It was low scoring, I understand that, but 250 would probably be what you're. Anything more than that, you're happy.
Yeah, listening, I was out at the toss with the Warriors skipper Shane Getgate, and he did say that he thought the wicket, even though it has been played on for 80 or so overs on Tuesday, and then probably 50, you're looking at 130 overs then before the Warriors come to bat.
Yeah.
His thoughts were, with the sort of weather we've got today, a little bit of sunshine out there, it would
dry out,
speed up a little bit. So that was his thought behind the bowling. Saying that, when you're 100 for none off 17 or 18 overs, that kind of goes out the window a little bit.
It does a bit.
But this is a middle period here where they'll be looking, as you say, to just tighten up with the singles and dot balls.
Historically, 250 wouldn't be, it wouldn't be a very decent score, but it wouldn't be something that you would spend sleepless nights over up here. And it does no harm that this is a second day pitch as well, none at all to this ground.
Clean shot from that's it, middle dot. He actually looks a little bit frustrated that he couldn't beat the field.
Yeah, I think again, Jared, a couple of loose deliveries in the over, and Scotty coming on in the last over and bowling, 5 dots and a 2. If you're getting that at both ends, it puts the screws on a wee bit. I'll being honest,
Absolutely. So this is the 25th over we're coming. That'll take us to halfway. These days we kind of look towards 30, 33 overs to double scores. Used to be 25.
Yeah.
I moved on from that a little bit. This could be in the air. It's got a chance. Oh, it's been put down on that long off boundary. And that's a real chance. Zimmerman again. And that's really disappointing for the Warriors. Scott Macbeth in that first over put the pressure on Pretorius. He clothed that. Zimmerman moved nicely, got himself set, but possibly crouched down a little bit. Could have taken that a little bit higher. That's a bad drop.
The earlier drop by Kane was a difficult chance, but that should have been taken there.
He's got a little bit on that. A little bit of an ungainly sweep. In between he wasn't sure whether to hit that hard or paddle it.
Scotty got away with that a wee bit, I think, Ali.
I think that may put Pretorius on the back foot a little bit if you're playing that drive down the wicket. He should only be a single, and it is. But surely that's going to deflate the Warriors. That was the chance they created it. Could have been Pretorius gone, 2 down, 2 new batters in.
that's your back-to-back wickets that you were looking for, that we were talking about earlier. You're really back in the game then if that's taken. Oh,
This is a bit of a crazy passage of play here from the Knights. Really taking chances here. They've created a platform here. They don't want to be giving wickets away. So already in this over, Pretorius could have been gone as he chipped down to long on. Match it there. Already played the sweep there. He's played the sweep and it's missed the off stump by inches. And again, Pretorius on the back foot from a ball that wasn't short enough to pull. That's a great over from Scott Macbeth.
Yeah,
he takes the cap and he's a little bit disappointed he didn't take the wicket there.
Sure is. He has to be, alright. In the context of the game as well, I mean, this is a huge game for both teams in terms of the championship itself. So I'm just thinking, a Warriors win here would really tighten it up. Leinster back in the reckoning, and then after beating the Warriors here. However, you would tend to think if the Knights get away from here with a win, it's definitely in their hands for the second half of the season. Stephen?
I'm going to welcome myself back in case you've just joined me. As the great Bill O'Hurley once said. But yes, interesting change to this match.
Yes, the pace of it's changed, yeah.
For me, it's all happened on the back of Cian Robertson's fantastic spell, which really started to bring down that run rate and started to make the batsmen think this wasn't as easy as it seemed. And of course, the wicket of Adair has changed the complexion of the game.
It certainly has, and now we see Mike Erlink replacing Jared Wilson here at the bottom end. So taking the pace off again, I think could.
Erlang, who was taken for a couple of big hits by Adair before he got out, and he only survived 2 overs at the start of his spell, 24 runs. But different prospect now with John Matchett at the crease. I've been listening to the body language, watching the body language, and listening to the encouragement that all the Northwest Warriors players have been giving to their team, and it's been very impressive.
Yeah. There's no such thing as a lost cause. I mean, that's.
Yep.
I think there's a clear plan here too, Stephen, as you can see. The 2 spinners were dominating from the top end, and I think they're going to just try now and bowl them in tandem, maybe, bringing Mike in at this end.
Quick single. Pretorius was a little late taking off there, but he managed to make his ground. He hasn't scored a boundary since the 10th over, which is a long time ago.
I expected that the scoring would slow up when, with Ross out anyway, but I mean, this has been fairly impressive fight back by the Warriors now. I think one of the things that they have been able to do is to say, when you get these boys bowling in tandem and there's no boundaries coming, and all of a sudden the fielders are very upbeat, they feel they're back in the game, which they are. They fought their way back into this now.
Yeah, extraordinary when you look at the score. 132 for 1 off 26 overs, with Pretorius on 48, Matchett on 6. But the fielding side are on top here.
Yep.
And they have to keep that pressure up.
It was a one-horse race for the first 20-odd overs. And the wicket was key. We were saying earlier on that if they got the wicket, had that second catch been taken, it would have been a completely different game altogether now at this point. But, as you say, the Warriors are very much back in it now. And if they can keep it as tight as this now for another 4 or 5 overs, job done in the middle overs.
Scott Macbeth continuing from the Mason Road end.
If they were trying to nick a couple of overs out of Scott Macbeth, he's really, really clued into this.
Yes, he's bowled very cleverly. Single for Pretorius down to fine leg. Annie Chori has just gone off for some running repairs, and Trent McKeegan has come on as a sub-fielder for the Warriors. Matchett just turning that one to backward square, where Ryan Macbeth is the fielder. 1 run. If they can just keep them down to singles, the Warriors will feel like they're in this game.
Oh, absolutely. The Warriors will not be devastated by what's happening at the minute at all. I mean, it's just that good start. We were talking earlier on that the Knights can probably afford to do this now. They can afford to dig in. It's 50 up.
50 for Pretorius, which has taken 83 deliveries, just 4 fours, and as I said, there's the wicket. What a breakthrough! Scott Macbeth clipping that off bail, and back to the hutch goes John Matchett, out for 7. Another breakthrough for the Warriors, and this game has truly turned around.
The Warriors have been on top, there's no question about that, for the last 5 or 6 overs. Since Adair have been out, actually, the Warriors have been on top. So this is going to be an interesting period of play now, Stephen, for the next, as I say, the next 4 or 5 overs, because you're still lamenting that missed catch a couple of overs back. It would have made a huge difference to the Warriors' cause, but they're right back in it now, as we said.
And out to the crease goes Cade Carmichael, batting at number 4. Estonian's player will hope to build some kind of partnership here with Pretorius, who has just reached his 50. But he's reached that 50 in very sedate style, just 4 fours, and struggling really to get the ball away.
He is, but he's done a great job, and we talked about this as well, you know, that when Ross Adair was there, he was doing his job. So his job has changed a bit now, I think.
Couple of players out on the leg side, one just backward of square, one at mid-wicket. It's a good attacking field, this, from the Warriors. They're sensing they're right back into this game, into the second half of the overs. 135 for 2. New man at the crease. Chori is back on, and McKeegan has gone off again, the sub-fielder. So Carmichael to face Macbeth, and that's a very good shot, turned around the corner and beating the backward square leg, and he gets off the mark with a boundary, a much needed boundary for the Knights.
I think Scott just dragged that one down a wee bit. He'll be disappointed by that.
Yeah, discipline very important for the Warriors bowlers. They've got to make them play every single ball. And that one just beating the dive of Get Kate and out to deep mid-on for a single.
Kate Carmichael's seems to want to attack anyway when he's come out. He's come out with a bit of intent, bit of purpose.
140 for 2 off 27. Pretorius on 50, Carmichael on 5. The run rate, which was of course way up into the 6s and even touching 7 when Ross Adair was at the crease, has dropped to 5.19. And a little bit more cloud cover here in Mahara Mason at Breedy Cricket Ground. A little bit cooler perhaps than it was at the start of play.
It's not a ground you want to be in if it gets too cool. That's the only thing, Stephen. It's a pretty cold place. We're looking up at the top field. It might only be 150 yards away, but that's like the Antarctic on a cold day. It's a pretty cold ground. It's a very exposed ground, as you can see. But look, we're okay at the minute. It's June nearly.
Cian Robertson is coming back on from the pavilion end, having
of
bowled
end,
5 overs for just 13 runs in a fine spell at the Mason Road end. Trying his luck now from the pavilion end, and he'll be bowling to the new batsman, Cade Carmichael.
assuming they're going to keep Scott Macbeth on at the other end, then it will be twin spin now. That's going to take us into the 30s, the overs. So it's been a decent fight back. It's still been a decent fight back by the Warriors compared to the first 20 overs.
Well, after 20 overs, it was 114 for 1.
Yeah.
7 overs later, 140 for 2. And Robertson right on the spot again. His bowling earlier was impressive. He was bowling against a man who was in top form, and he was keeping him quiet, and that's always a good sign.
Really impressed by this lad, and he looks physically like Graham Kennedy as well when he comes into bowl. There's very little difference in them. Just very impressed with this young fella. He was the same on Tuesday as well, bowled very well.
Great delivery, almost got through the gap. Carmichael just keeping it out. He bowls with great confidence, and he has a plan. He seems to know what he's going to do before every delivery is bowled, and that's key for a spin bowler.
Yep.
Good attacking field from the Warriors here. Just 2 on the boundary for Robertson, who has really earned the respect of his teammates and the batsman.
Fade it out.
Bit short of that time. Get Kate just gets to it.
I think that was his quicker one. I think he tried to push that one through a wee bit, and you're right, it just landed a bit short. But he's so impressive. He's going about his business here really well, really methodically. And as you say, you can see the team buying into it as well. The field has become really attacking.
Yeah, just 1 man out on each side. It's like a power play field, but we're in the 28th over. And there it is. He completes the job. A maiden
Super
over
over.
from Robertson. 6 overs now for 13 runs. And he certainly has turned this match around. It's been a masterful bit of bowling.
Yeah, and just when it was needed, the last thing the Warriors would have wanted was the Knights racing away to 300 or over 300, and now it's been pulled right back. It's forcing the batsmen to play shots.
There's the card. Adair, that hugely impressive 76 off just 56 deliveries, 5 sixes and 5 fours. Pretorius, a bit more ponderous, but he has reached a half century. Matchett bowled by Macbeth in his last over, and it's Macbeth to continue here. Pretorius unable to beat the fielder at wide mid-on. Sliced away and in the air and taken by Robertson at backward point, and Pretorius is out for 50, and that completes the turnaround in this match. From a position of unbelievable strength, the Knights have fallen to 140 for 3 with 2 new men at the crease, and Macbeth and Robertson with their spin bowling making all the difference.
Pace off has done the business, no doubt about that. Just seeing this from wide enough too. It was a wide enough delivery. Played at it, got none of it. Just scooped it into hands. And look, this is really impressive stuff from the Warriors at the minute. Taking pace off both ends now. Spinners working in tandem, and it's really paying off them. It's been excellent so far.
Do you know, earlier on in the game, I was saying to Ali that I thought there was a sameness about the seam bowling, and
Yeah.
you know how important it was to bring on the spin
Yeah.
and just slow the game down, because it's so much harder for batters to score quickly against spin if it's good spin bowling.
Yeah. Well, I think what's happened now, you know, the Warriors seem to have picked up on that and picked up on what's working for them, and they're now actually smothering the Knights batsmen.
So it's Carmichael and Morgan topping now, the new batsman at the crease. There was a lot of spin on that one. Really good delivery from Scott Macbeth. I think it came off the leading edge of Topping's bat, could have gone anywhere. Played late and beating the diving Robertson at backward point, and a couple of runs for Topping to get him off the mark.
No lack of confidence with these young spinners either, which is great to see. Know exactly what they want to do.
This is my first time seeing Scott Macbeth
Yeah.
bowling, and I've been very impressed.
Yeah.
Robertson
Not bad
gets
for
to it that time.
young lad's primarily a batsman, obviously, Scott. It's great pressure.
Backward square leg, easily able to stop the single there. That was Ryan Macbeth, and that's the end of another very good over from Scott Macbeth. And really more of the same, please, for the Warriors.
Yeah, it's been a real good fight back. And it's good warmer as well.
We're just enjoying the cricket, aren't we, Lawrence?
Didn't notice that it got warm.
Yeah, we're getting into that warm part of the day. Even when they were being battered around the ground by Adair, I thought the enthusiasm from the Northwest Warriors team as a whole was exemplary. They've kept their enthusiasm even when the game looked against them, and now they find themselves in the ascendant.
I think it's been a great effort all around, and that Boyd Rankin coming out in them, Boyd would be very like that. Staying positive, staying upbeat, keeping everybody working.
That one almost played uppishly to get Kate, but soft hands from Carmichael. He just walked away there. That'll be a dead ball. Wasn't quite ready for that Robertson delivery.
Yeah, I think both spinners at the minute are kind of on their game, aren't they? They're very quick.
Just pushed to deep mid-off. Jared Wilson, the fielder. Single for Carmichael. Moves him to 6, the score to 143 for 3. That run rate well below 5 now. At one point it was at 6.5, nearly 7.
I do think it is a bit of a rebuild now for the Knights batsmen as well. It's just that consolidation for them now, and then they can still go. They have plenty of wickets in hand to go in the last 12 overs.
Robertson bowling so well, he's got a slip fielder, just 2 men out.
Definitely inviting the shots anyway, Stephen.
He looks like he's there to be hit, but there's a little bit of variety, but it's subtle and it's hard for the batsman to pick it up. Some balls are just held back, some are pushed through a little.
Yeah.
I don't think he's getting much spin on this pitch.
I wouldn't have thought so. I wouldn't have thought there'd be an awful lot of spin on the pitch, but
quicker one there.
Sometimes it doesn't take much, as you know, Stephen.
Topping just chopping it away to deep cover for a single.
It's not a great over.
Another splendid over. 4 overs. Or sorry, that's 8 overs now for Robertson. But really economical. And it's going to be Scott Macbeth to continue at the Mason Road end.
I think it's vital to keep the pressure on now. Don't change anything as far as the Warriors are concerned. Try and force a mistake.
6 for Carmichael, 3 for Topping. Neil Rock still to come in for the Knights. He could be a dangerous actor in this piece. That one just off the outside edge to the deep. Couple of runs for Topping.
Yeah, Neil Rock's in a bit of form, that's for sure. Very dangerous player.
Thought he might have come in at 5, but just being held back.
Maybe waiting for a bit of pace on again.
Another one. Finding the edge of the bat. Topping, trying to play it to the offside. Came off the inside edge. That'll just be a single to the man in the deep for Topping.
It's a battle of wits at the minute, I think. Warriors happy to do what they're doing, and the Knights, after the start that they got, that allows them to have this phase of play. Just
there's a man in the deep there, so just a single. Ryan Macbeth with a really good return right over the bails. And again, the boundary fielders will restrict them to just a single here. So another over slips by. Macbeth 2 for 20. Coming to the end of his 5th over. Very impressive work. I was thinking today that Ryan Macbeth would be the one that the Warriors would have to rely on for wickets, in the absence of McBride and Hume and Young, but it's young Scott who has come up with the goods.
Yeah, the occasion has suited. As I say, pace off. Ryan's been bowling out his skin. Ryan's been fantastic for both club and the Warriors this year. For Brigade and the Warriors, been really, really impressive. He's bowling as well as I've seen him in a long time. But just on that topic, I mean, it's a really exciting time for the Irish cricketers coming up now, Stephen, as well. Fantastic time.
Yes, of course, the match against Essex at Chelmsford this week, followed by the test match at Lord's, which is it's got to be one of those dreamy moments for Irish players who a few years ago couldn't have dreamed that they would end up playing against England at Lord's.
Fantastic for them. I would love to see the Northwest lads involved, and you would like to think Andy McBride will definitely be involved. Hope they're all involved, but Andy should certainly be involved.
And then of course the tour to Zimbabwe, which is vital for the next phase
100%
of Irish cricket, the 50 over qualifiers, with a couple of warm-up matches and then games against Oman, Scotland, Sri Lanka and the United Arab Emirates. And against that kind of opposition, we would have to have some hope that we will qualify at least through to the Super Sixes.
Hopefully, hopefully. Just a change of bowling here. Keane's come off and Harry Zimmerman's back on now at this near end.
Harry Zimmerman, who went for 3 very expensive overs when Ross Adair was at the crease, but he'll feel altogether more confident now against these 2 batsmen who haven't really got going. But
after a fairly lean time of things internationally over the last year or two, it's great to see now that there is this programme and these competitions coming up, something for us to watch over the cooler months.
Good fielding by Erlang in the covers. Sharp fielding. You can hear the skipper calling for his team to keep it going till drinks, lads. Wouldn't mind one of those myself. Well pitched up, played straight to Erlang again.
Erlang's like a magnet for it at the minute. Great fielder, great cricketer. Mike Erlang, professional at Eglinton for the last few years. Very, very good cricketer. Great, one of the lads who does a lot of coaching work with the youth as well, which is important when you bring an overseas man.
Well, here's a question for you: How is it benefiting the younger lads from Northern Ireland and from this northwest region with all of these foreign coaches playing in the game now?
I think it's.
Are you seeing the standard coming up?
Absolutely. Well, more importantly than the standard going up at senior level, you're seeing more participation at younger level. I think you have to start with your numbers first. That's always the issue that we had at that.
Single just chopped down to third man by Topping.
The participation levels in the Northwest has just spiraled over the last couple of years. Now I would have to say the likes of Davy Scanlon and Brian Allen in the Northwest doing a lot of good work. Peter McCartney overseeing all of that. Really good work going on at the minute at that level, and in girls and women's cricket as well. So I think for us it's been developmental having these overseas guys when they go to, because it's okay going to coach them in the clubs. You need somebody, in the schools. You need somebody in the clubs to continue that work, and the likes of Mike is doing that.
Well, hopefully we'll see the fruition of that in the years to come.
Yep.
Scott Macbeth to continue here from the Mason Road end to Morgan Topping. That one was well pitched up and flighted, and he found the edge, and it's raced away for 4. A bit fortuitously.
Yeah.
First boundary for Topping. Moves him to 12. Carmichael on 7. Would have been interesting if there'd been a slip in there, but at this stage, 33rd over.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's beaten everything as well. It's going to be called wide, and it's going to be 4 wides. So a big boost to the Knights there.
Expensive couple of deliveries from nothing really. The first one was a genuine edge. That one was just a bad ball.
Yeah, just caught Doheny napping. Usually very tidy behind the stumps. 159 for 3 in the 33rd over. And that's away past backward point for a single. And might go for 2 here. Carmichael thought about, and he's out. He went for the second run, and a brilliant throw has brought the wicket of Carmichael run out for 7. 159 for 4 in the 33rd over.
It's a lovely bit of boundary fielding there, I have to say. Got the ball in very, very quickly. The batsman indecisive as to whether to go for the second run or not, and it's cost him his wicket.
Well, that was out of the blue, just as they were rebuilding the innings. Here it is again. You see he turned here.
Yeah.
Topping started to come, then Carmichael thought he had to go.
It's a great throw too.
And a fantastic throw from the boundary. And all of a sudden this Knights innings is starting to unravel. From a position of unbelievable strength, they were 131 for 1 after 25 overs. Now 160 for 4. And we're only in the 33rd over.
Wee bit of pressure, I suppose. And talking about pressure, this is the man you want in now if you're a Knights fan. Batsman in form, Neil Rock.
Just to confirm, that was the substitute, Trent McKeegan, who threw that ball in from the boundary.
Okay. Great bit of work from the New Buildings man.
So Neil Rock comes to the crease. He's been in good form in this series, and his side need him now. Round the wicket from Macbeth. Macbeth, who's got 2 wickets himself, and Was unlucky not to get another one at the start of this over.
Yeah,
But the wicket has come anyway.
it has.
Well into the closing overs of this innings. Northern Knights well on top for the first 25 overs, but since then some excellent spin bowling and some very good teamwork by the Northwest Warriors has really got them back into this game. But Neil Rock's a dangerous player for them, that's
He
for sure.
Sure is, yeah.
Topping straight to mid-wicket, no run. Get Kate there with some sharp fielding. The end of that Macbeth over. 2 for 31 off 6. Who will it be to continue from the pavilion end?
Hunting in packs in the field, the Warriors at the minute, which is great to see. There's a real steel about them. Harry's come. Oh, Harry's back on again. Sorry, yeah. Says
Yes,
he bowled 2 overs earlier on, or 3 overs earlier on, did he?
Harry bowled 3 for 27.
Nice.
Three overs,
And this
no
is
wicket
his
for
second of his
27.
next spell? Okay.
Yeah, and he just went for 1 in his
Yeah.
4th over. And of course, it's always so much easier for a change bowler to come on against
Absolutely right. 2 new
players
batsmen.
at the
Yeah.
crease.
Relatively new, yeah.
Topping on 13, benefiting from that little snick.
Yeah.
Fine on the offside, and Rock on just 1. It's he who is on strike to face Harry Zimmerman. McClintock leaving it run through to Robertson. No run again. Field continues to be an attacking one. Chore out in the cover boundary. I think that's Jared Wilson out at mid-wicket.
Yeah.
And there's a man on the boundary at 45 on the leg side, and that's he who the ball will go to here. 1 to Rock.
He has a massive role now, Neil Rock, for the rest of this innings. Massive role for the Knights, and I think the Warriors will know the value of his wicket. It's an interesting match-up now, I think.
Yeah, calm day here in the northwest. Very little breeze.
Oh,
That one bounced right up over the stumps. Zimmerman thought he might have had him there. Topping's defensive stroke a little lacking in decisiveness. He's on 13, Rock on 2. Well pitched up, hit strongly to Erlang in the covers, well fielded.
yeah. Erlang in the right spot again. Zimmerman's an interesting one for the Warriors. He's come to play with Ardmore. He's only in the Northwest playing club cricket about 3 seasons now. Really impressed at club level, but this has been a step up for him. And he's done well since he came in. Done very well.
Very good delivery again from Zimmerman. Keeping Topping quiet. It's just over 16 overs to go. At this rate, the Knights will probably be
250-ish.
happy for 250, yeah, 255. McClintock swiftly onto that. He's quicker than he looks, Willie McClintock.
Yes, yes, he is. Well, not say graceful, but quicker.
That's another good over.
Yeah, and very good
From
over from
Zimmerman.
Zimmerman. Yeah, he's been rejuvenated since he came back on. But I think the Warriors generally have been that. They were lethargic for the first 10, 15 overs, and things kind of got away from them. But as I say, they pulled it right back now. And if it happens to end up 250-ish, you know, they'd have taken that after 20 overs, no question about that.
So Scott Macbeth continuing.
Yep.
7th over coming up. 2 for 31. Little bit of a roar from somebody.
William McClintock.
Certainly not from the wicket keeper or the bowler. Single for Rock. Moves Hib on to 3. Or was it a leg by? It might have been a leg by indeed.
Yeah.
Topping at the crease now.
Just content to knock it around still, the Knights.
I think it'll be drinks after this over, and the Warriors looking for another wicket before that break in play. Oh, swing and a miss from Rock. It's gone through everybody. Doheny will be annoyed with himself. 4 byes.
4 byes.
3 runs to the Knights, and Steve Doheny knows he should be stopping those ones at least.
Yep, absolutely. I think that's a couple of times now in the last few overs they've got through. That's disappointing, giving away those kind of runs. Still
distracted by the swing.
Potentially,
got to keep your eye on the ball. It's a hard job being a wicketkeeper.
Mm-hmm.
Another tidy over from Macbeth. Still 4 to come from Ryan Macbeth, and 3 from Jared Wilson.
Game's well poised, even at this stage now. Very well poised. 1 ball left in the 35th over.
Only 4 wickets down. I'm sort of expecting a bit of an onslaught from the Knights, but it hasn't come yet. That's short. Just
again,
a single.
Keen to knock it around. There we go. That's 35 gone.
35 overs, 169 for 4, topping on 14, Rock on 3. And that's the end of your stint.
It is.
For now, Lawrence. Thanks for joining us. We'll be chatting with you later when the other innings is on.
Absolutely. Talk then,
Stephen.
Stephen.
Speaking
Thank
to you then. Thanks for coming in. Welcome back, Ali McCalmont. You've been wandering around the boundary rope, and what news have you got from the locals?
Well, I'll tell you what, the local chat has increased since I was last on, Stephen, 10 overs ago. You wouldn't have seen this sort of half an hour, 45 minutes ago. 168 for 4. And we're in a very strange part of the game. It's a beautiful shot from Rock.
Yeah, punched through the covers. A little bit short from Zimmerman, who is on for his 6th over.
Yeah, class from Neil Rock there. Wide. Just that left-hander. Just wide, but at least watch the hands through the ball. Still controlled at the point of impact. He beats cover and mid-on for a boundary.
And the soft hands there, just glancing it down towards 3rd.
Yeah, just a few overs ago, I was up on the bank to our right here, and I was dead in line with the stumps as that run out happened, and really sloppy from Cade Carmichael. Not sure he was calling, but you're at the danger end. He came out and just literally didn't get back in time, and obviously run out and didn't get back in time.
Topping started to come though, and then stopped. That's what we saw that on the replay. So there was just that hesitation between the two of them.
But just a sloppy wicket, a really sloppy wicket. Carmichael's been in top form for the Knights. And again, we talked about it on Tuesday when the Lightning ran out Shane Getgate. The bonus wicket that was a fantastic bit of fielding. I'm not suggesting this wasn't good fielding, but it was sloppy from the Knights batter.
Played straight, but it doesn't beat Robertson at mid-on. Just the single for topping that time.
It's still like, look, don't get me wrong, so we're still in a good position for the Northern Knights. 15 overs to go. Usually look towards 100 runs in those last 15 overs, which would get them up towards 275, 280. But if you were to take a couple of wickets off at the minute, I'd be sitting at 175 for 2. You'd be looking well in excess of 300. Yeah, not a great ball there from Zimmerman.
Good pull shot from Rock, but yeah, he goes for the second on the throw. Good running. He's starting to settle in, Neil Rock.
Yeah, just another one of those players who automatically increases the run rate. He just, that's the way he plays. He doesn't like to get stagnated. He loves just ticking the scoreboard over, whether it be boundaries or even just singles. He's always busy at the crease.
4 on the boundary here for Rock. He should get a couple this time.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That possibly in the opening partnership between Adair and Pretorius would have been a single, but Rock just so busy, and he immediately it's 5-10 yards away from the fielder. He's calling 2, and he's got Morgan Topping, youngster, in with him there, and they'll be increasing the run rate in terms of 1s into 2s, as well as the odd boundary. So just keep an eye on that for the next 5 or 6 overs. Just changing those 1s to 2s. I'll tell you what, I have been impressed with Scott Macbeth. We'd sort of talked early in the game today that possibly the Warriors going in with just the 5 frontline bowlers, and he's bowled 7 overs now, and he's taken 2 wickets as well. So very impressed with Scott.
That was short. McClintock is there. Lost his glasses, but I don't think he could have done anything more than just give away the single. Topping swaps ends and Rock on strike again. And a little change in the field, of course. Lefties and righties batting, so Warriors need to be very careful on how they set their fields. Good delivery, well pitched up, squeezed out on the leg side for a single by Rock.
And that's kind of what I was talking about just at the end of the last over. It's just squeezed out, and a good ball from Scott Macbeth, but the Knights do get through for the single. Just 2 singles off the first 2.
3 out on the leg side, 1 on the off, and that has sliced away off Topping's bat for 4. The man at backward point was inside the circle, and that's another boundary for the Knights, who are just starting to increase the tempo.
And there you go with the 2 singles off the first 2 balls, and then it's a bit lucky, you have to say. It is off the edge. Now we've got 6 from 3 balls already. And probably not to take any chances for the rest of the over.
Just the single this time. Topping into the 20s. Rock on 13.
Just the intensity in the running there, Stephen. Neil Rock, as soon as he sees it's not directly to the fielder, he's through for the single. And again, you can see immediately excellent batting from Neil Rock. It's not all about boundary hitting. He's just picking his field and rotating the strike. Runs off every ball in the over.
And Macbeth's most expensive over so far. Better flight on that delivery, and Topping plays it back to the bowler at the end of over number 37. 187 for 4. The run rate has just gone above 5, and with 13 overs to go, Topping and Rock will be hoping to keep that forward momentum going for the Northern Knights.
Yeah, worth keeping an eye on that run rate. 5.05 at the minute. Obviously the Knights with 6 wickets in hand, and we're in that phase of play now, coming up towards the last power play is at 40. Just keep an eye on that run rate and whether it sort of starts to get towards 6. Obviously that's what the Knights will be looking for, 300. Be good ask to get there now.
Cian Robertson coming back on at the pavilion end. Bowled 5 splendid overs from the Mason Road end for just 13 runs. And while he hasn't got a wicket, he's been the pick of the bowlers for me in terms of his composure under pressure at the start when Adair and Pretorius were flying at that stage of the game. He's only gone for 15 off 7.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, Stephen. He's been good. It's only a second game for the Warriors. He's had good control on his left arm spin.
Little bit uppish. I think he just got his fingertips to that one, but it was hit so firmly by Rock he couldn't hold on.
Let's have a look at it again. Oh, it was just out of his grasp. I think it was just too far away to call it a chance.
Half volley from Rock, and that throw in from Zimmerman not too far away from the stumps. I think Rock was home.
William McClintock didn't think he was home. Head and hands there. And I think the speed of Rock, I think he might have just made it, but skipper Getke had just moved Harry Zimmerman back on the ring. An extra couple of yards. Maybe made the difference, but again, quick single from Neil Rock.
So Robertson to the right-hander this time. 188 for 4, 38th over. Beautiful delivery, but he gets a single. Quick running from Rock, who's backing up well.
Good stuff from Robertson, though. Good stuff. I say he's fitted in well with this Warriors team. He seems to fit their makeup. Confident, even for a young boy. He's stepped in here to a new team, and he looks like he belongs.
That's off the top edge and fine. And it's beaten the fielder at square leg, and another boundary for Neil Rock. Score moves on to 193 for 4.
Yeah, just a bit of a half slog, half paddle sweep there from Neil Rock. I thought the man on the boundary could have got around to it. Jared Wilson there, he just maybe got his angles wrong a little bit.
Single this time. Chore picking it up at mid-wicket.
Yeah, but again, Stephen, it's a good over from Robertson. He was on his good lines and lengths, but you know, he's gone for 7 still in the over a boundary, and then a couple of singles. So even though he's bowled well, the Knights have picked him off for 7 runs in the over.
And if you multiply 12 overs by 7, 84 onto 194, 280 roughly. That's the target they'll be looking for as we take a break at this very important juncture of the game for drinks, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. And welcome back to Breedy Cricket Club, where another change of bowling by Shane Getcate and the reintroduction of Michael Erlank at the Mason Road end, trying to keep lots of variety, trying to keep these batters guessing.
Yeah, I'm sure. Start of the game, we were talking about it. Possibly that they were looking at Scott Macbeth, maybe pitching him maybe 4 or 5 overs. But he's bowled really well. He's gone for 41, but he bowled better than that. And now Erlang will come on to replace. But it just gives him a little bit more freedom now. Shane Getgate with that 6th bowler. And he can work it around a bit. So Erlang's going to try and tighten it up. Topping as he did on Monday. Early in his innings here, he's going along at around about 60 of a strike rate. He caught up to eventually end up 92 off 92 on Monday. And he'll be looking to do that again here in the last 12.
Nice flight, nice delivery, beats Topping's outside edge.
Yeah, I'm not sure about his foot movement there. Morning Topping caught in the crease. Not sure whether to go forward or back.
And again, that's good ground fielding by the Warriors. Getcate getting down to save a run.
Yeah, hugely important to create dot balls there.
3 out on the leg side, 1 on the off. Everybody else on the single. Single for Topping down the ground. He moves to 23. Rock on 21 from just 22 deliveries. That wasn't what he intended there.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Neil Rock. He's had a look around. The boundary on the leg side is square. There's nobody over mid wicket.
Just got enough on that to turn it round the corner for a single.
It's the end of this over, but if Erlang is bowling the next over in the same field, I think Neil Rock may be eyeing up that boundary off to the right as we look.
Cian Robertson's most expensive over was his last. He has the ball in hand. 8 overs for 22, very impressive. Probably deserves a wicket. He has bowled that well. And he is going to come on for his 9th over.
Just having a look at the field. Coming up to the end of the second power play. And there's just 1 man out on the offside for Rock on the cover boundary and 2 on the leg side. Square leg and deep mid wicket.
Turns straight to Zimmerman, no run. Every dot he can get out of Neil Rock will be a bonus for the Warriors. Hits straight down the ground to his opposite skipper, Getcate.
Yeah,
Just a single for Rock.
Nice from Rock using his feet. But that's what Cian Robertson has done. The batters can't play from the crease. You've got to use your feet or go deep to create length.
And the same again, this time from Topping. Warriors will be happy with this. Singles are good, boundaries not so. But they'd like to break up this partnership, which has reached 39 now. It's beautiful wrists from Neil Rock, turning that round the corner and bringing up the 200 for the Knights, 200 for 4 in the 40th over. Rock goes to 24. partnership there. You can see it 40 or 44 deliveries in 26 minutes. Great delivery from Robertson that time. Topping in 2 minds, did well to keep it out. Straight down the ground for a single topping. That's another really tidy over from Cian Robertson. 26 off 9 overs.
Yeah, he's bowled really well. Stephen, his first 9 overs there. And he's been, as we mentioned earlier, he took responsibility early in the piece when Adair and Pretorius were going hard. You see on screen there, umpire Gareth McCready signalling that we move into power play 3. That's the overs 40 to 50. So obviously an extra man on the outfield then, just in these last 10 overs. So just something to look at here. Rock's not on strike at the moment. As we mentioned, he may be looking towards that deep mid-wicket area, but it'll be topping first of all to face.
They're looking for a 2, as you can hear. And they're going to get it easily.
It's fantastic running. Absolutely fantastic running from these two. In the gap, you heard immediately the ball was in there. It's that quickness of picking up where the ball is going to go. And immediately the call was 2. And obviously they've got the pace to get in and out.
A little bit of an edge on that, but they'll get the single to mid-on. Topping moves to 28, Rock on 24.
Okay, let's see if I'm proved right here, Stephen. As I say, in the last over, I just think that Neil Rock was looking at possibly getting the foot down the track, clearing his front leg, and there we go. As if maybe Shane Getgate can hear me on commentary. He is at quite a bit away, so I don't think he does, but he's put the man out to deep mid-wicket and left it free for a single.
Oh, he's bowled him, has he? Did that clip the top of the bail? It did. What a delivery from Michael Erlang to remove Neil Rock. A huge moment in this game. 5th wicket goes at 204. Rock is out for 24. Bowled Erlang. And that's a big breakthrough.
A huge moment in the game there. I'd like to have a look at that again. Just looking at Neil Rock. He's been so confident right the way through his innings. Just there, he seemed to be a little bit lax in his decision making, and he wasn't sure. It was a good ball. Yeah, he just seemed lose a little bit of concentration as to whether he wanted to push that for a single or just defend it. Either way, it's a fantastic piece of bowling.
In for just under half an hour. 2 fours. Good running between the wickets, between himself and Morgan Topping.
Big wicket for the Warriors, because as we talked about, if Neil Rock stays in for 5 or 6 overs, he could have caused a great deal of damage to the Warriors. But he's gone for 24. He just dragged him back a little bit there, and good stuff from the Warriors, hanging in there. So 10 to go.
It's the slow bowlers who've done most of the damage today.
Well, we looked at that on Tuesday, and as we said, with the team sheet coming in from the Knights, they've picked an extra spinner. So possibly they've got their team right. But with 10 overs and 9.5 now, they'll need to get themselves up. They won't want to let this early platform drop. They'll still be looking at a long batting lineup still. And they'll be looking around the 280 mark still.
So here's Van Workham facing Erlang, and Zimmerman quickly onto that. Or Robertson rather, and it's no run.
The other thing that's going to do that wicket is the running between the wickets. Rock and Topping were excellent. Sure, Van Verkum will be the same as Rock.
When you're a bowler in a situation like that and you clip the top of the off bail, it gives you so much satisfaction. The batting side looking for runs off every delivery, and that's another beautiful ball from Erlang. The flight beating Van Werkum, and Doheny quickly removing the bails. But at the end of that over, 204 for 5, 41 gone, 9 to go. If they could just get Topping out, the Warriors will feel that they're on top of this game, but he's a dangerous player.
Yeah, beautiful bit of bowling from Michael Erlang, who's an Eglinton player this year. The skipper will be delighted. Let's see the back of Neil Rock. We've seen the damage he can cause in this type of situation. But a new batter in, Morgan Topping, as we said, he was just playing second fiddle while Rock was there, excuse me. But now that he's got a man in on naught, maybe he'll have to step up now.
Robertson for his final over. Single sent down the ground to Zimmerman, just one for Topping. Will bring the new man on strike, Van Werkum.
Yeah, I don't think the Warriors will be too worried about that. You can hear the chat from the skipper straight away. He comes up from long off into the ring at mid off, squeezing a little bit now. Just the two men out.
Great
deep square leg.
Aggressive captaincy. I
That's
like
it.
to see that.
That's it. It's just a man on naught. It doesn't matter that we're in the 42nd over. If you can squeeze a few dot balls out here.
Beautiful delivery. Every batsman has found him difficult to play.
Again, I think it's the no free hits. Nothing easy to score off.
Oh, that's beautifully flighted. Slower delivery, held back. This is classic spin bowling.
Well, it is. We watched, and we said a lot that he'd be working with Andy McBride on Tuesday. Obviously, Andy not here today, but he's been talking to Kane Robertson, and he seems to have picked up a lot already at his time at the Warriors. I'd be slightly disappointed there. He will be slightly disappointed. He just drifted on to leg stump. And let Van Werkum play an easy shot into the leg side, and good running for 2.
Needs to finish it off now. Still striving for that wicket. On the money. Nothing Van Werkum could do with that one.
One ball left in his spell here. Be a classy 10 overs from Robertson.
It's all about the context. It's all about the context. He came on when his fellow bowlers were being battered around the park, and he has changed this game without taking a wicket. A brilliant spell of spin bowling by that young man, Keane Robertson, who ends up with none for 29 of his 10 overs.
Yeah, and as well as he's bowled, Steve Rennie has bowled excellently. His line and length, no boundary balls really of note. As well as he's bowled, I think that his character there, he did stick his hand up early and say, I can bowl, when Ross Adair and Pretorius were going early. So yeah, I just think his character there really stood up. A young cricketer coming into a new team and being first change today when there was no wickets down. And skipper will be delighted with that.
And here's Erlang continuing from the Mason Road end, giving up a single to Topping, who moves to 30.
Yeah, but Stephen, just over the past 2-3 overs, just look at that run rate now. We talked about it as we moved to 39. It was 5.05. It's actually come down.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful effort by the Warriors. It was well over 6 early on in the innings. But then nobody could live with Ross Adair today. His 76 still a bright beacon in this innings.
Yeah, good cricket there. Good commitment from Erlang, even though he wasn't going to get there. He still made the Topping wait, and then that gave time for get to get round and stop the single. So again, dot balls coming in the over.
Just 4 players on the one. Warriors happy to make sure they cut down the boundaries.
Yeah, good combination. Dot balls and no boundaries. Good combination for the Warriors.
And again, it's just a 1 for Van Verkem. That's a fine over by Michael Erlang. Just 4 runs coming from it. 7 to go. 211 for 5. And there's the bowling of Robertson highlighted on the Northwest Warriors bowling list. Superb.
Yeah, looking at the spin, 16, 20, 04 overs there now of spin. So well over half the overs now so far from the Warriors of spin. Robertson the pick. Definitely, he hasn't got any wickets there, but definitely in terms of his control, he was the pick so far. Been good from the Warriors in the last few runs. You can see the run rate dropping from the start of the innings.
Very unusual worm, that one. Absolutely.
And okay, it can change as we move into the last sort of 7 overs, but definitely a good fight back from the Warriors. And listen, we're on for this 6th game in this Rario IP50 tournament, and I wonder if there are a few guys out there from the Munster Reds and the Leinster Lightning possibly cheering on the men in green, let's say.
I think that's very likely, because if the Warriors win today, it will tighten up everything in the table. So here comes Ryan Macbeth, switching ends for his 7th over. Quick single from Van Verkem.
Yeah, so as you say, if the Knights do prevail today, that would take them to 3 wins from 3. All the other teams be sitting on 1. As we enter the half stage, we'll be back in August to finish the Rario IP50 tournament. But that would take the Knights into a very strong position. So yeah, I definitely think if the guys from the Reds and the Lightning are watching this telecast today, they'll have a hope that the Warriors can prevail.
Turned into the deep, but just for the single.
That's possibly what that wicket of rock has done. It just pushes back the period at which the Knights can just put the foot on it. They're now clearly they're not at the minute deciding that they can go big, because they've lost 5 wickets, and particularly rock. So it's just singles at the minute. The power hitting hasn't started, and losing that wicket has maybe pushed that back an extra couple of overs.
Straight to point. Good fielding, no run.
What I'm really saying there is, if it was only 4 down and Neil Rock was still in, you'd probably be looking at boundary shots now, at least 1 or 2 boundary attempts at least in an over. The first 3 balls here has been fairly circumspect. Happy to take ones at the minute.
Again, bowling is good. It's on the money. Van Verkem still quite new to the crease. Hasn't really got his eye in yet.
Yeah, possibly a little bit surprised that the Knights maybe not. Again, that wicket maybe was a little bit early for it, but possibly would have sent in Cone. More of a renowned as a clean hitter of the ball. He may come in next.
That's a good shot backward of point, and it's beaten the gap between third man and cover.
Yeah, just be a little bit disappointed there, Macbeth. He's just released the pressure a little bit. He's building well for the Warriors. No boundary balls. And Van Verkem was under a wee bit of pressure there. As I say, he's only on 5, but he's got that one through point area and picks up a boundary.
So final ball of the 44th over. And a quick single taken to keep Van Verkem on strike. He moves to 10, the score to 218 for 5. Macbeth's 7th goes for 7.
Yeah, that's the difference I'm talking about, Stephen. If that boundary ball doesn't come, that's a 3 or 4 run over. Warriors delighted with that at this stage. But just that 4. Again, moving into sort of T20 parlance now. If you're looking at that, there are 36 deliveries to go. If you can hit 6 or 7 boundaries in those 36 balls, that's what you're going to look for. So you just count the boundaries in these next 6 overs.
Spin to continue with Michael Erlang. 1 for 36 off 6 overs so far. His last over was a good one.
Yeah, I think Van Verkum's going to take it on here.
Just the single.
Yeah, again, he'll be disappointed with that though. Again, just drifting down the leg side. Easy single. But I suppose singles, they'll take 6 singles right now, the Warriors.
Topping on 32. He really needs to take the initiative. And he does, but it's gone straight up into the sky. And he's out caught at long off. An easy catch. Anichore, always good in the deep. Great pair of hands. The man who often does the wicket keeping. He didn't need the gloves that time. And wicket number 6 goes down, topping the latest to go. And Erlang has a second wicket. There's topping. 32 off 47, 2 fours. But never really got on top of the bowling.
No, and good cricket from the Warriors. Setting the trap for Morgan Topping, as you say. Didn't really get going, and he knew he could feel the pressure coming. Only going at just over 50 or 60 strike rate at this stage of the innings. So you can see a strike rate at 68. And at this stage of the innings, not good enough for the Knights. So he's taking that chance. But he hasn't got the power or the connection that he needed. Anichore, as you mentioned, Stephen, good pair of hands there on the boundary, settled under. And this time the Warriors take the catch. And it is Tyrone Cohen who has come out. Left-hander again, just splitting it up a little bit. But Knights under a little bit of pressure now.
Yeah, there's still over 5 overs to go. 6 wickets down. And of course, without all of their Ireland players, so not as strong a team as they would have hoped, but then that's the same for the Warriors today. Erlang has done really well because his first few overs went for a lot of runs, and he's come back here and he's doing a great job for his skipper.
Yeah, nothing coming here at the minute. Stephen, the squeeze is on from the Warriors just at the right time from their point of view. It's only going to be 5 overs left to go at the end of this one.
Only 3 on the boundary in the 45th over.
Yeah, that 300's looking a long, long way off right now. Through 45 now, 5 to go, just 30 deliveries. And 218 for 6 is the Knights' score.
Yeah, a game of 2 halves, this one. This half has been... Well, early on it was warm, it was sunny, and the ball was flying everywhere. But in this second half of the Knights' innings, it's all changed. A great fight back by the Warriors, who never lost faith in their own ability. They never stopped backing each other, even when the score was 131 for 1 after 25 overs.
Yeah, we met. I was on comms with Lawrence earlier. Obviously, he knows Northwest cricket a lot better than I do. But it's kind of been the sort of definitive Northwest sort of thing. Bit of fight, challenging the big guys when it was all a Northwest team. But even if you're coming in from a different union, you pull on that green shirt of the Warriors, you kind of get that mentality as well. And they've stuck at it really well.
Ryan Macbeth in to bowl his 8th over.
yeah, never say die attitude. That's the type of thing that the Warriors they had when they came through. As Lawrence said, in 2014 they had William Porterfield running the ship. Real tough man, captain Ireland of course, and he demanded quite a lot from his players. And he passed that on to Andy McBride, and he's exactly the same. Demands a high level. And a great fight back here from the Warriors.
We have the benefit of listening to the skipper, Shane Getgate, right in front of us on the boundary, barking the instructions across the pitch to his players.
Yeah, really interesting to hear. You know, just he's obviously standing skipper when Andy McBride's away. Did the first game. McBride came back in on Tuesday.
Single for Cohn there, gets him off the mark. Van Verkum back on strike. Plenty of space on the leg side. They're really giving him one there. Chory's onto it really quickly. Could be a run out here. And it is a run out. Cohn came for the second. Van Verkum was never going for that. And a real mix-up between the two batters. And another wicket goes. Another needless wicket from the Knights' point of view. But great fielding by Annie Chory. One of the best ground fielders in that team. And it's 7 down now for 221.
Yeah, again, poor cricket from the Knights, to be honest. Nice shot into the leg side. It was a possibility of two. I was thinking of myself. And then you got to pick your fielder. And look who's on it. That's the Erlang there. But he's quick. And you picked the wrong man there. It's Michael Erlang coming in from the boundary. And actually it was an easy run out in the end. Tyrone Cohn had come well down the track, sent back by Van Verkum, and he wasn't even in the frame, I don't think. And Stephen Dohan had an easy task, just to knock a bail off. Cohn's been and gone.
Jacob Mulder is the new batsman, the leg spinner, former Ireland player, coming in this very difficult situation for the Knights. The innings really disintegrating in the last 15 minutes or so. The Warriors have their tails up, and if they get to 250 they'll be doing well at this stage.
That's a huge change in that. We were talking about scores between 280 and 320 at one stage, but just the fight back from the Warriors.
Quick single for Mulder, gets him off the mark.
Yeah, Jacob Mulder, of course, as you say, Stephen, has represented Ireland. Fallen out of favour a little bit recently, but he's back in the Knights squad here, probably mainly for his leg spin, but he does bat for his club side now. It's North Down, previously CIYMS.
Right in the block hole from Macbeth. Well played by Van Verkum, keeping that one out.
Again, just as we talked about a couple of overs ago, just an extra wicket down means that the Knights cannot put the foot down now. They can't throw away wickets now with reckless shots. So again, that boundary attempts just getting pushed back and back.
Plenty of
that
space
two again
here, but still only a single. Van Verkum gets one off the last ball of Macbeth's over. A really tidy over from the experienced seamer. And now with 46 gone, 224 for 7. The run rate 4.87.
Yeah, great shot, Stephen. We talked about it, to keep an eye on it. The bottom left of your screen there. The run rate 4.87. It's dropping 5.05 when we talked about it 6 or 7 overs ago. It's dropped to 4.87. Really not something that the Knights would have been looking for. And in fact, I'm going to keep Michael Erlang going here, which just shows you how well he's bowled.
Hit down the ground. Just a single for Van Verkum.
Yeah, they're going to go here. I think they're going to go. Mulder's just in, possibly. He's only faced one ball. But certainly Van Verkum's going to take this on at this end. But so far, it's not pretty fruitful for the Knights. They've thrown away wickets.
Good delivery. Hit straight back to the bowler by Mulder. Oh, he goes for it here. There is a man in the deep. And it's a great catch. I think that's Jared Wilson out there. Wide mid-on. He had to wait a long time for that one to come down. And it's another wicket for the Warriors. Mulder goes for 1. 226 for 7. And the Knights' innings disintegrating before our very eyes.
Oh, Stephen, that's one of those ones in your football days you'd say, the old keeper, the photograph catch there, a photograph save. That was a photograph catch. You know, we'll see it again here, but I'm pretty sure that Jared Wilson, I think, misjudged that a little bit. It was high in the air. If we can see here, he looks as if he's getting right under it, and then it just drifts away from him a little bit. And in the end, he makes a tremendous effort over his right shoulder, takes the catch. And in the end, it doesn't really matter because it reads Jacob Mulder caught Wilson, bowled Lank for a single, and 8 down for the Knights. And as I say, I thought they would take on Erlang in this 47th over. And once again, it's the Warriors who come out on top.
They had cross, so Van, or had they? No, it's going to be Matt Humphreys to face Erlang. What a comeback by Michael Erlang.
I was just going to say, Stephen, this last 20-30 minutes may well have turned this Radio IP50 tournament on its head.
Absolutely. Warriors at this stage favourite to win today, and that would mean that they, the Munster Reds and Leinster Lightning, would all have one win. Well, they'd have 2 wins actually, along with the Knights, and the Lightning and the Reds wouldn't be completely out of it with 1 win each. Clever shot for a single to get Humphreys off the mark. Just 2 off that over from Michael Erlang. And look at those 3 wickets falling in the last couple of overs. And that's made all the difference for the Warriors, who are well on top here. 227 for 8 with just 3 overs to go. Here's a look at the card.
Look at the top order there, as we said early on. All the pressure on the Knights, putting on the Warriors. Tremendous opening partnership. But just over these past 10 overs, let's say, the Warriors have come scrapping back into this game. They've really stuck at it. Spinners initially starting to tie up the Knights batsmen, and then as the pressure has come on in these last sort of 5-6 overs, every time the Knights have gone for a big shot, it's found one of the Warriors fielders, or indeed there's been those crucial run-outs.
95 for 7 in the last 22 overs.
That's astounding. It's something we'll look at. I'm sure Coach Simon Johnson will be putting that on the board when they get in, if not at the halfway point, certainly after the game today, even if the Knights end up winning.
Macbeth steaming in with renewed vigour. The team in green very much on top. 4 on the boundary, 3 on the leg side, 1 on the offside.
Yeah, no boundaries coming, Stephen. No boundaries, only that boundary from Van Verkum a couple of overs ago off Macbeth. That's the only one I can remember since the 40th over.
I'll just be a run there. Humphreys off the mark. Brings Van Verkum on strike, but with just 2.5 overs to go, the first thing they have to do is make sure they bat the full 50. Try and get as much as they can, set a target, and hope their bowlers can start well. Well played to wideish mid-on, but Chori is there and nobody's taking any chances with him now.
Cricket's unbelievable. As we say, we talk about just what we can see in front of us, and all of the evidence after 20 overs was that this would be a huge score from the Knights. It's all we could go on and what we were watching, and we couldn't see any way that the Warriors would be keeping that below 250. And now the Knights would bite your hand off for 250.
That's a good hit. Smashed into the pavilion. Don't think it found a window.
No, I think that was just about safe enough. I think it hit the seats. But an excellent shot from Matthew Humphries. I have to say, I haven't seen too much of that from him recently. He's doing a bit of power hitting in the winter. That's an excellent hit. Completely out of character for the Knights in the last 10.
What'll Macbeth do here? He won't like that. Short ball. Off the splice of the bat. Drops short of mid-on. Just a single this time.
Yeah, typical fast bowler's reply to being dumped into the stands. I'm going to bang one in halfway. Not quite the pace from Ryan Macbeth in the 48th over, but he's come back well as well. As have all of the Warriors bowlers in this second half.
9 off this over so far. That'll make it 10. Van Verkum into the deep for a single. 48 overs up. 236 for 8. Van Verkum on 17. Humphries on 9.
Yeah, good clean hit from Matthew Humphries there. Just ups the run rate in that over, but again, the rest of it, good bowling from Macbeth. Been really impressed with the character of the Warriors. Obviously missing the experience of McBride, Hume, Young. Skipper Getgate has kept his troops going, and they've responded. And this is very, very unusual indeed. He's going to keep on the off spinner in the penultimate over.
Surprises me too, but Michael Erlang has earned the right. And straight away a dot ball. Zimmerman onto it quickly in the covers.
Just looking for the options here for Van Verkum. Possibly behind square.
Shorter delivery. Hammered to long on. Wilson is there.
And he took out his batting partner there, but it's a single. There's a big hit onto the leg side here for Humphries.
And he showed us what he could do in the last over, and he's found the gap there, and that has pierced the fielders. A boundary for Humphries. He moves into double figures. 241 for 8.
Yeah, the placement there. I said it's a decent hit out there, but it was the placement that was good there. Got it into exactly the right position to get to the boundary. I'm going to reinforce the field on the leg side. Erlang's going to come round the wicket. So bowling it into the pads, I would think. So you got mid wicket now with those two boundary riders and saying, hit me over the offside.
Full toss sliced to the man at short third.
Yeah, well, he did hit it offside. He did hit it offside, but not exactly where he wanted to. And it's a leading edge there. It's good captaincy here from Getgate. He's basically giving them the hit on the leg side, thinking nobody's going to go offside. He tries, has he got it?
Straight to Wilson. And it looks like he's taken the catch. Very close to the boundary rope. Impossible for us to see from here. But it is another wicket. And it's the 9th to fall on 242 in the 49th over. Erlang with his 4th wicket of the innings.
Yeah, an excellent catch this time from Jared Wilson. No dramas this time. Got himself set. And just the boundary catching these days, so much better. Practice this quite a lot. Just getting in position, you can see. Just steps inside the rope. Make sure he doesn't overbalance. Takes a clean catch. And another wicket falls for the Knights as they try to go big in what's now these last 7 deliveries.
So the last man comes in Josh Manley, who we were told was number 15 but is in fact number 11. So Josh Manley, the Lisburn man, in for this final ball of the 49th over. Just 7 to go in the innings. 242 for 9. Still under 5 and over.
Okay, so what does Josh Manley do here now? Matthew Humphries has hit a few decent shots. Does he just block this? Or does he take the free hit? But there's only 1 wicket, so it could end the innings here.
Short delivery, turned for a single to square leg. Good ground fielding from the Warriors yet again, and that's the end of Michael Erlang today, who gets the plaudits for a fine spell of bowling. Taken to the cleaners early on, but wow, has he come back. Fantastic performance by Michael Erlang. 4 wickets and some really good spin bowling from both he and Cian Robertson have totally changed the tempo and the dynamic of this match.
Yeah, so the Warriors not too disappointed with the last ball of that last over. Just given the single to Josh Manley. No, Humphries is in at 10. We've sort of shown that he can clear the boundary. Cleared it in the last over off Macbeth. So we're now looking at, instead of talking about would the Knights get to 300, the question now in this last over is will the Knights get to 250?
Just saw Michael Erlang's figures there. And the final over is going to be bowled by Ryan Macbeth. And a short one first up for Josh Manley.
Yeah, good thoughts from Ryan Macbeth. And he bent his back with that one. You can hear the effort he put in to get it through. He could carry through this time to Doheny. So just this last over, when we talk about the batter premeditate, what the bowler's going to do.
Just touched around the corner, but there's a man down at fine leg. Just the single. 244 for 9. Brings Humphries on strike. We've seen a couple of powerful hits from this young man.
Yeah, that area well patrolled now on the pavilion. Got 2 men back a wide, long on, deep mid wicket. Let Humphries go for that shot. That's good bowling from Macbeth. Not giving him free license to play that sort of slog sweep type shot.
Short and sharp.
Short and sharp.
Just what the doctor ordered at this stage. 3 balls to go. Couple of dot balls already in this over. Can they get to 250? That's the question. Complete mishit there will give them just 1, I would imagine. Robertson closing in quickly.
Yeah, slow ball bounce there from Scott Macbeth. Just ran his fingers across that one. Matthew Humphries had to wait and wait. Mistimed it. Down to long on, so good bowling here at the death from Macbeth. Just the 2 singles so far.
There's a big one. That's into the pavilion, over the roof. A fine 6 smashed away by Manley.
And that's the vagaries of a fast bowler or a seam bowler at the death. He's bowled 4 really good balls, 2 dots, 2 singles. Just misses his length. And at this stage of an innings, doesn't matter whether you're an opener or a number 11. These days they disappear.
That brings up the 250 on the penultimate ball of the innings, and that run rate has crawled its way over 5.04.
It'd just be amazing the momentum shift a 6 can make, getting over 250. We're going to get the last ball of the innings.
Slower delivery, pulled into the deep. They'll go for 2. Chore couldn't quite get the accuracy with the return throw. They get the 2 runs, and so the innings comes to an end at 253 for 9. They've survived the 50 overs just about, and at the end it's Humphreys on 15 off 11, Manley on 10 off 5. Those two have swung the bat well.
Well, they've managed to get that run rate just above 5 at the end. It's got back to exactly where we were 10 overs ago. You have to say the Knights will be disappointed. You have to say that. But they've got the runs on the board, as we talked about. They're playing the extra spinner. It has spun. Robertson, Erlang and Macbeth all beautifully for the Warriors. You can see them high-fiving as they're going off the pitch. They're the happier.
There's the card for the Northern Knights. That magnificent innings by Adair, 76 off 56 balls, so superior to anything else we saw today. A fine 50 from Pretorius as well, but the innings rather lost its way, and at the end Humphreys and Manley did well to get them over the 250. 114 for the first wicket between Adair and Pretorius. A really fine partnership, but no big partnership after that. Just Topping and Rock putting on 44 in the middle.
Yeah, looking at the bowling figures from the Warriors, really would look at the 3 guys who came on: Robertson, Erlang and Macbeth. The 3 spinners. Robertson, in terms of runs per over with a pick, 2.9 he's just gone for. Erlang with the wickets, he took 4, and Macbeth was tidy as well. So that'll be interesting to see. The 3 spinners look to be the best. It'll be interesting to see with the Knights with 3 spinners in their lineup. So we're looking at the match summary. The Northern Knights have got themselves up to 253 off their 50 overs, with good performances from Erlang, Macbeth and Cian Robertson for the Warriors.
And I would say just one thing at this halfway point in the game. It has got a lot cloudier. The conditions have changed slightly. There's a bit of a breeze in the afternoon. It might be slightly more difficult for the batting side in the second part of this game, but it'll be interesting to see how the Warriors can set to that challenge. They know what they have to get, 5 and over. It's all about just building partnerships and staying patient.
Yes, should be a great second innings here in this Rario IP50 match 6. The Northwest Warriors will be chasing 254. We're going to take the innings break now. We'd love you to come back to join us for the Northwest Warriors chase in around 45 minutes. We hope to see you then.
to Breedy Cricket Club in Mason in that glorious northwest where the weather has turned a little. We even had the covers on, believe it or not, during the interval. The Northern Knights, who started this game superbly well but ended up with 253 for 9. So the target for the Warriors is 254, which is very gettable. But the weather has cooled down, it's changed a little, and perhaps a little bit more for the bowlers now. What do you think, Ali?
Oh yeah, thanks Stephen. I'm glad everyone can join us today for this run chase for the Warriors. Certainly the Warriors chasing a lot less than we initially thought. 253 for the Knights, so chasing 254. And we were looking at 300 earlier in the innings, so the momentum possibly with the Warriors as we went into that break. You mentioned about the change in weather. Was a little bit of rain. The ground staff were in having their lunch and had to evacuate very quickly to get the covers on. It wasn't a huge amount of rain, but it did come down a little bit. And I've just been out on the outfield and ran my hand over it, and it has created a little bit of moisture. And if we look at what we always talk about in the IPL, when it comes late at night, there's a bit of damp and dew, and that never helps the bowling team. Actually, it might have freshened up the pitch a little bit, and actually I think that little bit of rain may help the ball come on to the bat a little bit, and also get the ball a little bit wet if it goes across the outfield early.
No Tom Mays and no Matt Foster today for the Knights, two of their really important bowlers. Away we go with Pretorius opening from the Mason Road end, and Steve Doheny is the man on strike.
Yeah, you're right. No, losing a couple of their strike bowlers would have been Mark Adair, obviously, on Monday. He's away. Matt Foster's been called up as well, so he's gone. So big thing on with Ryan Pretorius here as he comes in. It's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He's a senior bowler, so 3 seamers we're probably going to look at here for the Knights. We'll start with Pretorius at this end, the Mason Road end. I would hazard a guess at probably Josh Manley, you would think. Experienced Knights player, but he's coming back in for his first game this season. He's probably going to bowl at the clubhouse end, and then the other seamer we're going to look at will probably be Tyrone Cone.
Good start to this opening over from Pretorius.
Yeah, I've just mentioned the seamers there, Stephen, but I think given what we've witnessed over the past 2 and a bit games, I think the spinners are going to be hugely important for the Northern Knights. The seamers early on, got to take wickets obviously, but keep a lid on that run rate.
Firmly into the covers, well fielded. Very well fielded indeed. Ross Adair getting down really quickly and preventing the run.
Yeah, as I say then, if they do keep the run rate down in the power play, I think the spinners are going to be difficult to score off from what we've seen so far. 3 spinners in the Northern Knights attack.
Again, it's straight to Adair. Well, can Pretorius finish off a very good opening over? Just remember back a few hours ago, if you were watching with us, you would have seen an extraordinary knock from Ross Adair. 76 of just over 50 deliveries. Unfortunately for the Knights, he just didn't stay in long enough. And they're going to get a run. Doheny, the misfield from Adair, though he had to move very quickly to his left. 1 off the over. Good start from the Knights. Doheny keeps strike. It's 1 for no wicket.
Yeah, and again, we talked about the little things in the early parts of the Warriors bowling attack there. Just some little mindset there. 2 slips to start with. Just 3-4 balls into the opening over. Immediately took a slip out. Ring field. So maybe immediately Captain Neil Rock is looking at keeping the runs down in this particular first power play, trying to build pressure that way. You know, if they're only 30 for none or whatever off the first 10, that just increases the 253 up to maybe 270, 280 in effect, and then the spinners can get into the game in the middle overs.
Manley came in late and hit a big 6 and added a few very important runs at the end of the night's innings. Made his debut about 4 years ago. Former Estonians player, now with Lisburn.
Yeah, he's a very experienced interprovincial player, Josh Manley. And he's been bowling for the Knights previously. Maybe just drop down the pecking order a little bit, but with the obviously well spoken about changes in the Interpros this year, he's got another chance. So let's see if he can grab it today.
Turned to mid-on where Humphreys fields no run. Classic power play field here. 2 slips, 2 men out. 1 at third man, 1 at deep square.
Yeah, good season last season. A club formed for Josh Manley, joined Lisburn, and really was a big part in them winning the league in the Northern Cricket Union. A very popular figure at the Lisburn club. As you say, came from Estonians, but it became a mainstay opening the bowling for Lisburn last year, and as I say, helped them to the title, and in fact get to the Irish Senior Cup final with Lisburn, which unfortunately for them they lost. But he'll be looking to get back into this Knights lineup.
Left by Doheny outside the off stump. This Rario sponsored Interprovincial Championship, which began at the beginning of last week in the Mardyke in Cork. This is the 6th game of 12 in the series. After today, we take about an 11-week break before we come back again in the middle of August. Quick single from Doheny, and I think Chore might have been struggling had he not had the wicket been hit there. That was very close.
Yeah, I think Annie Chore was struggling there. Possibly he didn't take off quickly enough. I think he was struggling even from the angle we've got here. I think he was a goner there. Ross there again in the cover region. That could have been catastrophe for the Warriors. Sure, he hasn't faced the ball. I don't think there's much worse in cricket than getting run out without facing the ball.
Certainly not worth a single run, losing a wicket, that's for sure. Short delivery, a no ball called, overstepping by Manley. Stifled appeal from the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, it's one of those vagaries of cricket, because you can see on screen there, umpire Mark Hawthorne signalling a no ball. It would have been a wide for sure. It was down the leg side, and I'm sure the Knights would take a wide, because with it being a no ball, of course that brings that signal of a free hit, and Chore can have a bit of a dunt at this.
And there is the free hit against a field that has to stay in the same positions when the no ball was given. Just a single.
Yeah, Knights will take that, pull that. There's only one man out there, of course, in the power play. He is there, John Matchett, though, and he's able to keep that down to a single.
It's actually 4 for no wicket now, with that run for Chore and the no ball. That one's off a leading edge for sure. Great bowling from Manley. Doheny trying to turn it into mid-wicket.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Josh Manley. Really good start. He started well there and on the mark there, and just lucky to get a little edge on that one, Stephen Doheny. But a good start from Manley.
Neither batter looking particularly secure in these opening overs.
Yeah, I think Chori maybe still thinking about that run out. He could have been gone without facing the ball. Had Rossett there. Hit the stumps with his shy.
Driven hard, but unable to beat the mid-off.
2 slips back in for Pretorius. We've got Mulder and Van Verkum in the slip cordon alongside keeper and captain today, Neil Rock.
Both these batters struggling to penetrate the field, but you know, it's a different prospect, of course, batting second. You're timing your innings, knowing that you've got 50 overs. There's no need to rush out of the blocks like you might batting first. Sliced away, not too far from the hand of second slip, and it's gone to the boundary. Chore moves to 5.
Yeah, love to see things like that. The 2 batters come down the wicket, punch gloves after a shot. It was anything but conventional. Bit of a swing. It was wide, and to be fair, gave Chore a chance to swing his arms there. You can see just coming on. They gave a touch gloves when it was anything but a good shot.
That is leave that one. Nice bit of away movement from Pretorius.
Yeah, a little bit of chat possibly between these two. Ryan Pretorius, who now plays his club cricket at Woodville, but when he first came over to Ireland and Northern Ireland, he played at North Down as the overseas professional. He's now Irish qualified, and now at North Down is the man he's bowling to, possibly taking his place there, Annie Chore.
And again, the length is really good. It's a good start from Pretorius.
Yeah, obviously Annie Chore is obviously Irish qualified also, but he's now at North Down, and Pretorius is at Woodville. So they will have faced each other over the past couple of seasons. And those 2 teams have been opponents, so they'll know each other pretty well.
Slip and a gully for Chore here. And no run there. The end of the second over. Just 5 runs from those 2 from Pretorius. 8 for no wicket, the score after 3.
Yeah, decent start from the Knights. Doesn't look to be that much movement on offer early. Definitely with the Warriors around, Macbeth got a little bit of shape. But the way Rossett there started, that swing or movement soon got taken off the ball. So not a great deal of movement, but good lines so far. Just that 4 coming from the wide ball from Pretorius.
And that one slices away, but there's a man down at third man, so just a single this time for Doheny.
Yeah, good from Manley. It's an opportunity. He just got enough wood on it there, Doheny, to keep it down and wide of the slip cordon. Good areas from Josh Manley.
The Knights will be encouraged. They've seen both batters now find the edge of the bat, and they haven't really hit the middle yet. Way movement from Manley. comfortably taken by Neil Rock, who is the skipper today for the Northern Knights.
Yeah, just looking at this field, he's got a deep square leg, and the other man, of course, in the power play out is at third man. Reasonably conventional.
More pitched up there. Just managed to get to the pitch of it, Chore.
Yeah, sorry, Stephen. The only thing you could say possibly with sort of saying there's no fine leg, he's up at on the 45 at short, and you know, just see Josh Manley losing his footing again there. Possibly that little bit of moisture. Checking his studs there. Mark Hawthorne, the umpire, just having a little look at him. Hopefully he hasn't done too much damage to the track.
Down the leg side, wide the call.
Yeah, say that he hasn't done too much damage to the track. Of course, first of all, I say he hasn't done too much damage to himself, which it clearly hasn't, because he's got back up and doesn't appear to have hurt himself as he fell over there. Can be quite dangerous in your follow through. Seen a few ankle injuries. That's the second time he's gone over.
Yeah, these are big men, and the forces involved in propelling a cricket ball at 80 miles an hour are quite immense.
Yeah,
Again.
we've seen quite a lot of injuries with fast bowlers lately, and the workload that they've got to get through now, especially when you're in all three formats in international cricket. It's a tough old gig, fast bowling these days, and you're expected. You can't go through the motions. You're expected to run in every time and give your all and bowl your quickest. If you're a seam bowler, it does take its toll on the body.
Didn't quite get a hold of that one, Chore. Straight to mid-on. Bit of extra lift there. Humphreys, the fielder.
Yeah, it's decent pace from Josh Manley. Just hurried Annie Chore early in the innings, and he could have spliced that to Matthew Humphreys. So 5 balls gone in the second over for Josh Manley.
And that was left by Chore. Didn't really play a shot at it, and a very good second over from Manley. A very good start from the Knights. 10 for no wicket after 4.
Yeah, I think we'll give Chore the benefit of the doubt there. I think he saw that wide of the off stump and played inside it. Probably a few oohs and ahs. He didn't really play at that. But just talking about the seam and fast bowlers. We've seen Craig Young come back on Tuesday, get his 10 overs. Graham Hume bowled for the Warriors. Barry McCarthy for the Lightning. And they're all going off with the Test squad now. They'll be playing in Essex tomorrow, and I know Ireland's bowling coach Ryan Eagleson will be keen to have them back in the lineup. Have a battery of 6 players that he can choose from for his head coach.
Full toss, and that's got through the dive at point. Adair sweeping up, stops the boundary, but 2 runs to Doheny.
Yeah, I think John Matchett did Ross Adair there. The two of them were going for the same ball, and John Matchett went across and looked as if he was going to get there, but then when he didn't, Ross Adair had stopped because he thought John Matchett was getting it. Ended up going to the boundary, and Ross Adair was able to chase it down and save 2.
Turned into mid-wicket where Cade Carmichael does the fielding.
Yes, Steve, we talked pre second innings here about the run rate in the first 10 for the Warriors, and I think both teams might be quite happy at the minute.
Play and a miss from Doheny. Getting a little bit frustrated maybe at his lack of scoring shots. Certainly I think the Knights will be happy. They haven't got a wicket, but the run rate is very low. And the batsmen are not looking like they're content. They're not really settled yet. There's plenty of life in this pitch with the new ball. Just one slip now for Steve Doheney, who goes over the top, and a crisp shot to the long off boundary gives him a maximum. It didn't look like he'd hit that particularly well, but he timed it beautifully.
That's kind of the reason I was sort of saying that both teams might be quite happy. You're right about the run rate, but a couple of boundaries can change that. There's one of them. Got right under that. Did hit it quite cleanly, but like yourself, I didn't think he'd hit it as well as that to get it for a full maximum 6.
And here he goes again. This time it's straight to mid-on. Over 70 metres that hit, and there was hardly any backlift or follow through.
No, it was a wee bit like a golf shot, possibly, you know, under. Just timed it. No real follow through. Punched it down the ground. But clearly got plenty of wood on it. Carried well over that boundary.
Better deliveries from Pretorius, coming back well at the end of the over. 13 from his 3 overs, 18 for no wicket. The score after 5, and just by way of comparison, though it isn't a fair comparison considering that Ross Adair was pummeling everything in sight. After 5 overs, the Knights were 33 for no wicket.
Yeah, that's where I was really going with that analogy, that both teams would be happy. Obviously the Knights would have been looking to take early wickets, but as I sort of said at the start of the innings, they'd be quite happy to build up the run rate, get it up towards 6 and 7 before the spinners come on.
Quickly onto it, Chore. He played that nicely just behind square for a single.
Yeah, so if the spinners come on and the run rate's above 6, say 6.5 towards 7, we've seen the spin has been difficult to hit. You've got to take chances rather than just let the spin come to you. If you bowl well, we've watched McBride, Hoey, Robertson twice, Erlang today. It seems that spin's the way to go, and Neil Rock and Simon Johnson seem to think the same because they've picked 3 of them.
Straight to point, no run.
And don't forget the used pitch, same pitch we used on Tuesday. So sort of 80 overs there, 50 today. That's 130 we've bowled on this pitch. And possibly Shane Getke at the start on the toss said that he sort of half bowled first because he thought the wicket would firm up with the sun. And unfortunately, Stephen, the sun has left us for a bit.
Glanced through the gap and down to third man for a single. Better over this for the Warriors.
Liking this from Manley though. Liking his line and length here. Probing outside the off stump. No conviction really so far in the Warriors because Manley's been bowling a tight line. You want to keep that going. Nothing free to let Shorey off the hook.
That was short, and it's pulled into the gap at wide mid-on, and there'll be a couple of runs here for Chore. Not perfectly timed, but perfectly safe, that shot. In this series of matches, we've seen games where teams have started really fast and slowed up, where teams have started slow and speeded up. There seems to be no real pattern emerging. So who knows what we'll get in this Warriors innings. Lovely shot, beating the fielder Ross Adair, and we know he's one of the best, and that's gone all the way to the rope. Another boundary for the Warriors, who move to 26 for no wicket.
Yeah, I think Ross Adair will be disappointed there. in that cover region. It was hit firmly by Chore. Yeah, he's kind of a bit of a dive over the top of that. And even if he palms it down, and only going to get one, he gets a decent hand to it. Didn't get enough on it. Once it beats the ring here, Brady down towards that left hand side as we look. It's downhill, goes for 4.
And that one slices 2 and a misfield at point, and they don't take the run. I think that's Carmichael at point. The end of the over. 6 gone, 26 for no wicket. Doherty on 12, and Chore the same.
Yeah, fielding standards. Just in that over. Was a little bit of a misfield in this last ball there as well from Keith Carmichael. So this gives off good signals if they're clean fielding in the outfield, saving runs. Any giveaways just build the confidence on the batting side. Not only does the score go up, but they can see sort of the shoulders dip if there's poor bits of fielding.
Third man has come up into the circle. That's down the leg side and wide signalled.
Yeah, always a funny one too when a bowler bowls a wide or a poor ball down and gives away an extra. Sort of his teammates kind of say, "How come?" You know, and sort of the volume goes up a little bit, maybe a little bit, trying to say, shouldn't have done that.
Doherty getting everything behind that defensive shot. 2 on the 1 on the leg side, 4 on the offside, with third man inside the circle. Boundary fielders at deep cover and backward square leg. That's better from Pretorius. Just that one wayward delivery down the leg side, and after that 3 very good balls in a row.
Yeah, we're just looking at it now. Stephen doesn't look to be too much movement on offer. Looks to be pretty straight now. So we move into the 7th. Doesn't look to be swinging certainly anymore.
That one's punched down the ground by Doherty. Bump ball, it wasn't actually hit in the air. It was a powerful delivery, powerful hit. And another boundary for Steve Doherty. Starting to get on top, he moves to 16.
Just maybe backing up what I was saying there. It's pretty gun barrel straight there from Pretorius, over pitched, and Doherty's confident enough now to play straight through the line. And the change in field. Get a long off now.
Down the leg side again. Doherty not too far away from getting a touch on that.
It's a great take from Neil Rock there. A great take down the leg side.
Save 4 wides pace for sure.
A bit of a chat between some of the Knights fielders and Pretorius with umpire McCready. Some of them thought that had, if not clipped the bat, certainly clipped the pads. It shouldn't have been given a wide. And a great take from Neil Rock.
Couple of wides and a boundary in this over.
Putting effort in now. Pretorius, you can hear him. Just as he releases the ball. And you can see that run rate. We talked about it less than 2 overs ago. It was under 3. We were saying that the Knights might have been happy with a run rate under 3, but just a couple of shots, the 6, the 4, and now they're up to nearly 5 and over.
Yeah, these two batsmen are experienced. They know how to organise themselves for a run chase. Good partnership is what's required. We haven't seen enough really good partnerships in this series, and it's something batters have to work harder at achieving.
Yeah, I think your point there, what you're saying there, is that a lot of players have got themselves in, got to 30, 40, and then perhaps giving it away a little bit. It's a double-edged sword though, because we were quite happy to let Rossadair keep going at it, and even he, when we got to 70, we were sort of saying to ourselves, has he given that away? But he got so many so early. But yeah, there's been a few. Greg Ford did it on Tuesday. Stephen Doheny himself possibly had got to 40 plus and then gave his wicket away for the Warriors. But there's been a few of those. I mean, only the 100 so far. Murray Commons scored one on Monday. And that's maybe a feature that the 4 coaches will be looking at to say, let's get a few more batters over the century mark. Somebody gets 100 for the Warriors today, they'll be taking home the win.
Chore had to adjust his hands very quickly there. That was a good delivery from Manley. He's bowling very tightly. He's getting plenty of life out of this pitch, and of course both these batters quite short. So a bit of lift can get up to head height pretty quickly. Well left by Chore.
Here's one for you, Stephen. What do you think about this? We saw on Tuesday, this was a smaller total, of course, it was 180, but the Leinster Lightning, when they went 2 down, sent in Greg Ford, and they sent in Greg Ford with a clear plan. He came out and hit the ball. Now, do we think that the Warriors might go the same way with somebody like a William McClintock?
Wider delivery, but not really played at by Chore. He was more fiddling rather than playing at it. Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, a designated hitter sounds like a really good idea in one-day cricket, but only if it's part of a plan, and if it comes off great. But if it doesn't, then you've still got to build partnerships to get over the finishing line. We've seen teams not win from positions where it looked like they were big favourites. That's a snick, and it's gone down to fine third man, and Chore quickly back for a second.
Yeah, just looking at the lineup for the Warriors. Well, these two, obviously, Doheny's obviously an Irish international. Chore's well experienced. But after that, you're looking at the middle order. Erlang, okay, but you know, he hasn't played a great deal of interprovincial cricket just this year. And then you're looking at Scott Macbeth, Cameron Melly,
Shane
Getgate, always a little bit of experience in the middle there, but you're looking at 2 or 3 boys who are young, inexperienced at this level, quality players, but just with the pressure of a run chase, do they maybe think about doing what the Lightning did?
Well, we'll find out shortly,
I was
won't
just
we?
about to say, time will tell.
34
Time
for no
will
wicket.
tell.
Coming to the end of the 8th over. It's a long way to go. As long as there's 0 against the wicket total, the Warriors will be happy. Just signs in the last couple of overs that these two are starting to get the feel of this wicket. Chore quickly onto that one that was middle and leg, and it's beaten the fielder out in the deep for another boundary. Chore moves on to 18, Doheny on 16, 38 for no wicket at the end of 8 overs.
Yeah, Josh Manny, I'll be really disappointed there. He bowled a decent over at Annie Chore. Nothing really coming off it, and then he just gives him an absolute freebie on the leg side. Possibly a little unlucky that it's gone behind square for the boundary, but still free shot for Annie Chore there. And he picks up a boundary, so we're 2 overs away from that power play. We talked about between 35 and 40. Looking like the Warriors will surpass that.
I think psychologically the Warriors are going into this innings on a high. They've turned the game around in the field. They look to be dead and buried after 25 overs. And the corollary of that is that the Knights will feel that they should have scored 300, but they only got 253.
Amazing how that changes everything. It really shouldn't. You know, you've got the score on the board. There it is. But mentally, it definitely takes its toll on both sides, both positively and negatively.
So the only thing that the Knights can do to really get their mojo going again is to take wickets. And as long as it stays at 0, the Warriors are in control of this game.
Yeah, I think that's right. And as you've just talked about, in the last 2 or 3 overs, not much happening in terms of movement. And it means then that the Knights have got a ball stump to stump, really.
Well hit by Doheny, but straight to the fielder at cover. No run.
But all that we've talked about, hypothesizing what's going to happen later, we've still got a really good game of cricket here. You know, it's going to be 40 overs. We're going to be chasing just over 240 overs probably. We should be in for a real good game.
Good delivery. And there's always the bragging rights up in the north, these two sides. Great rivals over the years.
Oh, for sure. For sure, irrespective of the table or where the two teams are at, never really matters when you're playing a derby in any sport. And there'll be a bit of chat. There's a few NCU guys in the Warriors team, and certainly there'll be a bit of chat over the club games at the weekend, whoever comes out on top.
Slashed away for 4 by Doheny, moving his feet really well and finding the gap backward of square.
Yeah, I suppose we had to get on to it. Stephen Doheny, just yesterday, possibly would have been a little bit disappointed when he didn't make the Ireland squad for the World Cup qualifiers. He come out here with a point to prove. You always want to show what you're made of every game, but possibly today he's just got that little extra 10% in his performance.
That's the end of Pretorius' 5th over. 23 runs have gone. No wicket for him. No wicket on the total. 42 for no wicket after 9. And talking about that squad that's going to Zimbabwe, it was announced yesterday. Andy Balbirnie, Mark Adair, Curtis Camphor, Gareth Delaney, George Dockrell, Graham Hume, Josh Little, Andy McBride, Barry McCarthy, PJ Moore, Paul Sterling, Harry Tector, Lorcan Tucker, Ben White, Craig Young. Interesting squad, and of course a big tour with 2 warm-up games against the USA and the Netherlands in the middle of June, and then the competition itself starting on the 19th. We'll talk about that in a moment, but here comes Manley again.
Yeah, I suppose the standout would have been Stephen Doheny. Was in the squad previously. Himself and Fionn Hand have possibly dropped out there, but you know, Ireland going in with lots of bowling options there. The top order fairly well set, you would say. You know, it doesn't really change much, but listen, we've seen the fixture list. It's going to be a tough old ask for Ireland.
You were saying PJ Moore was probably picked because of his local knowledge as much as anything else.
Well, PJ's a quality cricketer. He is a quality cricketer. He brings a lot to the table. And possibly, I wouldn't say he's been picked on that, but possibly that last little couple of percent, he does know the grounds. He knows exactly the conditions that Ireland are going to expect. I'm going to play a lot of cricket in Bulawayo, certainly in the first group stage. And obviously his wicket keeping skills as well. He'll back up Lorcan Tucker, even if he is in the squad.
Short ball, not well pulled at all by Chore. Came off the splice, but he gets 2.
Yeah, as you say, his knowledge of Zimbabwe will certainly come in handy in the squad. He's well worth his place as we've seen in the Interpros over the past couple of years. He's an excellent tactician as well. He's captain of the Munster Reds, and he'll be a welcome addition, not only for his ability as a cricketer, but also his knowledge of Zimbabwe conditions.
Chori just having a refit of his equipment here, and I just have a feeling he might be resetting himself, because he wouldn't have been happy with that stroke. He was pretty close to holding out there.
Yeah, he could easily have picked out Van Verkum at mid-on there.
Oh, he goes for the big one there.
Yeah, called that right, Stephen, I think there. Just that little bit of body language you picked up on there. Just adjusting his... And he came down the track and had a bit of a wild slash at that. A bit of a chuckle from Josh Manley there.
Manley's the one with the grin. He'll be quite happy to see the batters going for him like that. As long as they don't make contact, of course. Coming to the end of the power play. Another edge. And this time bouncing into the hands of the slip.
Yeah, Jacob Mulder there at slip. He's been sort of stationed at probably towards second slip there. It's good stuff from Manley. As we say, hasn't given too much away. His figures probably don't reflect how well he's bowled so far. Just the last ball of the last over, he went for a boundary, so he'll be hoping to get out of this one with just the 21 on his name. And does.
Yeah, good bowling from Manley, generating a lot of pace. 21 off his 5 overs. But after 10, the end of the power play, the Warriors have moved on to 44 without loss, and they'll be looking to pick up the pace from here.
Well, I mentioned in the previous innings, if you were with us at the end of the power play, I definitely think it was a bit of a 10-8 round, as you would call. Maybe a knockdown for the Knights. They were well on top. That, I would say, probably a 10-9 towards the Warriors. They'll be happy with the naught. And 44 is a decent start, as I say. And now we're going to move into the period of play, and I think is going to determine this game, where the first of the trio of Knights spinners are going to come on. And this could be quite a lot of spin for the next few overs. It's going to be Matthew Humphreys who's going to come on, left arm. As we said previously, for his games, he's broken into the Ireland setup in a few formats over the last few months. And again, he's a Lisburn player. Like Josh Manley, helped his side win the Northern Cricket Union League last year with his performances. So let's see how he gets on here, bowling to Stephen Doheny.
Very short and pulled away backward of square by Doheny. That was a bit of a gift. Not the way you want to start a spell of spin bowling.
Yeah, just about as bad a start as you can make there. Real drag down and hit me ball. Down leg side even. I know he's only got one man on the leg side, and that was a gift. And straight away, under pressure.
Doheny moves to 24, Chori on 20. They've shared the strike pretty equally. Better delivery.
Yeah, the only thing I would say about that first ball, although it was a fairly horrible drag down, it did spin a little. Or just behind it here, it did spin a little. So Matthew Humphreys can hit his line and length. There might be a little bit on offer here for him.
Played into the covers, no run.
Just like that. Just like that's exactly where he's got to hit. And if there is any spin on offer, and turn, let the wicket do the work for him. But he's got to hit that line.
This time he finds the gap, Doheny, and gets the single. Score moves to 49, Doheny to 25. And Chore comes on strike. They haven't rotated the ends very often in this partnership. A lot of 2s and 4s have been scored. Short ball, punched deep into the covers. Another single for Chore this time. And that brings up the 50 in the 11th over. A very good start for the Warriors. They're 1/5 of the way to the target. They haven't lost a wicket. And this partnership of 50 has taken just 66 balls. Another short ball, but there is a man there this time. Josh Manley, just backward of square.
That's a real getaway for Matthew Humphreys there. Real getaway. That should have been 4. Sure, he really should have hit that to the boundary, and you can see Stephen Doheny possibly saying to him, yeah, Annie, come on, you could have whacked that. He just sort of paddled it round the corner, and he's got away with that off the last ball of the over. So we're going to see a double change. It's not going to be spin from this clubhouse end. Josh Manley bowled his 5 overs for 21, as I said, in the last over. Possibly bowled a little bit better than that. But having said that, didn't create a great deal of chance, no real chances, going down or anything like that. He bowled quite well. He's going to be replaced by number 18, Tyrone Cohen. He bowls a heavy ball.
Good medium quick bowler, Cohen. And that wraps the pads, and there's a big shout from all parts of the pitch. But the umpire, Mark Hawthorne, at this end, not convinced.
I think Josh Manley thinks that's out. I have to say, he's ran in from wide mid-on. I think it may have hit him outside the off stump.
He was certainly outside, that's for sure, but he bowled it from quite wide, and it was heading towards the stumps, I suppose you could
may
say.
well have hit the stumps, but I do think that it's hit him on the full. It may have caused a bit of damage.
Problem now for Annie Chore, who had injury problems in a previous match recently.
Yeah, I think that can dispel that he hit it. He definitely didn't hit it because he's got the sock and shoe off there. Doesn't look particularly comfortable, as we can see on screen. Oh, and you can see he's actually done some serious damage there. A little bit of claret. Doesn't look good for that.
Looks like he might have to go off to get some treatment. Of course, that would mean he could come back later. Hopefully he'll be able to do so.
That's a really strange one, that it's actually cut him. You could see a bruise possibly, or a bit of a injury like that, but to actually cause a cut inside the boot. And the physio out there now, and yeah, I'm not sure whether Chore will be able to continue here. It's always hilarious how it's funny for everybody else when somebody gets injured. You can see all the boys walking around having a titter and a laugh. Nothing's funny when you get injured yourself. And we just scan around the ground here at Breedy. Look off to the left there, as you can see, green fields of the northwest. We're actually just into Tyrone, County Tyrone here in Breedy. We're not too far away from Londonderry City, but we're actually in County Tyrone here in Macromason. So we're in the county of the Red Hand.
Yeah, it's a beautiful little setting. As you're saying, there's a natural fall from the right of your picture to the left, about 2 meters from the pavilion to the far left corner. Though it doesn't seem to affect the bowling. Certainly not like Lord's.
No, and you mentioned Lord's. It does seem a lot of talk about the slope at Lord's. When you actually look at the wicket itself, I think the wicket itself is quite flat on the square. seems to be quite flat. I don't think there's that much of a slope. The actual ground itself, though, as you say, moves from the right-hand side of the screen down to the left, as you say, about a 2 metres. But yeah, beautiful place to play cricket, Breedy. As I said in the last programme we had between the Lightning and the Warriors, I just took a walk up. If you get a chance to stand up on the bank off to the right there, it just lifts you up about 6 or 7 metres, and looking down on the ground then gives you a real nice aspect of the ground itself.
Well, the Warriors physio is doing her job, and hopefully we'll be able to continue shortly when Annie Chori gets himself sorted out. There's one of our umpires today, Jareth McCready, having a chat with the Knights skipper, Neil Rock.
Yeah, the other umpire's just off our screen at the minute. He's just possibly coming into shot very soon. Is Mark Hawthorne, very experienced umpire from the Northern Cricket Union. Both these umpires from the Northern Cricket Union. There he is in the middle of our screen there, Mark. He's on the ICC panel. He's done a few games.
Well, glad to say Annie Chori looks pretty amused by this turn of events. I'm sure as soon as he's bandaged up and gets his boots and pads back on, he'll be ready to go.
Yeah, everybody seems to have a bit of a chuckle out there. So yeah, hopefully that's a good sign, that it's not quite as serious as we first thought, and possibly a cut in terms of going on to the game. A cut may be better than an actual hit on a bone or something like that, which could break a toe or something like that. And a pat in the back there from Josh Manley. He'll also know Annie Chori quite well, both playing in the NCU.
Well, let's just have a look back at the last week and a half's cricket to the matches that we've already had. Monday 15th of May, it all started in the Mardyke, home of Cork County, when the Munster Reds took on the Northwest Warriors. Toss was won by the Northwest Warriors, and they bowled Munster out for 149 and got it for 4, which was a great start for them. And then we moved to Leinster on the Tuesday and Thursday. Leinster Lightning at home to the Northern Knights, Leinster Lightning at home to the Munster Reds. We thought with all of their international players playing, they would be the favourites, but they lost both matches incredibly, and played quite poorly last week.
I think it's been a bit of a feature of the first 5 games. About, obviously it was massively talked about the Ireland players and who would be playing, who wouldn't be playing. But certainly some of the performances we've seen, and this is not a denigration in any way about the Ireland players. They've come in and some have played quite well. But just looking at it, we looked at team sheets before games, and sometimes that can give you a false impression of what's going to happen in a game. Certainly, over the past week or so, we've seen that quite a bit.
And then this week, Monday in Stormont, Northern Knights against the Munster Reds, and the Northern Knights won the toss and won the game. Good game, 269 for 8, 270 for 7. It was a good run chase, and they only had a couple of overs to spare at the end. And then on Tuesday, the Warriors looked favourites, but Leinster Lightning, with out all of their Ireland players and with a lot of young players coming into the side, won the game by 3 wickets in what was probably the most exciting run chase we've had so far.
So scorecard on your screen there so far. These two have seen it off pretty well. The first 10 or so overs into the 12th now. Chori's got injured there, and they've been pretty comfortable, you would have to say.
And the bowling figures, well, Tyrone Cohn, he's only bowled 1 ball, but what a ball. It's caused quite a disruption to this match. It's really important now for these 2 batters to refocus, reconcentrate the minds. It's a bit like a drinks break. You often get a wicket after a break in cricket. And Cone will be aware of that, and so will the Knights fielders as they try to get the breakthrough. 51 for no wicket in the 12th over.
Yeah, you're so right, Stephen. It is like a bit of a drinks break there. So let's see what happens now as Cone comes back on.
Short and down the leg side, and easily played to backward square by Doheny.
Yeah, let's just exactly that. Let's have a little bit of a look at Chore there. Obviously, I think that could have been two. That was 2 balls ago before he got struck on the toe. I think Doheny would have been down this end and calling 2 there. But Chore doesn't look particularly comfortable.
Yeah, he does seem to be favouring his foot a little bit. Got nicely into line, but straight to mid-on.
Yeah, if we go back to the late 70s and early 80s, it became a bit of a thing with the West Indian opener Gordon Greenwich. You never wanted to injure him. I remember a famous innings he got injured against England and he couldn't walk. He absolutely smashed them all around the park because he couldn't run properly. So sometimes an injury can change your attitude.
Yep, boundaries or bust. Yeah, he's hopping around the crease there, is Annie Chore.
He is, Stephen. He doesn't look comfortable at all. And as I say, I think there might be a bit of a chat here. Does he either decide that I can't continue, I need somebody that can run between the wickets, because that's very important at this stage of the innings, keep turning over the singles, or do I just stay out here and try and get as many as I can, as quickly as I can?
He has the option to bring in a runner because the injury was picked up in the game.
Not 100% sure the Knights will allow that.
52 for no wicket. Doheny on 26, Chore on 22.
Yeah, it's just introduced another dynamic to this and getting along quite comfortably at the minute, but it's just introduced a different dynamic, as I say.
And a quick single taken. Chore scampering through to keep the strike at the end of the 12th over.
Yeah, I think there's going to have to be a discussion here. I definitely think there's going to have to be possibly an intervention from the coach, because Chore isn't going to be running too comfortably. He got through there, but that was a fairly simple single, and you can see he's over on his haunches already. See him on screen there. And I definitely think there's going to have to be a conversation here. Sometimes players can be their own worst enemy. They want to stay out there. That's good to see. But could it be to the detriment of their team?
He's grimacing. He's limping. And I think you're right.
Possibly now with the spinner being on, he may decide. No, I think he's I think he's having a look now, and it's going to be a change. Well, he stopped again. Yeah, good to see the Knights guys helping him. He's going to have to go off. As I say, these guys know Annie Chore quite well. He plays for Northdown in the NCU League against the likes of Ruan and Trung going on the pitch there, but
he can't put any weight on his toes at all. He's just walking on his left heel.
Yeah, there's little point in continuing there. The only thing he would have continued, as I was about to say, is if the spinner came on, he may have decided I'll try and score a few quick boundaries here. But he's had to go off. Very unfortunate for the Warriors. He's had to be replaced. He gets a good round of applause from both sets of supporters and staff. But just a little bit of luck, possibly it wasn't a wicket. The Knights, definitely Josh Manley thought it was. LBW, but it has forced the change.
And Michael Erlank is the man who's coming out, the Eglinton player, who spun the ball really well earlier for 4 wickets. And he's going to take over, left-hander. Of course, Chore can come back if needed.
Yeah, it's actually a good point that he can come back. Don't forget that. He can Obviously, he'll be hoping that he can go and get a bit of treatment on that and get it sorted, and he won't be needed. But the option is there if we get down to that hope for last over.
So Humphreys now bowling to Michael Erlang. And a very short one to start with, which gave him the opportunity, but Topping was able to stop that one in the covers.
Yeah, just something to look at here, Stephen. We've talked and waxed lyrical about Kane Robertson when he was bowling. His left arm spin, no 4 balls. Very few balls to hit for 4.
This one he finds the gap and he gets off the mark.
And if I'm being honest, that's the 8th ball that Matthew Humphreys has bowled. And I think there's been 3 boundary balls in that. 2 balls in the last. Danny Chori missed out on the last ball of the previous Humphreys over. And the first ball of this one, I think Michael Erlang could have got off the mark with a boundary. So
Stephen Doheny on 26, but taking a fresh guard because he hasn't faced a ball for quite a while. And he just pushes that square on the offside for a single. Game has lost its momentum with that stoppage. It's a strange one. Difficult for the fielding side as well. He's going for the pull there, Erlang, but he never got into line.
That's a poor shot. That's a poor shot for me. There's a man back there for exactly that. He possibly was trying to hit it straighter. The way he played that shot, it was looking like a slog sweep. John Matchett's out in that boundary. You're facing your 4th ball, your 3rd ball. Not a great option for me.
So a lefty and a righty together at the crease, which can be an advantage to the batters. Single just on square on the offside for Erlang. And that's the end of the over. 56 for no wicket after 13. Doheny on 27, Erlang on 2. And of course Chore retired hurt for 23. And it's going to be Tyrone Cohn to continue from the pavilion end. And the Knights, they need to get themselves going here. They need to get themselves jizzed up. They still haven't got a wicket. Warriors definitely favourites to go on and win this game as things stand. And it's up to the Knights to make it really uncomfortable for them.
Yeah, I like that point, Stephen, that it's not just a matter of just bowling now. I think they've got to create their own opportunities and try and get a new batter coming in a game, obviously with Erlang, but if they've got to create opportunities against Doheny. You know, he's looked too comfortable at the minute. Possibly they're looking at his last couple of years worth of interprovincial matches where he's got the 40 and then got himself out. He hasn't had that big score as yet. Certainly this season. Good fielding from Rossett there on this occasion. But yeah, you know, Doheny, you talked about Doheny last game.
Unusual field placing on the leg side for Cohn here. Just one man at mid-on and then 2 deep at square and long leg. Nobody at mid-wicket. The one man saving the single is very straight. It's a big gap there on the leg side. And that's wide, wide, wide down the leg side.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you can't really bowl with that field. Yeah, but what I was sort of saying about Stephen Doheny there, this is exactly the opportunity that he would want. If he can bat through this innings, doesn't need to be flashy, doesn't need to score at a sort of Rossett there tempo. He doesn't need that. What he needs is to bat for 30 to 40 overs.
And there is that gap, but only a single as Topping comes round from mid-on.
Yeah, not great lines there from Tyrone Cohen, as you say. Just the one man on the leg side. Actually might be a little bit disappointed there he didn't get that little bit square. Could have picked up 2.
Yeah, really important for batters when they come in to get that map in their head of where the field is. Well, there's an appeal there. It looked like might have been the bat against the pad to me. Certainly didn't sound like
I think he's
cricket ball.
He's hit the ground there. We'll probably see it again now. I'm pretty sure he's hit the ground there. Doesn't sound woody at all. I'll obviously see it now.
You're right.
He got away with it.
Bat against the ground, I
I
think.
think he's got away with a wide there, actually. Definitely bat against the ground. You can tell by the sound.
Into the gap in the covers for a single. Doheny just trying to keep the score ticking along for the Warriors.
That's another thing about tough for skipper Neil Rock. Now that's just a regulation push into the covers. You've got a ring field. That's a dot ball. Because he's going a little bit defensive with the 2 boundary raiders on each side square, anything just pushed into the covers or mid wicket will be a single.
And there's that gap, but he has got a second fielder out in the deep now. Long leg was there. Just a single for Erlang at the end of Cohn's second over. 60 for no wicket after 14. Erlang on 4. Doheny on 28.
That could have been a bit of a burgle wicket there for Tyrone Cohen. Leg stump, half volley. Just picked up from Erlang. He got a little bit aerial. And he got a little bit more bat on that. It could have carried all the way down towards that fine leg man. And Verkum down there. It only dropped about 5 or 6 metres in front of him. That would have been a bit of a bonus.
So Erlang on strike to face Humphreys. Short, punched away. Just a single.
Yeah, too short from Matthew Humphreys so far. Plenty of time for the 2 batters. Stay in their crease, move off the back foot, hit square or behind square. Gotta find his length, gotta find it quickly.
I'm going to bore you at this point again. The nights are too quiet. They want to make those batters feel uncomfortable. Everybody out there should be clapping hands and jizzing each other on, because right now it's 61 for no wicket. There's only one winner. Good shot. Pulled backward of square by Doheny for a boundary. 65 for no wicket.
You're right. We were here on Tuesday when the Warriors only posted 180. And I watched. I'll just get a replay of that shot from Stephen Doheny, but again, way too short from Matthew Humphreys. A free hit basically for Doheny. Too good a player.
And turned into the gap. That's square. Doheny moves to 33.
So as you were saying, we were here on Tuesday when the Warriors were only defending 180. We thought this will be a walk in the park for the Leinster Lightning, despite their inexperienced lineup. But the Warriors captain Andy McBride, I watched him for a good 10 overs. Let's break off for a second. Oh,
snicked away, just wide of the slip, and it's going to go all the way. Erlang gets the boundary very fortuitously, and it's 70 now for no wicket for the Warriors.
Tough chance. It's tough, but I think Leon Pretorius will see it again here. This is a great angle. We can see it here. Yeah, it was wide. He had to move to his left. A great bit of camera work there, right down the barrel of it. Yeah, the point I was making there earlier, just as we've come to the end of the over, Andy McBride was on it for those 10-12 overs when the pressure was on. He was chatting to the Leighton batters, the new inexperienced batters. Not anything too major, just talking when he needed to talk. And he created a wee bit of pressure just by himself, not by what other people were doing, but as skipper and as a high-profile Irish cricketer, he was just creating a bit of doubt in the Leinster Lightning batters. Whereas here, as you say, not much happening out there for the Knights.
Cone to continue from the pavilion end. Solid straight defensive shot from Doheny.
Just looking at this now, I think this is a better field for the right-hander Doheny. They've shored up, still got a boundary fielder on the cover boundary, but they brought a cover fielder in. It's Ross Adair who fielded that ball. But same shot in the last over, Doheny just played it into the offside. It was an easy single, so they brought Ross Adair in on the offside now.
Good ball, making him play, keeping it straight. 70 for no wicket after 15. The Knights were 87 for no wicket after 15. Strange in the same match that no wickets have fallen in the first 15 overs of both innings. Played late, nice soft hands from Doheny down to third man, just a single. So it's the left-handed Erlang on strike.
Yeah, just a good start to the over, and we're going to keep the same field as the last over to Erlang. But again, he's got to be on or outside that off stump.
And that was a good line. Erlang happy to watch it go through to keeper Neil Rock.
Yeah, pretty wholehearted sort of player. Karen Cohen, I remember looking at the game from afar last week when the Knights went down to Pembroke. I know you were on Comstein, but he took a bit of a hammering from Orkin Tucker early. He didn't give up, stuck at it, and eventually got his wicket.
Bit of a flashy shot that from Erlang. Didn't get anywhere near it.
So yeah, he could have just looked at it and said, well, this Ireland bowler, or Ireland batter rather, is taking me downtown here, and maybe look over to his skipper and say, that's enough for me. But kept at it, kept pitching the ball up to Tucker, having been hit down the ground, and eventually got his reward as he nicked them off to the keeper.
Good delivery coming back in to the left-hander. The end of Cohen's third over. Just 8 runs coming from them. 71 for no wicket after 16. Doheny on 34. Erlang on 9.
Yeah, good stuff there from Tyrone Cohen. Just a couple of runs from the over, but just even the change in field, because as I say, that stopped the singles. So we're going to move on to a swift drinks break here. The Northwest Warriors 71 for naught. They have lost Annie Chore, who has retired hurt for now, but it's no wickets down. 71 for 16 with a target of 254. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with you in a few moments. Good afternoon and welcome back to Breedy, where we're in Game 6 of this Rario IP50 Cup. This is between the Northwest Warriors, who are batting, and the Northern Knights. Northern Knights obviously batting in the first innings. They scored 253, and the Warriors are off to a fine start. 71 before that drinks break, 71 without loss. They have lost Annie Chori. He had to retire hurt, having been struck from Tyrone Cohen's first delivery. But Stephen Doheny there on 34. He's been joined by Michael Erlang. So Matthew Humphreys is going to continue from the Mason Road end. Hasn't bowled particularly well in his first 3 overs. A little bit short. He'll be looking to pick up his line and lengths now. And straight away, that's good. Stephen Alkin has left us for a little bit, and I'm delighted once again to have in the comm box with me Lawrence Moore. Welcome, Lawrence.
Thanks, Ali. Just a wee update on Annie. He will bat again, apparently. It's a superficial injury. He's got ice on it now at the minute, so if needed, he will bat.
Well, that's good news, not just for this particular game, but I'm sure if they are watching his club side down North Down, will be very anxious.
Yep.
That he'll be able to play, certainly if not this weekend, then next weekend in the Senior Cup. Better lines from Humphrey. So you were actually joining me in the last innings at the drinks break as well, Lawrence, and there was a bit of a huddle from the Northwest Warriors at that time, because the Knights were going hell for leather at that time with Ross Adair. Down the track there from Erlang. Yeah, so there was a bit of a huddle with the Warriors at that time, but this drinks break, 71 for no wicket it was at the time. Something similar from the Knights.
Absolutely, yes. It certainly worked for the Warriors, that's for sure. I'll stay on the fence as to whether it works the second innings or not. So, but it was very obvious, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what happened after that drinks break. They got the breakthrough, and then followed up with another one, and that sort of started the rot for the Knights.
Yeah.
And they'll obviously, skipper Neil Rock would have been having a chat there and hoping that they can get the breakthrough as quickly as they can.
I mean, the game is perfectly poised. We talked in the first innings, Ali, about 250 probably being a power score, and that's what it is. It's a power score. So you still think the Warriors will have to bat well to win the game. I thought maybe when Annie went off, it would have interrupted their pattern a wee bit, but hopefully not. Mike Erlang is well known around the Northwest, very quality player, very good batsman. We talked in the first innings as well, but he's great with the kids round about Eglinton as well. He sees that part of his role very much to the fore too.
It's driven into the offside, but it'll just be one man stationed out there. Kid Carmichael, so just one. Yeah, good to hear that Michael's sort of fitted in well at Eglinton. We'll be at Eglinton on Sunday. Be great for everyone to join us. We'll have a Super Series game.
That's right, yeah.
On Sunday at Eglinton. One of my great pals is from Eglinton, a great professional there years ago, Hendy Wallace. I'll be chatting to Hendy over the next few days, telling him we'll be broadcasting from Eglinton on Sunday.
Still very popular around these parts, Hendy. Very, very popular, not just Eglinton, across the Northwest.
Oh, I think he was one of the great professionals.
He really was.
One of the greats.
He really was.
West Indian that came over from Barbados and just totally integrated himself with the Northwest culture.
Still comes back quite regularly as well, yeah.
It's fantastic to hear. And I'd say he could walk into any club in the Northwest. He wouldn't have to put his hand in his pocket.
He would not. He certainly would not.
Sliced. There'll probably only be one again. Carmichael out there.
I hope I'm not going to jinx him, Ali, but Stephen Doheny's another cricketer I love watching. He just, particularly over the last couple of seasons since he came into the Northwest, he opened the batting with William Porterfield, and it was just lovely to watch as a Northwest cricket supporter. Lovely to watch those two, and it's great to see that he's continued to flourish in the role at the top of the order.
Yeah, really good point there, Lawrence, because there's probably no better man to open the batting with when you're a left-hander trying to make your way in the game, to come up to the Warriors and bat with a guy called William Porterfield.
Listen, I can't speak highly enough of William. Even what he done last year on the coaching side along with Boyd, he's just such a composed person to have around the setup. Very knowledgeable, quality, good speaker.
It's a quality shot from Erlang. There is a man out. Match it. Keeps a single.
I like the way the Warriors have set up going about this as well, Ali. There's no rush. There's no series of trotting down the wicket. I know Stephen does, but he does. That's part of his game anyway. I think they look quite composed at the minute, but there again, the nights were the same for 20 overs as well. So we'll keep our powder dry for now.
He's got enough of it. It's just in front of square. I thought possibly he'd pull that. He's got enough in front of square to avoid hitting it to John Matchett, but
seemed to be toe of the bat there. He didn't get all of it, that's for sure. But again, plenty of intent.
That's what we're kind of talking about with Stephen, though. The number of times he's got and looked absolute $1 million to 40 to 50.
Yeah.
But he needs to go on, especially today is the perfect opportunity, because he's batted now for 18 overs.
Yep.
If he bats for another 18, even 20, getting up towards 38 and 40, then he'll be on 80 or 90, I'm sure, and that will be the run chase. Almost in the bag.
That's right. I think the Warriors have been looking out for that as well. Somebody that can bat the innings and have other people bat around them. He's got the perfect platform, as you say here now.
Yeah, a bit of a thumbs up there from Stephen Doheny to his partner. It was a good call. That's important. That's another reason why I think Ali Chori had to go off, because they want to turn those ones into twos.
Yeah.
Aggression from Erlang. It's good stuff from the Warriors, not letting the Irish spinner Matthew Humphrey settle. The picking runs off here at the moment. There'll be a chase for Matchett. He's not going to get there.
Lovely shot. Yep.
He's not going to get there, John Matchett. That's the boundary in the over. I think skipper Neil Rock's going to have a decision to make here, because Matthew Humphreys is leaking boundaries here at the minute. They haven't got lots of runs to play with. Good shot to the left of cover. Despairing dive from Matchett. Unsuccessful. Again, too short. Too short. Hasn't found his rhythm. Matty Humphreys in this spell. Warriors ticking along well here, Lawrence.
Yeah, they are, and as we spoke about earlier on today, you can see that the pitch certainly is drying out. There's nothing misbehaving at the minute, and the batsmen look quite comfortable. I hate saying that when it's our own team and batting, but they are knocking it around at the minute. They don't look in any bother at all.
I think that's a very good word for it. Comfortable is exactly right. No dramas in this over so far. 5 balls, scoring off them all. As I say, no dramas for the Warriors batsmen. It's the end of the over. There's a dot ball to finish. I just want to mention this. We didn't really mention it earlier but when the Warriors are bowling, they really got through their overs really quickly. Yeah. We're used to talking about over rates rather, dragging on, especially T20 these days. The game seems to be taking 2 hours per innings. Yeah. The Warriors bowled their overs just over the 3 hours, which is a fantastic effort for 50 overs.
That has trickled down from the skipper over the last number of years, Andy McBride. who Andy's right up, even between overs, a change of over, every ball. His dad was the same, Junior was exactly the same. They were right on top of you. Andy's the same, and you can see now that the Warriors very, very quick turnover between overs as well. It's great to see. I like that.
Well, it is because we're in the entertainment business,
Yeah.
and to drag a game out, especially a 50 over game, can take it does take all day. Obviously, it's a 1 day game.
Yeah.
We don't want to be sitting here at 7, half 7, you know,
Yeah.
and things like that. Obviously, weather comes into it, but you really should be bowling your 50 overs within the allotted time.
That's
and,
right.
and to be fair, the Knights were good on Monday as well.
100%.
But the Warriors were excellent today.
You know, sometimes it's time for the sake of time. I'm not going to mention any teams, but I watched the game on Saturday in the Irish Cup.
Go on.
And there was a guy came off a 45-metre run, and 35 of them weren't necessary.
The guys walking about now trying to work out who that was.
Checking my photos on Facebook on Saturday night.
Oh, nice
Where
plug.
was he?
Nice plug. There's going to be a change of bowling here for the Northern Knights. It's going to be Theo van Verkum. He's going to come on at this end, the clubhouse end. He bowled very well on Monday in the Knights' victory. The skipper needs him to perform. That's a good start from him, creating an opportunity. Main Rock could have been in business there.
The slow stuff certainly worked in the first innings, yeah, no doubt about that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I talked it up earlier that possibly the Seamers would bowl for 12, maybe 15 overs, and they'd want to keep the Warriors to 60.
Yeah.
Irrespective of wickets, maybe 60, and then let the spinners come on. We've watched that over the past 2 games. The spinners have been the premier bowlers.
Yeah.
But the spinners we've watched so far have bowled well. McBride, Hoey, Robertson twice, Erlang today. So far, has to be said, Matthew Humphries didn't hit his lengths.
No.
They'll be looking for Van Verkum to do it right here.
Yeah. The key to it is, Ali, as was the case in the first innings, doing it in pairs, doing it together, doing it in tandem. Because if you're not leaking runs, but if you're 7 or 8 and over coming from the other end, it sort of offsets what you've been doing.
That's a nice shot. That's a nice shot from Erlang. Used the width on offer. It's only going to be 2, but it's a nice shot. Just ticking it over nicely. And Verkum's bowled reasonably well in his first 4 balls. He's still going for that run a ball, which is more than enough for the Warriors. Single. It'll be interesting to see what the skipper does at the other end. Does he try and bowl the 2 spinners in tandem? He's got Jacob Mulder up his sleeve.
That's what I'd have been looking at. Yeah, that's what I would have been afraid of. What I'm looking at.
That's well bowled. Yeah, decent over from Van Verkum, but he has gone for 5 still, and that's enough for the Warriors. They'll be happy with that. We'll just see in a minute what the skipper's going to do here. Could well be Mulder, is it? No. He's going to continue with Humphries. He's going to persist with him and hope that he can build that partnership with Van Verkum, both bowling left arm. As you say, the Warriors do seem quite comfortable at the minute.
Yeah, I think they're doing it in their own time, which is, a big bonus for them at this stage. It just needs a spark from the Knights. That's really what, and the same thing as was happening with the Warriors, 119, wasn't it, for 1 at one point? And you're sitting thinking, we need something to happen, something needs to give, and it was that huddle after drinks that seemed to create the breakthrough. They seem to have taken the message. But, look.
That's a beautiful shot. That's a beautiful shot from Michael Erlang. Work to do for Tyrone Cohen just down in front of us. He gets there, prevents 2, but nicely played. It's actually a better ball this time. from Humphreys, but
just an easy 2 again, Ali. It's
played it under his eyes.
Yeah,
and
very
nice
comfortable.
too.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be any demons in the pitch at all. Nothing to worry about.
I think it's a really good point in terms of the pitch. Doesn't look to be spinning too much.
Nope.
Not much turn. The seam bowlers, not much movement for them either off the pitch or in the air.
It's more difficult for them against a set batsman, as you know. And that's the issue then when you do bring on your seamers, that you're bowling on a flat pitch to 2 guys that are set.
That are in, yeah, and these two have got themselves in. As I say, not really a 97-run partnership, because obviously Jure's retired, but I mean, they've put on 60 on here. Yeah.
Erling's got 23 out of nowhere. I mean, he just come in 5 minutes ago and
he's looked very comfortable. So it's good stuff.
Yeah.
The Warriors are going to move on towards that 100 mark. There's no wickets by the look of it. Head and hands for a few of the nights, but Doherty keeps it out.
We were talking between innings, Ali, about the Irish Senior Cup at the weekend.
Yeah.
And obviously, again, a poor day for the Northwest in that competition, and it has been that way for a while. And it looks like Leinster and the NCU side are going to dominate again this year.
Yeah, I mean, I actually was at the preview night of the first round, and I talked about the Northwest, and I mentioned in the first innings with yourself I'd like to see a Northwest club try and grab the competition a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
If we go back to the days, and certainly I remember a Donamana final fairly recently when they went down to Dublin, Brady, Strabane, Brigade, all big names in the Northwest, and going down, they love to bloody the nose of the Leinster guys and the NCU guys, bring them up here. And I talked about also the hospitality you always got in the Northwest, and just to see them struggling.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even, so looking at the results, Lawrence, it wasn't even the results themselves that were the problem. A couple of the teams were well beaten.
Yes, and there has been a bit of a trait, down through certainly the last number of years. There's only so much you can say about it without sounding too negative. I think a lot of our teams go into the Irish Senior Cup probably more aware that they're not going to win it. Now, having said that, I fancy Ardmore to win it this year.
The whole thing?
Yeah. Yeah. So sticking with that, I'm going to say it because I think they're still in it, aren't they?
Yes,
Donamana are still in it. So
yes, you can end up with 2
Ardmore
teams
for the cup is the slogan this year.
That's a lovely shot. You said that in unison. It was a beautiful shot. Full face of the bat there, and a beautiful shot from Erlang. Used his feet and just hit it straight over the bowler's head. No safer place than over the bowler's head, and comfortably down to the boundary, and there's the boundary ball in the over. Again,
good catch.
That's gone.
Good catch.
Tried the same shot again, but a tremendous piece of fielding from Tyrone Cohen, who's just moved across to the right of us here, and just in the boundary, does a little jump to get himself up to take the catch and make sure he stays inside the rope. And that's a big wicket for the Knights. Michael Erlang just looked as if he'd got in, but that's broken the partnership. Good piece of fielding.
Very good. It was a great catch, I have to say, by Tyrone on the boundary. Mike just going for a repeat of the ball before. He actually, it seemed to catch the inside half of his bat. It's a lovely catch all the same.
It was a good catch over his head. I thought it actually had beaten him at one stage, and the ball was behind him, but he managed to reach up. And you're just talking about Ardmore a second ago, that they're going to win the cup.
Yeah,
that fella who's taking the catch there, he used to do a bit of damage at Ardmore.
He certainly did, yeah. He's He's a nice lad too. When they were playing in tandem, you had Harry and Tyrone and several other lads last year at Ardmore together. But harping back to the Irish Senior Cup and our record there, I'm not sure that there's anything kind of untoward or that teams are approaching it incorrectly or seeing it as a day out. I don't think it's that. I just think maybe there's more depth in the other two unions at the minute, if we're going to be honest, at club level. There are certainly in the top 5 or 6 more high quality players. If you go to you go to your top 4 or 5 teams in the NCU or Leinster.
Scott Macbeth has come in here. We talked about him in the first innings. A bit of a shining light for the Warriors and certainly his club side. And they're looking towards him and indeed Ryan to take the Warriors forward. But not only them, they're Brigade.
Yes.
And looking to take them forward.
Yeah. I mean, Brigade for me are a team who have underperformed for the last couple of years, and I know Andy Britton won't mind me saying that. I think he knows that himself. They represented Ireland after winning the T20.
Don't mention it, Lawrence.
Oh, I'm supposed to say nothing.
Mention
Sorry,
it, Lawrence.
okay.
Do not mention
right,
it.
Okay, fair enough.
The reason I'm saying not to mention it is because Brigade came to my club, Carrickfergus, in the semi-final that day.
That's right.
And we thought we were in with a big opportunity here.
Yep.
Brigade were superb that day. They were behind the 8 ball for a lot of that game, but that was when the fight came out.
But they're one of those sides. I mean, Donamana, Limavady, going back in the last number of years, as you said, were exactly like that. There was quality there. And I mean, Andy, I had a chat with him in pre-season, because we always have this conversation.
Just see Stephen Doherty there, just to break you in there, Lawrence. Sorry, just gone to his 50 from 64 balls, and he's now key to this chase from the Warriors. As we've just said, if he bats for the next 15 to 20 overs, he should be pushing up towards the 80s and 90s and help the Warriors. And it's well bowled from Matthew Humphreys to the new man Macbeth. Sorry, Lawrence, you were saying about Northwest
I
teams.
think Brigade are one of the sides that I would have fancied to go well. I mean, they were actually really in contention at Pembroke. They were cruising at Pembroke.
I think they should have won that game.
Yeah, they should have won the game.
Probably should have won. It was only a rearguard action and a very unlike. I'm sure you'll agree with me, unlike Lorcan Tucker innings, because he batted right the way through with number 9.
Yep.
When usually he'd be going
gung
ho.
Yep.
And he just settled in and just decided and won the game
as a good player does. Yeah.
As the good player does, exactly, for Pembroke. But Brigade, yes, what a fill-up that would have been if he'd have gone to Pembroke and won.
Absolutely. But again, look, as I say, I think we're maybe sort of overcritical on ourselves. I just don't think at this minute in time the quality is there. You look back, these things have a tendency to rotate quite a bit. I can't see it breaking up very much over the next couple of years, but at the end of the 1990s and the early 2000s, North West sides were completely dominant in the All-Ireland Cup.
A batter who's just come in, feet movement there from Scott, movement there from Scott, wasn't sure and got him squared up. So that's the difference between a guy like Stephen Doherty's now been in 65 balls, probably would have just played that back.
That's right.
Just a new guy, third ball, and that's what's created, that wicket has just created now. They've got an opening here.
Yeah, they have,
but
of course.
Can Scott Macbeth get through this tough little period and settle in with Doherty?
Listen, Scott Macbeth's a very decent cricketer. You've seen him bowling earlier on. His fielding's quite good, but he's a batsman first and foremost.
Yeah, he got 100. He got 100 for the Warriors in a warm-up game. I think a few days ago at Strabane, and then against the MCC. It kind of shows the ability. It was a lone hand, I think. I don't think anybody else got more than 20, I think, and it was a class act from Scott. So he can clearly bat. That's good from Van Verkum. That's good.
To be honest, it's definitely made a difference. It slowed stuff up as well. Exactly the same as what happened in the first innings.
He's right. A little bit of brighter news. A little bit of brighter news. First of all, obviously the Donamana and Ardmore will try and get through this weekend. They'll
and meet in the final,
Broken the Hills.
That's right, yes.
That'll be quite difficult, but you got to beat the best teams to get there.
This is it.
It's a little bit airy from Scott, a little bit airy.
the hills usually, they see, this is what I love about Derry Senior Cup. There's nowhere else I would see Mick or Jim Bennett or any of those guys, Martin, get a cup of tea with them. Yeah. And when we get a break between innings, I have to say something about getting a cup of tea at a cricket match. I'm on my high horse.
That's gone.
Wow.
That is gone. It's beautifully bowled from Verkham. We saw a little inkling of what was going to happen the previous ball. Outside off. A little bit of an airy-fairy shot. Edge. Straight to slip. Well taken. And Scott Macbeth has gone for a disappointing single. And the breakthrough, the double breakthrough.
Just want to see how much it left him, if at all.
Take a look at it here.
Not really. It didn't straighten, maybe. That's about the height of it.
Straightened a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that's as much as it did.
Yeah.
It was a good length. It probably wasn't there for the drive.
No, it wasn't there for the drive. No.
And that's the difference. When it's fully up for the drive, you can get your front foot out, and even if it turns a little, you'll cover it. That was a little bit short.
It's a different game. Of course it is, yeah. Different game. Annie back out again.
I'm really surprised at that,
So
I have to say.
I'm not surprised he's back out. I just didn't expect him so early.
Yeah, I thought they would hold him back now in case they needed him, maybe going in 6 or 7. But like, we don't know what the physios and the medical people have been able to do with him. But he looked in a really bad way earlier. It's good stuff, this from Van Verkham. He's definitely been the pick of the night's bowlers so far.
100% he's made a difference, Ali. 100%.
I'm just worried about Chori coming out when you are injured.
Yeah.
You know, if he gives his wicket away now because he's injured, we're looking at 3 down then. Still 150 or near 150 required. You know, whereas if you bring a new batter in who's fit, just be worried that he gives his wicket away now.
It's one of those ones that might be a masterstroke from Boyd in an hour's time.
It could be.
It could be a disaster in a few minutes.
That's the old toss of a coin, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
That's like batting. Do I go downtown or do you just sit in?
Absolutely. I would imagine the final decision's rested by Annie himself.
Yeah, probably. He'll know if it is. He'll know if it is.
Exactly.
But a big moment in the game here. Knights looking to turn the screw. And they're going to bring on number 17 on his back. Leg spinner Jacob Mulder is going to come in now, and we've seen certainly in club cricket over the. It'll be interesting to see how does Jacob Mulder get any turn on this wicket. He's not a massive turner for a leg spinner, but he bowls stump to stump. He makes the batters play.
He doesn't need to be, Ali, in this situation now, because again, the Northwest are now faced with that stick or twist. You know, do you crack on?
Yeah, nicely bowled from Jacob Mulder. We'll just see this over right, and then I'll let you have your little chat.
My rant. Okay.
Everybody's staying tuned for that.
Oh,
that's poor ball.
Done the same in the first one. They dragged it down there.
Yeah, that's the old leg spin. Leg spinner's Achilles heel.
Yep.
That's the drag down, but he's got away with it. Again, possibly a man new to the crease, Annie Chori, whereas that had been Doherty, that might have been sailing into the fields on the left hand side of us there. Nice.
To hang about now. It's just at least until he gets somebody in with him, and gives Annie a chance to recover.
Yeah, and as we mentioned at the halfway point of towards the start of this innings, Doherty might have that extra little 10% in his tank today, having been left out of the Ireland World Cup.
We're quite surprised that he was left out, but it's hard to argue with the squad they picked as well. So
it is, yeah. Okay then, Lawrence, let's hear it then. I'm going to at you a little bit quizzically because
not at all. No,
if you want to have a tea,
we have an argument with the rest. Telling you a story. And it's Ardmore Cricket Club again. In the old Ulster Cup, you remember those days?
Oh yes.
Again, I'm not going to name any teams, but
lead a run, and it's not great.
Drawn away to CSNI on a Sunday. Remember those competitions? That competition was played on a Sunday.
Yeah.
And when they came in at halfway through for the tea at Stormont, there was nothing there. There was only, where's the tea? And somebody at the club pointed to a guy walking down the pointed to a guy walking down the field and says, he ate it all. So he ate everything that they had for 32 people. Am I right, says a guy, but it would take me a while to do that. Counteract that with, I was at Burndennet for the National Cup game on Saturday. And you had a choice of lasagna and chips, curry and rice, all four if you wanted them, followed by sandwiches and biscuits and cake. And I thought, you want to put them in the back of a bus there and pick them up the road. And apparently our friends now around the country aren't doing teas at all. If you want a tea, you have to bring it with you. Now, come on.
I'll give you a little bit of backup here.
Okay.
We'll just see this delivery through.
Okay.
Yeah, I can just talk to you from a Northern Cricket Union perspective, and
yeah,
and the old thing that's happened that blamed on COVID.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, of course, yeah.
So when COVID came along, it gives a carte blanche for anything to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Give us the carte blanche to make more tea.
Well, exactly.
Stopped you guys completely.
So basically what happened was then, there were obviously no teas during the year we played after
that's
COVID.
right,
There
yeah.
were no teas. We couldn't do that. But basically then, a lot of clubs decided that this was an opportunity to save a little bit of money.
Oh, man.
So it became a bit of a thing not to produce teas for
Mhm.
every ground. So
Yeah.
they basically put out a directive to say if you wanted to make teas, then you could. That they weren't going to do it.
Mhm.
A good friend of mine, Neil Gill at Muckamore,
Yes.
he's had a bit of a rant about this as well.
Yes.
He's not a happy man at
No.
all. And I actually think it is a thing in cricket that we've got to bring back. It has got to be brought back. Not only that, but the way it is these days, and I can understand a lot of guys are playing a lot of cricket now,
Mm-hmm.
but you rarely see any social activity after a game.
100%. Completely agree.
Oh, that's nice cut from Dohney. Could go to the boundary. It's a bit of a chase for Josh Manley. He's done well. He's pulled it back and saves a couple of runs. So well done. Good chase from Josh Manley. Good shot from Dohney though. Used the pace. Need for 50 overs. And
Yep.
So I loved meeting other players, and especially when we talk about the Senior Cup and the National Cup.
Yep.
Hardly won a game in the Senior Cup, but loved coming to the Northwest, seeing a new ground, new places, meeting other people. As you say, you don't meet them. You play your own Northwest teams all the time, but when you go to Dublin and you see...
Without a doubt. I mean, relayed the level. I played at Waterside. Senior B was as high a level as I ever played at Waterside. Then I moved to City of Derry, and I was captain at City of Derry for the last 9 years. And we used to always pitch in at the end of the day. Not just for teas, we put on, everybody brought what they had to bring for teas. But at the end of the day, the players all give £3 as well. And we put up half a dozen pitchers of beer for the away team. Brought them up the stairs. And the beer was free, obviously, to them. And it was more just for the social occasion. But harping back to what's happening now, I mean, that's my famous Charlie Kelly sandwiches story from the Karabi days. When I look back on that now and think it was a ground and it was a social event, it was, and people went, as you say, afterwards and socialised together even after the game as well. And it was absolutely fantastic. But I look at,
here in the Northwest,
well, that's right.
thing,
And you look at, to Jim Bennett and Mick and Martin, who come up with the Hills every time that they play up here. You're able to bring those guys in for a proper, decent tea, because when you go to the Hills, they do that for you. It's the exact same. They do it for you. I just hope it's something we can get around, being honest. Not because I'm always hungry on a Saturday. Which
no, but
I
think that's the way. Unfortunately, I think that's the way it's going in the NCU as well. That it's kind of got to the stage. Well, they didn't do it for us, so we're not going to do it for them. And,
see, that's,
but
yeah.
once you get to that road, it's the old eye for an eye and a tooth for tooth.
Yeah.
Everybody is
That's right.
blind and no teeth.
That's exactly it. Well, it's a pity.
But as you say, hopefully,
common sense will prevail eventually.
I'll actually mention it. You've mentioned the National Cup there, and as much as we said about the Northwest sides in the Senior Cup, it's been difficult for them. A couple of good wins.
Yes.
For the Northwest sides in the National Cup.
Yes. And to be honest, although one of the teams that I really like this year in the Northwest got an awful trimming in the National Cup. They went to Rush and conceded, I think, 415 or thereabouts.
Oh, my friend.
But I can tell you now, Strabane are decent this year. They are, maybe again they just, I don't know if they won the toss and put Rush in or anything silly like that. So, I don't want to commit myself in terms of what Rush done, but when both your openers is getting hundreds and then
one's getting off 39 balls, and it's a bit of a difficult thing. I think
what's coming.
Probably if you'd have sat down, I was at the draw and came out Rush against Strabane, you sort of looked at it and went, that's about as tough a draw as you can get.
Yeah.
But I'm actually delighted to hear that Strabane are on the way back.
Oh, Strabane have been very good this year. Strabane knocked Brady out of the Senior Cup at this very ground not that long ago, and they've beaten. Who did they beat? They beat Glendermot in the league, I think, in a crucial game as well. And they've got new buildings, but they've got new buildings at home in the quarter-final of Senior Cup. They'll not be petrified.
Catch. Oh, that should have been taken. That should have been taken. You can hear the cries of catch it. From just beside me here. I think Morgan taught me there, I think, at cover. Those are the chances that they've got to take.
There's so many similarities between these two innings. Do you remember that
exact thing there?
Happened again,
Off Kane
difficult,
Robertson. Kevin Robertson dropped that chance at point, I think it was. And that's hit through. It was well hit also. But I think this level, moving across to his right, Morgan Totney quite disappointed, takes his cap off and replaces it. So we talked about the Northwestern and Strabane, a fantastic club for over the years. Absolutely fantastic club, and I'm really delighted to hear that they're
great people around it. The Gillespies and Pattons all still represented there.
Improvise from Chure again. Oh, he'll take the second now. Just a little bit of a fumble.
He's moving okay there. He's
again. Just looking at that shot. He's trying to play paddles and swoops and things. It's not really
necessary.
Chure's game.
It's not needed either at this stage, Ali.
These boys will be bowling against each other and batting in the nets quite regular, both at North Down at the minute. Mulder just moved back from CIYMS this year. Shorey opens the batting for North Down, so they'll be well used to each other. Bit of work for Carmichael in the deep. Does it well, just a single.
And it's one of the things that people talk about now as well when you're talking about cricket, is how competitive is it, as competitive as it used to be. These guys are playing with each other, clubs. Does it affect how competitive the series is?
That's nicked from Donny. Work again from Manley. He can't do it this time. He's gone for 4. A bit of luck possibly for Stephen Doheny, but he'll take that. Gets the boundary. Just off the wide. Possibly the only thing there. A little bit of width from Mulder. As we say, valiant. He's got away with that. Loads of space there for Stephen Doheny to pick a gap. And he hit it straight to Ross Adair. An easy single. Not speaking too soon here, Lawrence, possibly, but it seems that the Warriors have just settled down again from that second wicket. They lost Erling. And then Scott Macbeth. And they seem to have settled down a little bit. They've put on 20, but seem to be comfortable again. That's well bowled from Mulder. A little bit more flight. Sure.
Seems to be much harder to get away, doesn't it? The slow stuff.
Well, that's been the evidence for the past 2 days, on Tuesday and today. It does seem, saying that, I do think that the spin, Matthew Humphreys today maybe a little bit disappointed in his spell. Certainly here at this end, Theo van Virkrum has bowled really well.
Come on, There he goes again.
Yeah, will it make? It's going to be safe. And that is a huge moment in the game. That's a huge moment in the game. We've talked about Doheny going on to get 80, 90, 100.
Yeah.
He holds out there, changes the game immensely. There's still well over 100 116 or so. And if he'd have got a bit more wood on that, it would have been straight down Tyrone Cohen's throat.
I think they need to be a wee bit more circumspect with this boy here. He seems very
I mean,
accurate.
to me, that's a get-out shot.
Yep,
That's a
right.
get-out shot. You know, he's already seen Michael Erlang pick out Tyrone Cohen, and just losing a bit of shape and as he played the shot. But yeah, pick your bowlers.
That's right.
You're
You're taking 4 singles off this guy and over. That's fine.
He's taking 2 for 25 now off 5.5. You don't want to be giving any more W's.
Nope, definitely not.
That's more comfortable. Takes a single. And that's the difference now. You see, you've got a couple of singles now, just rotating strike off a bowler who's bowling well. Respect to the guy who's bowling well. If he's bowling poorly, certainly take chances, hit him to the boundary.
Fair game for that,
but if he's bowling well, that's a shot. Much more control. Much more control than that. Sort of similar length. But this time, Doheny. Sorry, Anichuri this time. Sorry. Anichuri, apologies. Nicely bowled. Nicely bowled.
Yes.
That's okay. Still ticking the score over.
Settled for that. And I mean, it's a key game in terms of the table, the IP50 table today. A win for the Warriors today would really open that table up now at this point.
100%. Myself and Stephen were talking earlier towards the last 10 overs of the night's innings, and we were saying that Shane Getgate and his Warriors will be happy.
Yeah.
But the guys from the Reds and the Lightning who'll be watching this telecast right now would have been absolutely delighted, because a night's win today may have closed the door in the tournament.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think there's any.
Run rate 4.7. The run rate required 5.6. We mentioned this in the night's innings. Just keep an eye on that. Triple R, the run rate required. Comfortable at the minute, certainly with the wickets in hand.
I don't think the overs will run out. Not a bold prediction, but.
Oh, what a catch.
What a year.
What a catch from Tyrone Cohen. I'm sure he has held his ground, but I think he's got to go. Poor old Anichuri won't be wanting to look at Tyrone Cohen too often.
No, he's had
the first ball of his previous spell, he's hit him and done him a bit of damage on his toe. The first ball of this spell, Chore has hit the ball straight back to Cohen, and he's taken a fantastic catch to get rid of Anichuri. In comes Cohen. And we'll just see it now. It's one of those instinctive catches. Down to his right. Yeah, there you go. Just into the right mitt. It sticks. And a big wicket for the Knights, just as we were talking about these two setting the platform.
Skipper time.
It is Shane Getgate, and I was talking with our other commentator, Stephen Alkin. He'll be joining us again shortly. These two were the two big wickets for the Warriors. Stephen Doheny, very experienced international, and this guy, Shane Getgate, who can obviously clear the ropes.
Yes.
But if you remember back about 8 or 9 days ago against the Reds, the Warriors are in severe strife.
Yeah.
And Getgate came in and he didn't score a run.
17 balls, wasn't it?
For a good 17 to 20 balls. Hardly hit a run off the ball.
Yep.
Ended up 50 plus not out.
That's right.
Saw the Knights home. Saw the Warriors home against the Reds.
Yeah.
And a huge innings for him.
17 dots and the 18th ball went over the roof.
Yeah. I think his first shot was a scoring 6. And something very similar here now for Getgate.
It's Northwest ironic that a former Ardmore man's doing all the damage.
Yeah, isn't it just? Isn't it just? You couldn't really script it, could
you?
It's
well seen. That's why I fancy him for the Irish Senior Cup.
He's taken 2 blinding catches.
He has.
And to be fair, he's He's bowled quite well. He's bowled quite well. Yeah, that's nice. Big barrel-chested fella. Runs in wholehearted, doesn't he? He just
strong
looks like
big
a guy.
boy. Yep.
Looks like a guy you'd be
Rugby player.
You'd be looking to lift a few bales of hay on
Oh. He certainly would. Yeah. I wouldn't like to owe him a favour anyway.
No, again, just you're talking about the Northwest psyche. He looks a guy that would be bang at home up here, would give you a wholehearted, give you 100% in every game.
Yeah, that's right.
Really well bowled. He's going to pay the penalty for bowling a good ball.
Yeah.
Took the neck. Fine enough to go for 4. Pyrrhic victory for Cohen there. He's won that little battle, but Shane gets off the mark just wide of Pretorius. You can't do anything about it. Perfectly placed, as you would say.
Yeah. He's just in this game, isn't he, Tyrone? He's in this game every time.
Yeah, we talked about a few players in the last. Young Reuben Wilson at the Leinster Lightning is one. He just seems to make things happen. Maybe going for runs.
Yes.
But he takes wickets.
Yeah.
Always something seems to be happening when they've got the ball or the bat.
That's right.
Always and that seems to be where Tyrone's at. Always something's happening.
Something happening with them all.
When he's either batting or bowling.
Those guys are invaluable, aren't they?
He's going to get away with
Test
that
in
one.
the middle.
He's going to get away with that one.
Well, to be honest, didn't get up that high.
Yeah, so there we go. 31 overs gone. 146 for 3.
Just before, I know Stephen's coming back in again now, received a message from a good friend of ours, Niamh O'Shea, at the interval, just to say that she had heard us on. She was following online. Just when he said St Johnstone were going to Kerry for the first round, the match was called off, and Niamh was going to put all the boys up in her house.
She's one of the stars of Cricket Ireland, Niamh. She's absolutely fantastic, does a lot of work.
Graphics queen.
She is the graphics queen. But just want to say before Stephen does come in at the end of this over that you've been an absolute pleasure here, Lawrence. Very, very knowledgeable about your Northwest cricket, of course, but cricket in Ireland in general. And as I say, hopefully you'll get your...
My teas.
I can guarantee you this. Just getting back here to the cricket. And Van Verkum still whirling away here at this game. If he can work out another wicket here. Oh, that's good. That's good testing. Get Kate as he's just come to the crease.
Going to be interesting watching for the last 18 overs or whatever's left after this now.
He's gone up for it. Neil Rock's very, very confident. Bowler didn't really back him up there, but the man behind the sticks, very, very confident. It was a beautiful piece of bowling from Van Verkum, a little bit slower through the air. And that's one of the few balls that have really spun. There you can see that spun and took off. Excellent ball from Van Verkum. There has been a little bounce, especially from this clubhouse end. Hoey got a little bit, Robertson got a little bit. And that was a little...
This boy's been very impressive now, I have to say.
He's been good. He's been good. He started the season well for CIYMS's club, but also the Knights. The get out shot. Sweep. Let's see if he's gonna... He says he's hit it. Mark Hawthorne says he's hit it, so just the one run. So once again, I'd like to thank you very much, Lawrence, for coming in today. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here in Breedy in the Northwest. We love to be here.
Yep.
And thank you for your
I'll
time.
see you during the summer. Cheers, man.
Oh, you absolutely will. Thank you to Lawrence Moore. Spoke very passionately about his Northwest cricket. There are more people about Northwest Cricket like Lawrence Moore. He'll be in a much healthier state. Loves his cricket, Lawrence. So welcome back Stephen Elkin, who has come here to join me for this last 18 overs. And I think, Stephen, as we mentioned at the start of this innings, we're in for a cracking finish.
I
I think we are. Two unbelievable catches by Cohn when I was gone. One overhead that I don't know how he got to. One that was hit back so hard. And they've really gotten his side back into the game. This partnership is crucial now. Doheny and Getkate.
Yeah,
They really have to stay together, don't they?
We talked at the start of the, I think possibly even off camera, that these were the two mainstays of the Warriors batting in terms of experience. Doheny's quite young, a lot of experience at the high level, and these two are the most experienced. You know, you're looking at Melly and McClintock coming in. That's a good shot. It's a top shot from Doheny.
Through the covers for 4.
Yeah, top shot from Stephen Doheny, over pitched from Cohen. And
he hasn't received too many loose balls.
No,
Steve
he hasn't.
Doheny. That's only his second boundary since well before he got to 50.
Saying that though, when he has got one there, he still managed to put it away. And that's what you've got to do. Put the bad ball away.
And that'll be an easy decision for umpire Jareth McCready. It's one thing that the Knights can't afford is to give any free runs away. 100 required now, 101 exactly. Doheny on 74. He's been impressive, he's been patient.
Yeah, how many times does it happen, Stephen, when there's a selection of a squad? It has to happen, of course. People have to get picked, people have to get left out. But if we've got a game within a day or two of being left out, how many times does it happen where they just go, here you go, have a look at this. And Stephen Doheny's sticking his hand up here. He's 74 off 90. And just being that glue for the innings that we talked about.
But he needs to finish the job now. It's no good getting to this, getting out, and then there's a little collapse.
And I would say over to our right here, over where the changing rooms are, I'd say that's exactly what his coach has written in his notebook. Can you see it?
Kate is just in. Melly, McClintock, perhaps the next two.
Corn's been good. Corn's been good. He's, you know, a wholehearted cricketer. As I talked to Lawrence just there now, he was at Ardmore last year, so he knows him quite well. And a wholehearted cricketer, giving his all for the Knights. Now he's moved down to representing the Knights this year. And 3, as I say, wholehearted performances so far from Tyrone. Oh, that's dropped.
Kate came down the wicket there, and that's been dropped by Pretorius, I think.
It is Pretorius. It is Pretorius in the gully sort of
gully
region.
Yeah, very sharp chance. It was hit really hard. They've had a few chances, but they've been difficult, and they've taken a couple of great ones too.
Just mentioning about what Boyd Rankin will be writing in terms of his notebook. I think I know what Simon Johnson might be writing. A couple of catches have gone down. There was one in the covers, I think, burst through Morgan Topping, and one there has just gone through the hands of Pretorius. They are tough chances, but at this level, I think you've got to take
His spell. He's going to continue from the pavilion end to Shane Getkate.
Quite. It just spun and bounced past Getkate. I think that's certainly in his mind at the minute. He's playing just a little bit of lack of confidence against Van Verkum. I'll be honest with you, Stephen, I think in these next 2.4 overs that Van Verkum's got left, I think he needs a wicket. I think he needs to break this partnership he's got.
Doheny very quick to get to the other end and get Kate off strike because he's not comfortable with the left arm spinner. Clever cricket from Stephen Doheny.
Yeah, really good point. Sometimes it's just helping your mate out, get down the other end and take a wee bit of the pressure off him.
And he'll be very aware how many balls are left in Van Verkum's spell. That's 33 overs now. 155 for 3. One left in the over. Turned into mid-wicket. An easy single.
I think there's one left. Actually, I think the scoreboard's just catching up a little bit. 1 minute. One ball left in the over now. He gets another go at Get Kit. Nice.
Solid.
Good cricket. Good cricket from both players. Well bowled and very solid, as you say, Stephen, from Get Kit. He realises, we were just talking before you came back on air, that sometimes you got to give a little bit of respect to the bowler. If he's bowling well, give him that respect. See him off. Don't give him an easy wicket. I think at the other end, I think you're going to mention Mulder.
Yeah, more spin.
Well, actually, it's going to be Matty Humphries. You're right. Matty Humphries is going to come back. And I think it'll have to be said, he didn't bowl particularly well in his opening spell. He'll be looking to improve a little. He'll need to tighten his length more than anything. I think he was a little bit short. And he will have seen Verkham at this end. He wants another left arm spinner. A little bit of competition there from the clubhouse end, not so much from the Mason Road end.
There's the update on your graphics at the bottom of the screen. 157 for 3 off 34. Doherty on 76. Get Kate on 9. Doherty takes the single off the first ball, which will please the Knights. They want to see Get Kate on strike.
Just going to say, can they bring a slip in? It looks as if they might be. Ryan Pretorius is slowly moving in. I think he's going to eventually make it the slip. Here he comes. There he comes, just onto your screen. So yeah, the aggression shown by Neil Rock. Even though we're into the last 15 odd overs, they need wickets.
On the scoreboard here, it gives you the total, but it also, and those fielders will be very aware, only 97 required now.
Chance of a run out.
Quick single.
Good running in the end. Picked out Josh Manley. A good bit of run from Get Kate again. He's taking it over. Doherty, a key wicket now. Key wicket for the Warriors.
Both of these guys have been dropped in their innings. The Knights may well rue those chances. Doherty dropped in the 60s by Topping, and Get Kate dropped that sharp chance to Pretorius in the gully region. Another single to Doherty, who moves to 79. Get Kate on 10. A little bit of a discrepancy between the graphics on your screen and the score on the scoreboard, so I'm, to be honest with you, not exactly sure which one is correct.
Better over from Humphries so far, though.
Get Kate into the deep, just a single.
Better over that time from Humphries. Well negotiated though by the Warriors. 15 to go now. Just always keep a look. Runs to win against balls remaining. This level. Anything around a run a ball. Very manageable. We've talked about in the last over. 2 overs left. And Verkham. Can he get the wicket? It's really required by the man in blue and red.
After 34, the Knights were 168 for 4. The Warriors 161 for 3. There's nothing in this game. Potentially the best finish of any of these Rario interprovincial matches that we've had in the last couple of weeks.
It's really well bowled. Really well bowled.
Van Verkem continuing to be on the spot. 2 for 31 and well into his 9th over. Can he get a crucial 3rd wicket? Slightly overpitched, but played straight back to him by Stephen Doheney. Oh, beautiful delivery.
Really nice from Theo Van Verkem, and you can see him puff of the cheeks there. It was a beautiful piece of bowling. And he's just got that line and pace of this bowling now on this pitch. Oh, that's turned. That has turned. Yeah, and I think that's a good move from Stephen Downey. Just let that go outside the off stump.
Well, we can't have competitions like this without sponsors, and Rario have come in this year, and they're very important for Irish cricket.
Yeah, all the Irish players available on Rario.com. You can buy a pack of 3 cards. You can go on there and play competitions on Rario.com. Buy your own particular players if you want. All the Ireland players, both men's and women's, are available. Buy your digital cards and you can get gold, black, silver, bronze, different levels. And if you buy those at a certain level and then your player does well, the value of those cards can go up. And you can play in tournaments on Rario.com. So why not pop on to our principal sponsor, Rario.com, have a look, buy your favourite players and get involved.
Drinks break. We're going to take a short break too. Back in a few moments. Welcome back to Mahara Mason, home of Breedy Cricket Club. And I believe some of you may be experiencing some problems with your picture. Let me tell you, we are working on it. There are some issues with the local internet feed, but we're trying to restore back to full signal as soon as possible. If you are experiencing problems, we'll continue a sponsored interprovincial championship match between the Northwest Warriors batting in green and the Northern Knights in the red and blue. Exciting finish in prospect. 162 for 3 into the 37th over. Could go either way.
Yeah, here's hoping you do get to watch the last 14 or 13 and a half overs of this game, because it looks like it could be a cracker. That's a good shot.
Get Case really getting onto that and smashing it through the covers.
Got it to the right of Morgan Topping, and the covers hit with power. And that's That's what he's got. And again, you'll get a good look at it here from this camera angle. A little bit wide. Chance of him to get his hands through the ball. A little bit wide from Humphreys. And Gate doesn't need to be asked again. Smashes it to the boundary.
Straight down the ground for a single. 167 for 3.
Some little things like that, Stephen. Just let's hit back to the bowler. Just needs to get something on that. Prevent the single.
That runs to win comes down to 87 with 7 wickets in hand. Sliced and caught, and the wicket is taken. The catch in the gully, and it's Doheny who's out, the man who has held this innings together, and it's Mulder who makes that catch off the bowling of Humphreys. And what a wicket that is for the Northern Knights. 167 for 4, and Doheny out for 78.
Stephen Doheny was looking for a century, but in his 100th ball, he sliced that just off the outside edge, looking to hit it through the covers. A similar sort of ball to one that Gate hit for 4. But he's taken the outside edge and lobbed that to gully. Jacob Mulder diving forward, takes the catch. Big wicket for the Knights. We just talked about Doheny's wicket possibly being the key to the game. I was just thinking that the Warriors had got themselves in a real good position, but we can't take it away. It's a great innings from Doheny. He's 78 from 100 balls. But as he just opened the door for the Knights, Humphreys will be delighted to take that wicket. New man in. He's looked good in his 2 innings so far. And number 10 for the Warriors is Cameron Melly.
But it's always a nervy moment when you're coming in 4 down, still 87 required, just 13 overs and 1 ball remaining. Oh, and he's got a second. What a delivery from Humphreys. Top of the bail taken off. 2 wickets and 2 balls, and this game has completely swung around. Melly bowled for a duck, first ball.
I'm sure you could hear the shouts coming up from the Knights, from behind the stumps, from around the ground. You can see it here again, and this is a ball from Humphreys, drifting in, straightened, hit the off stump. Picture perfect delivery from Matthew Humphreys. May not have been at his best today so far, but that's an absolute beauty. And he's picked up 2 wickets and 2 balls. And his captain behind the stumps will have had a perfect view of that, and he'll be absolutely delighted.
Shane Getgate, the skipper, watching at the other end, now joined by William McClintock from Donamana, coming in at number 7. Nervy moments these for the Warriors, who need a win to get themselves back into this championship. And it's Van Workham to continue from the pavilion end.
This is a big over. This is a really big over here. If Van Workham can pick up the wicket.
And last over. 2 for 31 already. Dug out by Getgate, who I think would prefer to see some medium pacers bowling rather than these tricky spinners. It's been a spinner's day, hasn't it? He'll get a run off the fielder in the covers. 168 for 5.
Yeah, it's been quite strange, to be fair, Stephen. We've watched the spinners bowl all day, certainly the night spinners. Van Workham's been good, but in his first 5 or 6 was nothing really for a spell. Just in this last 20 minutes, the ball seems to be gripping a little bit more. Balls like that, just putting the pressure on. just all it takes is one ball to turn. And I think that ball that Van Verken bowled at Getgate about 10-15 minutes ago, where it pitched and took off and beat the outside edge, has really put a bit of a seed in the batsman's mind.
And of course, given
There's a run
mistake
out.
here.
Should be a run out. Really
McClintock
should
was
have been
coming
a run
down the pitch, and Getgate was never interested in a run there. They better get their communication skills going. Last ball of this wonderful 10-over spell from Van Verken. Can he do something special? Blocked away by McClintock. And at the end of that spell, a brilliant spell from Theo Van Verken. Got his side back into the game with a couple of wickets, and he kept his accuracy up right to the end. Getgate on 18. McClintock yet to score. It's 168 for 5 with just 12 overs to go. 86 required off 72 deliveries. That asking rate is rising.
You can see Neil Rock giving his left arm spinner there, Theo Van Verken, a bit of a round of applause there. And he'll be delighted with his 10 overs, but don't forget, it's easy to forget, this is a hat-trick ball. Matthew Humphries bowling to Getgate. That's on the mark. The Warrior skipper is up to the mark, and he keeps it out. Matthew Humphries got his tail up here.
Over 7 and over required.
I just find it amazing, Stephen, that during that spell when he was bowling earlier on, didn't look threatening, was bowling 4 balls, and now Getgate's right under pressure with this left arm spinning. He's taking the long handle.
It over
He's
the
got
long boundary at long on, and it's gone the whole way. It's a maximum for Getgate. He really caught that one, Humphries, in his last over.
And it's come off, but just again the sign of the pressure that he was on when he was in with Doheny. No sign of needing to do that. A little bit of pressure comes. Fair play to him. He's got plenty of it. And that's going to take a little bit of work for that one to be retrieved.
I think that's down on the housing estate.
I think that's down in the Mason Road, yeah.
There's been some big hits today. Remember that smash from Rossadair over the pavilion? We reckon that was at least 90 metres.
Oh, I think that was well over the clubhouse, cleared the clubhouse, and if you know Brady and the car park at the back, I think it might have cleared that as well. Obviously, once it goes over the pavilion here, we can't really see behind it. It doesn't really matter as long as it clears. Doesn't really matter as long as it clears the boundary. It's still 6. We don't get 10s and 12s. I think maybe the IPL keeps going the way it's going. Maybe they'll bring that in, 10s and 12s.
Style marks. Okay, Humphries, 3 more balls to end his 10-over spell. Full toss, punch down the ground, just a single this time.
Yeah, they won't mind that. They've been looking for a single in the first ball of the over there. Just to give him one, get a ball at the new man, William McClintock, in this situation, under pressure. Ball seems to be starting to turn.
Same wicket used on Tuesday, so this wicket now has seen 180 odd overs. From his 10 overs. Oh, my apologies, yes, that's Van Verken, who's already finished his spell. But maybe it's a good spell of bowling.
He came back. His first few overs where he bowls too short, too many freebies. Certainly when he came back on from that Mason Road end, he was much more threatening. Took those 2 wickets rather, in 2 balls in the last over. And that last ball that he bowled to William McClintock just shaved the off stump.
Humphries 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 54. Straight to the fielder in the covers, no run.
Yeah, big set here from Jacob Mulder. coming back into the Knights lineup.
Long on.
As you would have hoped.
The score to 176 for 5.
Yeah, very much so. 20 minutes ago we were talking about Stephen Doheney taking this home. Once he departed, all of that weight moves from Doheney. So he's back in the pavilion, moves directly on to his skipper, who's the man that's in.
William McClintock on strike, yet to score. Bit jerky with that stroke.
Yeah, the feet need to get moving for William. He's known for just playing with his eyes and his hands, working together. Not too much feet movement.
Slower ball, straight to Cade Carmichael in the covers.
Yeah, good stuff from the Knights. He's keeping McClintock on strike. What's that run rate? Just creeping up. 78 needed.
Again, straight to the fielder. They can't find the gaps, and that was an excellent over from Mulder. Just one from it, and it's 175 for 5 with 11 left. 79 required to win. I can see the umpire signalling out there, so it's actually 40 overs gone. We're into the final power play. Last 10 overs.
So interesting discussion going on at the minute, just off camera. Main Rock has got a few guys, you just see sunlight. Looks to have been given the nod. Tyrone Cohen also there. Well, looks like Josh Manley's been given the nod, as I say, and he's going to bowl from the Mason Road end. Obviously Matthew Humphries finished his spell, so they decided to go with Josh Manley. Bowled quite well in his opening spell without much luck.
None for 21 or 5.
But I think, given what we've witnessed over the past 45 minutes or so, I think that both Getgate and in particular William McClintock won't be too disappointed that it's a little bit of pace on the ball now. So there we go.
Getgate having a really good look at the field, trying to work out what his options are. Third man, deep cover, long on, and 2 on the leg side. 1 in front of square, the other behind. And that wraps him on the pad. Half-hearted appeal for LBW.
Yeah, we did something similar in the Knights innings, and obviously they were setting a target. A little bit easier now. We'll just go back to that previous ball. It was 60 balls remaining. Runs to win 78. So fairly easy even for my poor Maz. That's 7.8 per over. So just keep an eye on that. Runs to win against balls remaining. They'll not want it to get too much of a gap at the moment. There's a gap of 19.
Turned away backward of square. It'll just be a single. Getgate wanted to come back to keep the strike, but now it's McClintock who will have to face the music. And the skipper just coming down to have a chat. Probably just telling Willie McClintock to just relax, take it as it comes. The runs will come. They will come if you stay in, that's for sure. It's a difficult situation, this, for the Warriors. They were well ahead of the game until those 2 wickets went down in that splendid over from Humphries. His 9th. Since then, they've been really under pressure. Short delivery outside the leg stump, and that'll be a free run.
Bit of an apology there. Yeah, another apology down for Neil Rock from Josh Manley. Just lost his Just lost his shape there, fell away a little bit. Pushed that down the leg side. Don't want to be bowling there anyway. To William McClintock, we saw on Tuesday, anything short on his hip. More than comfortable. More than happy to hit it to the boundary.
That's come off the top edge, and it doesn't carry to the keeper, Neil Rock. William McClintock just not seeing the ball very well.
The point you made, Stephen, is right though. He does stay there. Although he hasn't scored off the first 9 balls, he'll soon catch up as he hits the ball cleanly. If he can just get one off the middle, get a run, feel more confident, he can then help the skipper see the team home.
That's a good flick off his pads for a single to long leg. So he has got off the mark. That'll make him feel a bit better.
Not a good throw there from Morgan Topping.
Northern Knights 2 wins out of 2 before today. Another win today, and they're more than halfway to the title. Coming to the halfway point of this Rario Interprovincial Series. At the moment, Northern Knights on top with 4 points. Northwest Warriors, Munster Reds, Leinster Lightning, all with 1 win on 2 points.
I think we mentioned it a few times, but I think Nigel Jones, coach of the Lightning, Jeremy Bray, coach of the Reds, they'll be glued to this.
Short ball pulled away strongly just in front of square and saved on the boundary. Good fielding, but a couple of runs for Get Kate.
Good work down there. Kid Carmichael out in the boundary there, I think. Good work. Saves 2. You can see Get Kate starting to get a little bit anxious in terms of he's moving about the crease, not playing from his stance. He's possibly, I've mentioned it before, he's moved into the possibly T20 mode now, moving about the crease, trying to put the bowler off.
Much slower delivery, but he sliced it away towards third man. Another couple of runs for the Warriors.
Yeah, you can see there, you see that one again, he's moved away to leg, stepped away to leg, cut that over the point, fielder for 2. But again, I don't think that the Knights will be too displeased with that.
Yep, still 71 off 9 overs. That's just a tad short of 8 and over. And Mulder is going to continue from the pavilion end with his tweaky spin.
Big over here. Big over here. McClintock, as we said, he's 1 off 10. I just think it could be in his mind now. Spinner's on. Can I break my shackle, my own personal shackles here? It'll be interesting to see how he takes this on.
Long on and long off are deep. He goes for the big one. There's a man out there, and it's over his head for 6. Well, you said he wouldn't be long in getting the runs if he hits the ball, and he certainly hit that one. A 6 to McClintock.
Well, yeah, I didn't think it would be too long before William McClintock took the chance. He's played the sweep shot, and that is literally a yard above John Matchett.
He goes again to cow corner. This time it drops short. Just a single this time.
I think it's a bad option from William McClintock here. Short straight. Yeah. Possibly if Josh Manley had been down on that boundary, he might have had a catch there. He's taken 7 from the first 2 balls.
Just 12 between the runs to win and the balls remaining now. That was a bump ball. Played very firmly and
I think that's a catch, Stephen.
Stopped well by Topping.
I think that's a catch.
You think that was a catch?
I think that's
I'd
a
like
catch.
to see a replay of that.
I think that's a catch. Morgan Topping
Certainly
again.
from the reaction.
Looking at his body language, I think that's a catch. That's gone straight into Morgan Topping's hands. Burst through. And that's a huge moment. Yeah.
Take the single this time.
It's a big moment in the game. This is it again.
Yeah, it was a catch,
it's
all
a
right.
catch. Yep. There you go. Straight through Morgan Topping's hands. He's quite close there. Cover. And again, you can see in his body language there. Looks to the sky.
And here's
6.
another big
That's
hit
gone.
towards the pavilion, and over onto the roof it goes.
That's gone.
Another maximum for McClintock.
And you can
He
hear the
moves to
cheers.
14.
You can hear the cheers from the Northwest supporters.
197 for 5 now. Just 57 required.
Like we said, I don't think that's the worst option from William McClintock. He was struggling when trying to work the ball around for singles. Spinner on at this end, shorter straight and square boundaries. And I think he's decided it was hit or bust really. And
I think he had one off. He had one run off 10
Yeah.
balls, now 14 off
Yeah,
13.
he's now hitting at 100.
How quickly it turns. 57 to win now off 49.
well, I think with that option, he's able to clear the ropes. You know the power he's got. He can clear the ropes if he gets good bat on. Very similar in a way to Ross Adair at the start of the night's innings. If he hits it cleanly, there's no ground in Ireland really can stop that. And if he comes off for, I don't know, 3-4 balls even, that's in the guts of 18 to 24 runs, you know, and that'll just really break this chase.
So just a small delay while we choose a ball that is similar in wear and tear to the one that has disappeared over the clubhouse.
So we've talked about it a little bit over the past 15-20 minutes, but a huge half hour here in the Rario IP50 tournament. Because if the away team can somehow drag this back again in their favour and win this game, that will put them in an extremely strong position going into the second part of this competition.
Coming up in the second half of the competition, visits to the Hills, the Mardyke for 2 games, Breedy, and then finally in Stormont for 2 matches, all to be decided in early September. And there goes McClintock again.
Got that again. Cones goes up
And
can't
Cone
get it
can't
in.
get it this time.
Can't bring it in.
Another 6 for McClintock, and all of a sudden he's on fire.
He's taking the chance again. He's decided, and he's gone after Mulder. Floated up, and he's got enough of it. Just see it coming in there, and just over Tyrone Cohen at long off, and that's the chance he took. He's taken 3 big shots there. We've got the scorecard there. Zohani obviously at the top. Look at that between these two. Getke at 32, and as we mentioned, William McClintock struggling to get the ball off the square for the first 10 balls, and suddenly he's gone. And there you can see the Manhattan. Look at that
20.
building block.
It's a skyscraper.
It certainly is, and at the time of the innings, it's huge. And even look at that worm. Very difficult going for the Warriors. Just as they crossed there, and they were dipping down as we talked about the run rate against balls faced against the sort of runs to win. If you look at it now, it was plus 19 a few moments ago. Now just plus 3.
That's gone in the air too, but it's over mid-off, and it's away for another boundary. Getke joins the party. 36 now off 44 deliveries. 207 for 5.
As you say, Getke now deciding anything you can do, I can do just as well. Boundaries coming at pace now, and if you look down the bottom now, that plus 19 is now
0.
down to 47 off 47.
No run this time, straight to backward point.
But we've watched enough games in the past week and a half, Stephen, in this tournament, where we've said Team A, they're completely in the ascendancy here. Surely they should win. And then suddenly, all it takes here is even just 1 wicket, because then we look at Wilson, Zimmerman, Robertson, Macbeth coming in to win a game.
They've broken the back of this run chase though, and they both know that a runner ball is gettable. Kate has changed his tactics. Will McClintock keep hitting though? That's the question.
Again, the dynamics of the game. You talked about the nights being quite flat earlier on today, and suddenly it's changed. Now you can hear over to our right here lots of claps and hollers from the crowd that are in supporting the Warriors and the other Warriors players. They just come to life in the last over and a little bit, as has William McClintock.
Poor Morgan Topping, he'll be thinking, if I could only have held that catch in the last over. But it's all in the past now. You've got to take what's in front of you. Manley to continue to McClintock. Slices away to the man on the boundary. Van Workham gets it in, just a single.
Crazy field now. Looking at this field we've got set here, really unorthodox. Just one man in front of square in the ring. That man's at cover. And we've got a long off and a long on. Deep cover. Now your square leg comes back on the boundary.
3 on the leg side deep. Just 1 in. Raps get Kate on the pads. Great running though by McClintock this time. Leg by.
So in order to accommodate all of those players on the boundary, Neil Rock has had to bring up. So fine leg now up in the circle, and also third man up in the circle. So both of those in. So anything, any nicks or thigh for the thigh pad will go for 4. A tough ask for Josh Manley.
Played very correctly and straight down to mid-on. Another run for McClintock. That's all they need to do. 1 a ball. As long as they keep their wicket intact, that's the key. That over there. 4 off the first delivery. 3 singles and a leg by.
Yeah, I think that's what. I mean, it is only a run a ball, but I think with the captain out there, I think that's what they'll probably do now. We've got 7 overs to go. And I think they'll probably look at it and say, if we can hit 1 ball to the boundary every over, that'll close this out. We don't have to try too much then. So maybe a 1 ball and over. They might take a chance. William McClintock, as we've seen, completely adapted that. He can certainly clear the ropes. So they might say it's worth a chance of losing the wicket to say if we can get an over, even with 1 or 2 boundaries, it'll really close this up.
Ruan Pretorius coming back into the attack. 5 overs right at the beginning of the innings for 23 runs. The Knights really need him to deliver now. That was well outside the off stump, and McClintock had a go. Flashy shot.
A little bit of gamesmanship there from William McClintock. He's walking across as if to say, what was I going to reach that with a telescope? Umpire Mark Hawthorne was happy it was in the guidelines.
Pulls it to mid-on. Fielder is there in the deep. That's Mulder. Just the single for McClintock this time.
Yeah, but I think you can see the tactics here. You know, let William McClintock have a bit of license here, and if he gets out, we can change our plan then and possibly do something different. But if he comes off, they're guaranteed to win the game if he comes off.
Long on and long off are out. Cow corner, square leg and cover. Big gaps for singles almost anywhere on the pitch. And McClintock quickly through for that leg by.
Actually well bowled from Pretorius there. You can see Kate just taking a step to his left to free up the offside. Pretorius just followed him. Hit him on the pads. A little bit unlucky for Pretorius that it rolled into the leg side and conceded the single, which is all the Warriors need, really. Actually, a good piece of ball in there.
Big hit right over our heads. It's another 6 for McClintock. Did you hear that hit the roof of our commentary position? Ali, my pally.
Oh, wow.
I'm told that Alan Lewis would have ducked.
Wow.
If you're watching, Alan, hope you're enjoying the game.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot from William McClintock. As we've said, more than adept. Back live now.
Plays this one to deep square for another single. Not happy with himself, but he should be.
He should be.
9 off this over so far. Still one delivery to come. Yeah. The runs to win has actually gone below the balls remaining now.
Yeah, that last shot bouncing off the top of our little commentary box here.
Full toss.
That's a little lucky.
Squeezed away by Getkate. They're not taking the 2, and wisely. There was no need to take a second run there.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Good
Look,
call.
10 off the over. That's plenty. 33 required. 36 balls remaining. 221 for 5. Cracking match.
Yeah, just as we mentioned there in the last, just that one shot, one boundary, whether it be a 4 or a 6, and then they can take their time around the rest of the over. William McClintock's been given the license now. His captain's out with him, so we can tell him exactly what he wants to do. And if we look at his rate now, he's 30 off 20. He was 0 off 10. So in effect, William McClintock has scored 30 off his last 10 balls, and that's what's going to make the difference at the minute in this chase.
Manly's going to continue. And really, the Knights have to get a wicket. If they don't get a wicket, the game's over. So maybe they need to be a little bit more attacking with their fields and really put it up to these batsmen. They've got huge gaps to hit into. Turned round the corner to Pretorius. Just the single for Getkate, who moves to 40.
Yeah, I can see what he was trying to do there, because as I said in the last over at this end, fine leg is up in the circle, third man's up in the circle, both short. So if he gets anything on that, he probably gets a 4. But if we look at the amount of space that there is out there at the minute, yeah, it's all being changed as we're talking. But there was long off, long on. Amount of space that Getkate could have played in front of the wicket there. Less risk. Less risk. They're bringing, this is huge now, they're bringing mid off up into the circle, mid on up into the circle, with William McClintock on strike. And they're actually sending back another man on the leg side now, so 3 men back on the leg side. High corner, deep square leg, and fine leg. So I'm just trying to work out where he's going to bowl here. So he bowls full, I can guarantee McClintock will go down the ground.
Well, there's the answer. 1 for the over. He'll take that.
I am absolutely astounded that William McClintock did not take that on, despite the fact that 3 men out.
He would have needed a step ladder to get up to that one.
Doesn't often worry about, William doesn't really worry about that too much. Having a good old chuckle with Neil Rock. Just moving the guys around to the other left. So is this going to continue? Will he give him another one?
Short and slower ball, and they're going to get a run for it somehow.
Let's see the frustration in Neil Rock there. He's
Get
chastising himself there for not being able to pick that ball up. They weren't taking a run. Bit of a misfield as he tried to get his glove off.
Look at that partnership, 56 off 45 in just over half an hour. It's been entertaining stuff, to say the least, if you're a Northwest Warriors fan. Not so if you're supporting the team in blue and red.
As we said today, a Lightning or a Reds fan, because they'll be cheering on just as much as the Warriors.
Short and pulled into that huge gap at mid-wicket where there's absolutely nobody, just a single.
That's what we're talking about.
It's all the Warriors need.
Yeah, huge gaps. And really, we've talked about the Warriors taking chances, but at the minute, I'm not even sure they need to, because there are huge gaps everywhere here. I mean, the leg side here, anything on the leg side could well be 2, because there's 3 on the boundary. And mid-on.
That's another short ball, so it will be called a wide. Second in the over. I don't understand the field, I have to be honest. I think you have to put more pressure on the batsman. Make them at least beat you in the field. 29 off 32. You can't give singles in that situation.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. At the minute, it's a tough call. Like, it's a tough call. William McClintock's trying to hit the ball out of the park, but I think at the minute you're not going to give a bonus point here. So I think maybe you've got to try and win the game. That's really hard.
Firmly to backward square leg. Topping was there to stop the boundary. Just a single for McClintock.
Yeah, but you can see the difference now. He's hitting the ball cleanly now. You know, those first 10 balls, scratching around, trying to get a single, trying to get off the mark. It's been, I think, you know, obviously I'm not out in the middle. I don't know what's being said, but I think the fact that his captain's out there with him has really helped, giving him clarity, and said to him, "Here's your license." That's a good shot.
Cut beautifully for 4. The gap between the third man and the point. And that's a fine shot from Getkate.
Yeah, the noise levels go up around the pavilion area again. Just a little bit wide from Josh Manley. Get. He's in now. He's moved on to 45. So he's well in. We talked about when he came in that he did exactly this at the Mardyke. Got a 50 for his team when he was skipper that day. He's skipper again today. Andy McBride not here. And he's leading from the front. And I do think that him being out there has been really instrumental in helping the Warriors, because if he wasn't in the middle, possibly the message wouldn't have got to William McClintock. He might have continued to play the same way. He was struggling to get the ball away, and I think Shane Get maybe has just given him that license to say, it doesn't matter if you get out, go and win the game.
Pretorius for the 46th over. And it's pulled away, and this one could be out, and is straight down the throats of the fielder. He didn't catch that one, McClintock. And it's Ross Adair who takes the catch near the clubhouse. And this very swashbuckling innings, this real entertaining but short cameo has come to an end. McClintock's out for 32.
And that's William McClintock for you. You watch him week in and week out at Donamana and for the Warriors. He can do exactly what he's done. You can see him as soon as he hit that. He knew he was in bowler. Didn't get it, but he gets a real strong round of applause from the people up in the pavilion and around about us here. I think that's a big innings for William McClintock there. And as I've said a few times now, I think good captaincy. Sometimes we talk about captaincy in the field placings, but just that clarity of thought.
No 4s and 4 6s. That's unusual.
Well, actually, I'm not sure it is for William. But yeah, that's just changed the mentality. They've still got 4 wickets in hand. They're now down to 24 needed. And they've plenty of batting to come. You know, Jared Wilson's coming in now, an all-rounder. And he can bat. There's no issues. He played it up in the Northwest last year. New Buildings, league title winners. He was very instrumental in them winning the title. So he's no mug. So now they can change plan. So now they don't need to hit the boundaries. They've broken the back of that chase, which was sitting at 8 and over. Now it's down to less than a run a ball.
And the fielding side have also completely changed their plan. Just 2 out now on the offside, 1 on the leg, and a lot more players inside the circle trying to prevent any quick singles as the new man comes in, and probably has to take a few balls to just work it out.
Well, yeah, he does, but they've got that leeway now. You know, he couldn't have done that if they needed 8 and over. That'll be an easy one, but now you're looking at, you know, less than a run a ball. he can gobble up a few balls if he needed to. He's got off the mark, but they have got that space now with the 4 wickets. And that's what I think Shane Getke. It'll be interesting to talk to him after the game, the skipper. And did he speak to William McClintock and say, look, go and win us this game?
They need more wickets, the Knights. Still 4 in hand, 23 required. And an easy single for Getke.
Yeah, too easy. Too easy at this stage for Shane Getke to tuck that into the offside. He can just sit back in his crease and pick his gaps there. Not enough runs on the board, I think, here for that field. I know they want to target the new batter, Jared Wilson. I think they've got to put pressure on from both ends now.
Just got to the pitch of that. Squirted away to third man.
Really well bowled from Pretorius there. Went for the Yorker. Jared Wilson just got his bat down in time. There's another single.
They've got to get Getke out. He's the key man now. 46 to his name. He's batted superbly. And he practically kicked that one into mid-wicket.
I think he did the thud off the bat. But at least he waved the bat at it, so it meant it wasn't a dead ball. And he gets his leg back.
So 4 off the over, the wicket of McClintock. But at 2:34 for 6, the Warriors big favourites to go on and get the 2 points here. 20 to win and 4 overs to go. Mulder, it looks like, is going to come on at the far end.
He's going to give it a final roll of the dice here with his leg spinner. See if he can create a bit of panic. The Warriors. I think probably again they'll be looking to get the single this time and try and bowl at the new man. I said in the last over they got to put pressure on, but might be worth just trying to bowl at Jared Wilson with the leg spinner. Let's have a look. Yeah, the field is kind of telling you that they wanted to give him one. Everybody right on the circle.
The edge of the circle, yep. They're all a long way from the bat.
So I'd have him a 50p on a single here.
And they're giving him that single.
Yeah, after the payout
to get
collect
Jared
there.
Wilson on strike.
So now, let's see. Jared Wilson, see a complete change in the field now, I would think. Yeah. A few more coming into the leg side now. Pretorius coming over to mid-wicket.
Maybe they should have a slip too.
I was just about to say those very words. I think there should be a catcher they've thrown, and they've even put mid-off out to long off.
Just plays
poor,
it straight
poor
down
cricket
to
for me
long
from the
off.
Knights there. Just a little bit of poor cricket. New man in, and Humphreys was standing at mid-off, and they sent him back to long off. And just basically said to Jared Wilson, here's a free single for you.
And there's another to mid-on. This is surrender cricket. I'm really surprised. I thought the Knights would
if you're going to
make it difficult at least to get these few runs that are left.
This time they bring mid-off up, and the field has completely changed. Now they've got a ring field. So now that he scored a single, why not do this 2 balls ago? And well bowled from Mulder, and then of course it means then that there is no single this time. I mean, you've got to try and win the game. You're bringing your leg spinner on to try and take the wickets. He's not trying to contain anymore. He's got to take wickets. Got to give him the tools to take those wickets. a little bit of chat. We talk about clarity in batting. Doesn't look to be a clarity in plan out there for the Knights at the minute. There we go. Just a change again.
Neil Rock, the skipper today, the man holding the wicket-keeping gloves.
So they're going to try.
It's been a difficult afternoon for him.
They're going to try and set up a ball outside off here. Cover an extra cover.
And it's short and it's pulled into the deep for another single. 4 singles off 5 balls in this over. Still that runs to win, less than the number of balls remaining.
Again, huge gap on the leg side, saying play across the spin. That's well done. Oh, it's on the,
and on the misfield, they get the single, which will get Kate on strike with 3 overs to go.
Yeah, I thought he gathered that. Pretorius moved well to his right, but it just spilled out, and that was enough to get Kate through for the single.
He moves to 49, stays on strike. Jared Wilson on 4, 239 for 6 on 47 overs, only 15 required, 18 balls to go.
Yeah, we've talked quite a bit about sort of games within games and how T20 has taken over sort of the ethos of cricket. And what you hear a lot in T20 is do not take the game to the last over, because you never know what happens in that last over. So although there's 18 balls to go, I would think that the Warriors skipper, who's on strike now, about to get his 50, will be looking to close this out in the next 12.
And that is his 50, just punched down the ground, Cone the fielder. And it's 50 to the skipper Getgate, who has led his team brilliantly today and is now leading from the front as they chase down this 253 to win.
Super innings from Shane Getgate. We talked earlier in the day, the 2 big wickets for the Warriors today would have been Doheny and Getgate, so it's proved. Doheny's got 76 and 78 rather, and Getgate now 50 not out. And at the moment, he's seeing his team home.
Oh, that's about as wide as you can bowl it. Well outside the markings on the side of the pitch.
Brian's a bit of a shake of the head on there. He's not overly happy with that.
I think the whole Knights team are just a little bit bewildered at the moment. There's been a lack of togetherness in their fielding performance all day. And there's another one.
It's definitely a wide. If that last one was wide, that one's definitely a wide. So again, what? I keep going back to what's the plan here? That's 2 balls that Pretorius has bowled wide of off stump. What's the wicket taking plan there? I can understand if they needed 10 and over, and you're trying to bowl outside off and prevent the boundary balls and things like that and set a field. But what's the wicket taking option there? They've got to take wickets. So surely at this stage, although you could go for runs, you've got to bowl at the stumps.
Like that. That was going down leg.
Yeah, but you're cutting. If you're bowling wide outside off stump, you're immediately cutting out 2 modes of dismissal. The only way the batter can get out really is if he top edges one to cover boundary or something like that. Whereas if you're going to bowl the stumps, given the runs needed, you're bringing in LBW, bowled. Yes, bowled in length, he could hit you out of the park, but that's what you got to do.
Played straight down the ground. There's nobody deep. It's a Jared Wilson boundary, which will double his score to 8 and reduce the runs to win to 8 as well. 246 for 6.
Yeah, nice shot from Wilson. Just length on it. Didn't hit it hard. As you can see, no follow through, just length on it. But there's enough on it. But I prefer that from Pretorius. So if he misses that, he gets a wicket. So I much prefer bowling that line. Given the situation we're in, as I say, if it was 30 to win, maybe.
Well played, Wilson.
That's all he needs to do. Got it down to 8. As I said, the start of this over, I think the Warriors will be looking to finish this before the 50th over starts.
I don't think they're going to have too much problems with that. Unless there's a miracle for the Knights. And it's not looking like it. And that one's over the top, but it's going to be out. And there is
Gone.
a glimmer of hope for the Knights. They get the 7th wicket. Miss hit by Wilson. Caught by Mulder at mid-on. And it's now 246 for 7. And there's still 8 runs to win.
Gets the wicket. Gets the wicket. Maybe too late. But we've seen stranger things happen. But again, bowling at the stumps. He could have hit him downtown, but he's clothed it a little bit. Mulder does well. Funnel back. Good feet. Get his hands high above his head. Takes the catch. Second catch today. Mulder. Gerald Wilson scores 8 off 10. Boundary earlier in the over. But again, they've got time, so now the Warriors can reassess again. They don't have to win the game in the 49th. They've now got those extra 6 balls up their sleeve, and they don't have to score runs every ball.
Harry Zimmerman, the new batsman. Joining his skipper at the crease, who's had to watch with a little bit of frustration from the other end, I would say.
I think Shane Getgate will just take control here now. I'm quite surprised he hasn't gone down. He's a robot then. Experienced player, he should know the drill. There's only 1 ball left in the over. Just keep it out, don't lose your wicket. Shouldn't need your captain to be coming down and telling you that. You're an experienced player.
Final
the
ball
level you're playing at.
Of the 48th over. And turned straight to Ross Adair. No run. End of the 48th over. Getgate on 50. Zimmerman yet to score. 8 runs to win. 12 balls to go. We're into the penultimate over.
And for me, that's fine from the Warriors. They got the boundary in the over. Yes, they've lost the wicket. Wilson. There's a little bit more pressure, I suppose. Only three balls left that they could lose those 3 wickets in, but get set. And they only need 8. So I think the plans from the Warriors have been better in the last 10 overs.
Do you think Mulder's the right choice here for the second last over?
Well,
rather than, say, Tyrone Cohn?
I'm not honestly sure. It depends on the field that they're going to set. And again, it's going to be a pretty defensive field. You've got mid-off, mid-on, all the way back on the boundary. Excuse me. Gaps galore in the leg side. Okay, they're asking Shane Getgate, hit it in here if you want. Play against the spin. And a ring field on the off.
And
he's a simple single.
Straight down the ground for a 1.
So now this will be the answer to your question. Kind of depends what they're going to do now with Zimmerman on strike. He's only faced 1 ball. They need 3 wickets. So very little point in keeping the field that they've got at the minute. So you can just get bat on ball, almost guaranteed a single. And you can see lots of chat going to go on here. Skipper's down there, Rock. Senior player Pretorius is in there. And yeah, they are going to squeeze now. Just a man out. And Verkum is out on the square boundary, probably for the drag down. If he does bowl a poor ball in that way. But apart from that, match it. Out square on the offside. But mid-off and mid-on, now up. And they're going to throw Morgan Topping back. Suppose for the sweep, possibly. And that's maybe a man out for a bad ball, really. I think they probably should keep Morgan Topping in, but what do I know, Steve?
Well, the proof of the pudding, as they say.
Indeed.
Let's see what he can come up with here, Mulder. They're looking for an LBW. It sounded like it might have come off the bat.
I think he's hit that. Let's have a look at Jareth McCready. He thinks he's hit it too.
And the umpire thinks he's hit it.
Yeah. Desperation shoot, possibly. It was on target. Quick shake of the head. Yeah, so
Even if he didn't hit it, I think it was going down leg.
we're down to 6 to win now. And again, back to that same field. He got away with that. And get throws his head in the air. Knows he could have hit that in the offside absolutely anywhere. He had all the time in the world.
And he's still got 9 balls, so there's plenty of time to get these 6 runs. Short, and that's through the gap for a single.
Yeah, so two balls to come in this one, 5 to win. And I think if the Knights are going to have any chance at all, these 2 deliveries have to be at Harry Zimmerman. There cannot be any runs off these 2 balls. Anything 4 or less, I think, is too hard to defend. You really need to keep as many runs as possible in the bank.
So short, and that's into the big gap. A
Take
cover.
2. Sent Zimmerman back.
Sensibly, Get Kate says no, a single will do, and he's right. They only need 4 off 7.
I think he is right, because he can take strike, take control now. He can take he's got a free shot here, really. He can take a single. I'm sure they're going to move the field again. They are. Try and prevent them getting that single for 2 reasons. It'll obviously take it down to 3 to win, but it'll mean that Shane Getgate will be on strike for the first ball of the last over. So if I mentioned the last ball was important, this one's even more important.
Just 3 on the boundary. 1 at cover, 2 on the leg side, 1 at mid wicket, 1 at backward square. Short ball, but he couldn't get it off the square.
Okay.
And the end of the over. That's the last we'll see of Mulder today. 4 coming off that last over. 4 runs left to win. 1 over to go. 250 for 7. Exciting game.
So the best result that could have happened there, bar a wicket for the Knights. They've got 4 to play with now, which you've seen before has been enough. And they've got Harry Zimmerman on strike, so Shane Getgate at the minute, it's out of his hands. So he's got to stand at the other end and hope that his number 9 down the other end can either get him back on strike or alternatively win the game himself.
Well, they haven't managed to do what you suggested they wanted to do, which was to get the match won before the last over. Now we're into that, and the nerves have got to be a factor here. Harry Zimmerman can't have faced this kind of situation too many times in his Warriors career.
Yeah, well, that's exactly why you don't want to take it to the last, because this is the type of scenario that happens. Look, one below could win this, but he's up against Rayon Pretorius.
He went for the big one. Swing and a miss.
He's trying to win that in one shot. And this is what I'm talking about. Just keep an eye on Shane Getgate at the non-strikers here. There he is, just coming in, going down, having a chat. He's out of control now. He's the captain of this team, but he cannot do anything about this from the non-strikers end.
I don't think we're going to see any wides in this over somehow. 4 to win, 5 balls remaining. Accurate, smashed and dropped by Mulder.
They're going
at
for
mid-on,
one.
and they're going for the single, which
And they get
he
there.
makes. Well, that's the game.
Right there.
That is the game. Straight to Mulder. It was hit very, very hard, but really, he saw it all the way.
Well, straight to him. It was cleanly hit from Zimmerman. And a few clenched teeth. From... Yeah, he should be taking that. That's the 3rd catch today for the Knights, and again, another little tick in Simon Johnson's notebook, I think. We've got to take our chances here. Those 3 drop catches could well prove crucial at the end of this. It's got Getgate back on strike. 3 wanted. Now he can determine what he does now.
The entire Rario Interprovincial Series could have been won and lost there. Because if the Warriors go on to win here, anybody can win this championship. 3 to win. Get Kate can't really get anything on that one.
And this is what we talk about, taking a game to the last over. We're now down, look at those runs to win against balls remaining. We're back to naught. They still need 3. They're still in the box seat. But all it takes now is another dot ball. All the weight will just get heavier and heavier on Gate's shoulders.
The odds on a tie are getting greater. It's up in the air.
It's all over.
It's right into our tent. Ah! There it is again.
That literally would have taken me out.
Alan Lewis loves that kind of shot.
Tough
it's a
shot.
6. It's a winner. And Kate gets them home with that sweet hit over long off. We have little faith.
Well, you know, I obviously it was in his control. It was in his hands. And I just wondered if he got him down on that end, and he was standing at the non-striker's end, he could do nothing about it. And we watched Harry Zimmerman hit that ball to Jacob Mulder, and it was dropped. If that catch had been taken, you'd have been bringing in the number 10 to face the last 4 balls of the innings. Everything could have been different. Kate would have been trying to get down to that non spot. He got down with that single, and the skipper took it in his hands and hit the ball clean out of the park and wins the game for his team.
Super game of cricket. They win with just 2 balls to spare by 3 wickets. And here's how it happened.
Here's that last ball. Look deep in the crease. And he knew mid on and mid off were up. As long as he got enough on it, which he did, he was carrying it. Even if he just got it over mid on, it would have carried for 2. And the Northwest Warriors have won by 3 wickets. And a great innings, you have to say, from the skipper, Shane Kate.
58 not out. Carrying us back to the finish and crucially hitting that winning 6 to bring his side over the line. The Knights know that they had plenty of opportunities to get the 2 points themselves, but they've fallen to defeat here, which means that the Rario Interprovincial Championship table is looking a lot closer after this first half of matches.
Well, what a fantastic game of cricket, Stephen, up here in Breedy. I was got a little bit chilly in the afternoon here, but it was absolutely enthralling right the way through there. Yes, the Warriors were in control for a lot of it, but the Knights fought back. Couple of drop catches, but I'm sure we'll be talking about that after the game. A few drop catches, but a fantastic game. So we go back to earlier this morning. The Northern Knights got off to an absolute flyer. Ross Adair creaming the ball all round Breedy. He was dismissed for 76. Rian Pretorius then went for 50. And that slowed everything up. And in the middle order there, the run out of Cade Carmichael could have been crucial there. A poor piece of cricket from the Knights there. They ended up with a total of 253 thanks to a late wicket partnership between Humphreys and Manley. But as you can see, the main thing there was the opening partnership between Ross Adair and Pretorius. If they had stayed in another 5-10 overs, then this could have been a completely different score for the Northern Knights. But nothing in the middle order.
And as for the bowling, well, tremendous 10 overs by Robertson. 1 maiden, none for 29, but he changed the match in the middle overs. And there was also some really good spin bowling by Erlang. 4 for 46 off his 9. Macbeth, Wilson and Scott Macbeth all contributed to a fine bowling performance. The Warriors, well, Doheny 78 was solid and dependable. Chore had to come back in after picking up an injury and bravely went on to make 36. But that innings of Shane Getgate with a fine 58 and a brilliant cameo knock from McClintock, who had 4 sixes in a very quick fire 32 that got them into that position where they needed less than a run a ball. That is the partnership of note. 63 between Getgate and McClintock in no time at all, after good 50 partnerships between Doheny and Chore, and then Doheny and Erlang. And of course Chore came back in. That partnership with Doheny was actually 85 because the two together made it the biggest partnership of the day. The bowling?
Yeah, looking at the Knights, some good performances there, but a little bit disappointing from Humphreys, possibly in his first spell. Came back to take 2 wickets with 2 absolutely beautiful balls. The standout bowler for the Knights was definitely Theo van Verkum. 10 overs, 2 for 32. Mulder a little bit expensive, but I think the story here of this Northern Knights bowling performance will actually be the drop catches. 3 chances that they had in the field, difficult, but those 3 chances are taken. We're looking at a different match summary as it comes up here. The Northern Knights 253 for 9 in their 50 overs. And as we talked about, the Reds and the Leinster Lightning would have been cheering on the Warriors as well as the home team here. And they've got home with 78 from Stephen Dohenay, 58 not out from Shane Getgate, and that crucial 32 from William McClintock. The Warriors have won by 3 wickets. They take the points. And the IP50 Radio tournament goes into August. It'll be fantastic.
Yeah, that table now looking a lot closer. 2 wins for the Northwest Warriors, 2 wins for the Northern Knights, and 1 each for the Munster Reds and the Leinster Lightning, which means that when we resume in August, it'll be all to play for, and a championship that we can look forward to in the late summer. Well, it's been lovely bringing you the cricket here from Breedy over the last few days, and I'd like to thank Ali for all of his contribution, and to Lawrence Moore earlier today, and to all of the HBV Studios team. Great work, boys, and we look forward to doing it all again very soon. But from Breedy, from me, Stephen Alkin, may I say good evening and enjoy your cricket.